Chapter 2085. Xiaohua naturally had a plan to appease them. He wanted to use spirit stones and other things to solve the problem. However, the information he heard made him nervous. Because Misty Cloud's sect's talisman-making technique was passed down from the distant past era, it had more history than Mount Jinhua's Fu clan and even the Qiqiao sect that Xiaohua knew of. Xiaohua only knew that right now, the Misty Cloud sect was the same as the Fu family of Jinhua Mountain. They relied on selling yellow talismans and making simple spirit talismans to maintain the sect's livelihood. That technique of moving clouds and summoning rain was the unique skill that the Misty Cloud sect relied on to survive. Misty Cloud sect wouldn't give up so easily. In fact, it was funny. Although Xiaohua didn't inquire too clearly about the cloud summoning rain technique that Fan Yunxiao and the others talked about, it seemed similar to Misty Cloud sect's yellow talisman called Condensing Rain Talisman. This Condensing Rain Talisman could condense water-type spiritual energy within a certain range according to a cultivator's magic power. Its offensive power couldn't even compare to Icicle Talisman. This kind of talisman, which was worthless in the eyes of cultivators, actually became Misty Cloud's sect's tool to snatch food from the nearby secular world. Of course, occasionally, cultivators would also ask Misty Cloud's sect's disciples to summon rain and clouds near their own immortals' caves to maintain the scenery. At this time, there were several aura refining disciples on duty on Mount Jinhua. A young disciple muttered, "Senior Marshal Brother, outsiders won't come to our Mount Jinhua. Why are we on duty? It's better to take the Condensing Rain Talisman out for a walk. Maybe we can even earn 1 or 2 spirit stones." You only know how to earn spirit stones. Another slightly older disciple scolded. The day before yesterday, 6th Junior Marshal Brother sneaked out. It just so happened that Mount Jinhua's Fu clan came to visit, leaving no one to guard our Misty Cloud sect's gate. We let a cultivator clan from the country of Shi laugh at us. It really made Sect Head lose face. Sect Head just punished 6th Junior Marshal Brother. It's only been a few days and you're already itching for a beating? Senior Marshal Brother, isn't this just a coincidence? That disciple smiled apologetically and said, "I haven't seen a bird fly over here for half a month. Who knew that someone would come that day?" After saying that disciple curled his lips and said, "That's right. It's just a cultivator clan, but they actually came to invite our Mount Jinhua for some private matter." The sect leader had no choice. The senior brother shook his head and said, "According to the martial uncles, Fu Yunbua from the Golden Mount Hua used to be good friends with the sect leader. Moreover, they have a very deep relationship. Even if the sect leader doesn't go, he will send 2 senior brothers or even martial uncles." Do you know if they brought enough spirit stones?" That disciple nodded and said, "The sect leader hasn't given out any spirit stones for a few months. This kid's medicinal pills have already run out." I'm afraid not." The senior brother shook his head. Otherwise, a few martial uncles would have followed them. Since he's still on the mountain and hasn't left, it means that he hasn't reached an agreement yet. Senior brother, I heard that 6th senior brother went to Mount Shiming the day before yesterday and bought a few Peiyuan pill in Yu City with 2 spirit stones. He is really lucky. Shi Mingshan, that rich man with the surname Chen. That senior brother also smacked his lips and said, "His family has a lot of farmland, 2 spirit stones is already a cheap price. Look, senior brother, there's another guest." The young disciple's eyes were sharp. He had already seen Xiaohua flying over from afar and hurriedly shouted, "It's really him." That senior brother turned his head and looked, then said curiously, "What's going on with our Misty Cloud sect these days? Why do we have guests one after another?" "Oh, this cultivator is actually a Foundation Establishment senior." Xiaohua's flying speed was very fast. Under that senior brother's hurried urging, Xiaohua had already flown in front of them. Without waiting for Xiaohua to land, several disciples stepped forward and bowed. "Junior greets Senior. May I know why Senior has come to our Misty Cloud sect?" "I, Xiaohua, have come to pay a visit to your sect's sect leader Yunting Yuyun." Xiaohua came with a smile and said warmly, "Senior Xiao, please wait a moment. Junior will send a message." The Misty Clouds sect disciple quickly took out a messaging talisman and said a few words before sending it in. In a moment, a vigorous figure flew over. It was a Foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator. That cultivator's cheeks were thin and long, his skin was slightly pale, and his eyes were slightly narrowed. He seemed to be somewhat sleepy. "I, Yun Qinglai, greets fellow Daoist Xiao." That cultivator landed on the ground and also politely cupped his hands in greeting. "I, Xiao Hua, have some private matters to discuss with your sect leader Yun. Fellow Daoist Yun, please lead the way." Xiao Hua returned the greeting and still called himself Xiao Hua. He didn't mention his sect, which clearly meant that this trip had nothing to do with his sect. Seeing Xiao Hua's calm appearance, Yun Qinglai slightly frowned. However, since Xiao Hua didn't mention his sect, he could only smile and say, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please follow I." "Thank you for your trouble." After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he flew behind Yun Qinglai and entered Green Cloud Mountain. Along the way, Xiao Hua slightly released his divine sense and gradually came to a decision in his heart. He saw that although Green Cloud Mountain also had layers of restrictions, it was very obvious that these restrictions had long been worn out. Many places were full of flaws and looked like they hadn't been repaired for a long time. Compared to Tianmen Mountain's Huang family, it was quite inferior, not to mention the Imperial Thunder sect. After seeing a foothill, he came face to face with an extremely long flight of stairs that went perfectly straight from the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a huge archway towering majestically. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, you can't fly here. I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist to follow I up the mountain." Flying in front of the straight flight of stairs, Yun Qinglia's figure landed and said somewhat proudly, "This is the location of my Misty Clouds sect's ancient restrictions. I have no choice but to do so. Please forgive me." No matter, Xiao Hua also felt a faint suction force on his body. He said with a smile, "The guest will follow the host's wishes. This Xiao will definitely abide by your sect's rules." When Xiao Hua walked step by step up the mountain peak, he saw that on top of the huge archway, there were two huge rain and dew characters in front of him. Moreover, around the two words, rain and dew, there were all kinds of raindrop-shaped stripes. At first glance, it looked like some strange talismans. This archway seems to be somewhat similar to Yunwu Mountains. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. However, Yun Qinglai ignored him and directly passed under the archway. He simply didn't let Xiao Hua see it himself. Xiao Hua's divine sense slightly swept over the archway and then left. After the archway, a huge, dilapidated palace hall appeared in front of Xiao Hua. Hiss! Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, in his divine sense, this palace hall didn't seem particularly huge, nor did it seem particularly mighty. However, after passing through the archway and arriving in front of him, a different kind of scenery actually appeared. It really caused him to be stunned. His previous thoughts of looking down on the Misty Clouds sect immediately disappeared. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please." Yun Qinglai turned his head and saw Xiao Hua's shock. He was slightly proud as he entered the main hall first. Chapter 2086. Sure enough, the inside of the main hall was just like how it looked from the outside. It was incomparably big. Pillars that several people couldn't carry supported the roof of the hall. On top of a tall platform, there was a huge stone chair. At this time, a cultivator who wasn't very tall sat on the stone chair. This cultivator's height was that of an ordinary person. If it was anywhere else, it wouldn't be considered much. However, when he sat on the stone chair, he appeared very short. He even looked like a child playing around. Looking at the cultivator's appearance, his facial features were regular, his eyes were spirited, and an awe-inspiring aura of righteousness rushed out. "I, Xiao Hua, greet Sect Master Yun." Xiao Hua walked to the bottom of the high platform. Without waiting for Yun Qinglai to speak, Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the cultivator on the stone chair and the three Foundation establishment cultivators on the high platform. He hurriedly bowed and greeted. The one on the stone chair was naturally Yun Tingyu. He waved his hand rather arrogantly and didn't really return the greeting. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please rise." Xiaohua slightly frowned and muttered in his heart. Fellow Daoist Xiao, Yun Tingyu said with a smile, fellow Daoist didn't say your origin. This sect master really can't see through fellow Daoist's origin. May I know why fellow Daoist has come to my Misty Cloud sect? Hehe, Xiaohua explained, this Xiao came here for my own personal matter. It has nothing to do with the sect, so I wanted to hide my origin. I hope sect master Yun can understand. Yun Tingyu nodded and quietly listened to Xiaohua's explanation. This Xiao heard that Misty Cloud sect has a kind of cloud and rain technique. I wonder if it's true? Xiaohua said straightforwardly. Oh, fellow Daoist, what do you mean? Yun Tingyu's face revealed a strange smile. He glanced at the 3 disciples around him and asked. Xiaohua thought for a moment and then told him what he had encountered. He then said sincerely, the secular people of Fanzhuang really have no way out. This is why I have come to your honorable sect. I want to ask your honorable sect's disciples to send rain to dispel their drought. Oh, so it's like that. Hearing Xiaohua's story, Yun Tingyu seemed to be relieved. He said with a smile, fellow Daoist Xiao didn't mention some cloud and rain technique, but my Misty Cloud sect's condensing rain talisman. Moreover, didn't fellow Daoist Xiao say it? Misty Cloud sect's disciples who saw the drought have already gone to Fanzhuang? It's just that they don't have any spirit stones. So how are they going to get us to help them? My Imperial Thunder sect's condensing rain talisman is not easy to make, and it also costs spirit stones. Can't fellow Daoist Xiao see? My Misty Cloud sect is now so poor that we can't even repair the main hall of the sect. If we don't rely on these yellow talismans to obtain some spirit stones, how will we survive? Although spirit stones are important, yellow talismans are rare, and your sect's palace must be repaired. Xiaohua said with a smile, but aren't human lives more important than these? Is human life important? Yun Tingyu asked with a smile. Is that so? Of course. Xiaohua said decisively. But I don't think the lives of those secular people are important. After all, they have nothing to do with me. The corners of Yun Tingyu's mouth curled up, and he unexpectedly said, whether or not he is important, I am not willing to discuss with fellow Daoist Xiao. Even if he is incomparably important, without spirit stones, my Misty Cloud sect will not sell a single condensing rain talisman. Looking at Yun Tingyu's upright facial features and upright temperament, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this the legendary sanctimonious? Forget it, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, I am not here to discuss with fellow Daoist Yun whether or not the lives of secular people are important. Since your sect uses the condensing rain talisman, I will buy some condensing rain talismans. Wouldn't fellow Daoist Xiao have said so earlier? Yun Tingyu said with a smile. Fellow Daoist Yun, please give me 100 condensing rain talismans. Xiaohua nodded. 100? Yun Tingyu frowned. From what fellow Daoist Xiao said, Fanzhuang only has a few mountains. 5 condensing rain talismans for each mountain would be enough. Why does fellow Daoist want so many? Why would a businessman be afraid of others buying too many? Xiaohua said with a smile. Hehe, I am just casually asking. Yun Tingyu said with a smile to Yun Qingjin. Go get 100 high-grade condensing rain talismans. High-grade? Yun Qingjin was stunned, but before he could hesitate, Yun Tingyu continued, it is the 100 high-grade condensing rain talismans that I personally refined yesterday. Personally refined and high-grade were emphasized. Yes, disciple understands. Yun Qingjin came to his senses and left with a smile. Xiaohua saw and heard clearly, and he sneered in his heart. Fellow Daoist Xiao is from Fanzhuang? Yun Tingyu said with a smile. No, I have nothing to do with Fanzhuang. Oh, that's strange. Yun Tingyu said strangely, since fellow Daoist Xiao has nothing to do with Fanzhuang, why did you spend so many spirit stones to help them? Nothing. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and said, I just can't stand watching someone die, so I had to do it myself. So, fellow Daoist Zhao's other yellow talismans are also used by other places? Yun Tingyu didn't seem ashamed and asked with a smile. Yes, fellow Daoist Yun is right. Xiaohua nodded. Oh, Yun Tingyu looked at Xiao Hua thoughtfully. After a moment, he said with a smile, as far as I know, the farmers near Yu City are suffering from drought. It is the same near Qi City. It seems that the whole Meng country is suffering from drought. Fellow Daoist Zhao's 100 yellow talismans. I'm afraid they are just a drop in the bucket. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, I also think so. What is Sect Master Yun's plan? At this time, Yun Qingjin came back with a stack of yellow talismans in his hand. Well, fellow Daoist Xiao, take these condensing rain talismans. Yun Tingyu pointed with his finger. One condensing rain talisman is a high-grade spirit stone. These 100 condensing rain talismans are 100 high-grade spirit stones. Ah? Not only was Xiao Hua surprised, but Yun Qingjin's eyes also flashed with a strange color. Xiao Hua said with a gloomy face, Sect Master Yun, a high-grade fireball talisman is only a mid-grade spirit stone, right? Your condensing rain talisman is only a high-grade spirit stone? Ha, Yun Tingyu said with a smile, fellow Daoist Xiao, do you know what is called rare things are precious? In the entire Dawn Rain continent, who doesn't know how to refine a fireball talisman? But what about this condensing rain talisman? This sect master knows that other than my Misty Cloud sect, no one else knows how to refine it. This. Xiao Hua's face showed hesitation. It wasn't that he didn't have spirit stones, but how could he feel comfortable exchanging them for trash condensing rain talismans like this? After thinking for a moment, under the gaze of Yun Tingyu and the others, Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and said, okay, since it's like this Xiao can only do this. Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to take out spirit stones, Yun Tingyu's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and said, actually, fellow Daoist Xiao, this sect master has another idea. I don't know if fellow Daoist is willing to listen? There is another way? Xiao Hua said with a happy face. This Xiao is all ears. Well, fellow Daoist Xiao, please step up and talk. Yun Tingyu pointed with a smile. Xiao Hua looked and stepped up to the high platform. He stood at the edge of the high platform and said, Sect Master Yun, please speak. Actually, since fellow Daoist has come to my Misty Cloud sect, you must know something. Yun Tingyu saw Xiao Hua stand still and said sincerely, this condensing rain talisman is of little value in my Meng country's cultivation world. Hee, so Sect Master Yun also knows? Xiao Hua sneered. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you don't know the cost of firewood. Yun Tingyu waved his hand, my Misty Cloud sect is such a big sect, and this old man is the sole leader. If I don't have a source of spirit stones, how can this old man be the sect master? Yes, the Xiao knows. Xiao Hua nodded. Sect Master Yun, please explain. Good, fellow Daoist Xiao is indeed a straightforward person. Yun Tingyu clapped his hands and said, this Yun thinks that instead of spending spirit stones to buy my Misty Cloud sect's condensing rain talisman, why not directly buy the refining method of the condensing rain talisman? Ah? As soon as Yun Tingyu said this, the entire hall became silent. Even Yun Qinglai and the others were dumbfounded. Great. Unexpectedly, after Xiao Hua heard this, he beamed with joy and said, if Sect Master Yun has this idea, it is exactly what I want. I wonder what price the Xiao is willing to pay? Sect Master? Yun Qinglai said anxiously, but before he could speak, Yun Tingyu coldly snorted, this Sect Master is speaking, there is no reason for you to speak. Yes. Yun Qinglai gritted his teeth and lowered his head in silence. What my Misty Cloud sect lacks is spirit stones. If fellow Daoist Xiao can take out enough spirit stones, this talisman refining method, fellow Daoist can take it, Yun Tingyu said in a low voice. However, fellow Daoist Xiao must make a heart oath that you can only refine it by yourself and absolutely cannot pass it to others. Of course, this Xiao still knows. Xiao Hua nodded, but I don't know the price. Yun Tingyu's face revealed a smile, squinted his eyes, and transmitted a number to Xiao Hua. Ah? So much? Xiao Hua's expression suddenly changed. Hee, fellow Daoist Xiao. Yun Tingyu laughed. This number is a bit high, but don't you think it is much more cost-effective than buying the condensing rain talisman? Moreover, if the condensing rain talisman is not that useful, how could my Misty Clouds sect leak out the talisman refining method? Xiaohua lowered his head and pondered, while Yun Tingyu stared at Xiaohua's face, seemingly expecting something. All right. After a long while, Xiaohua raised his head and said, since fellow Daoist Yun has such sincerity, this Xiao will give Misty Clouds sect a few more spirit stones. Saying this, Xiaohua lifted his hand and untied a storage pouch from his waist. Great, Yun Tingyu laughed and clapped. Sure enough, fellow Daoist Xiao is rich and overbearing. This Yun can't think of which cultivation sect in my Meng country would have such a brainless cultivator like you. You actually dared to reveal your spirit stones in front of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, you are still in someone else's sect. Saying this, Yun Tingyu patted his forehead, and the pressure of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator rushed over. It seemed to be suppressing Xiaohua and probing Xiaohua's true cultivation. Contrary to Yun Tingyu's expectations, Xiaohua also laughed. His laughter was even more comfortable than Yun Tingyu's. At the same time, he also released his pressure, directly facing Yun Tingyu's pressure. Chapter 2087. Oh, he's clearly in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Has this guy lost his mind? When the two forces collided, Yun Tingyu's heart was even more at ease. He knew that Xiaohua was indeed in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Then, with a wave of his hand, the torrential rain technique appeared. The abundant water-based heaven and earth spiritual qi around the main hall condensed into hundreds of hailstones that smashed toward Xiaohua. Each hailstone contained intense spiritual qi. If it smashed into an ordinary cultivator's body, it would be normal for flesh and blood to fly. Xiaohua withstood Yun Tingyu's pressure. His divine sense swept across the main hall, and a burst of contempt appeared in his eyes. He opened his hands, and a faint purple samadhi true fire with traces of crimson red surged out, instantly forming a wall of fire around Xiaohua. Xiaohua himself quickly flew away from where he was standing. At the same time, he waved his hand and dozens of rabbit formation talismans shot towards where Xiaohua was standing. Samadhi true fire. Yun Tingyu was clearly a knowledgeable person. Seeing Xiaohua turn the Samadhi true fire into a wall of fire, which was the nemesis of his water element techniques, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. You're a disciple of the Changbai sect? Just as Yun Tingyu was shouting, there was a rumbling sound. Hundreds of hailstones smashed onto the wall of fire. Although the momentum was terrifying, the hailstones were all ignited by the Samadhi true fire. They could only intensify the wall of fire but couldn't break through the defense at all. Xiaohua laughed. Is it important where I come from? Yes, it's not important at all. Yun Tingyu said coldly. No matter which sect, even if you're a disciple of the Taiqing sect, don't even think about taking one step out of the Misty Clouds sect today. That cold voice really didn't match his handsome facial features. Why aren't you making a move yet? Yun Tingyu slapped his hand and took out a magic treasure that was as green as a lotus leaf from his storage bag. He pointed his finger and countless rays of misty green light poured out from the magic treasure. Yun Qinglian and the others also came to their senses at this time. They each clapped their hands, and a bamboo-like Dharma artifact, a water bottle Dharma artifact, and a watermelon-like Dharma artifact all flew into the air. These Dharma artifacts all emitted green or blue light without exception. Go, the four of them seemed to speak at the same time. Each of them pointed their fingers, and the magic power in their bodies surged. Their magic treasures and artifacts rushed into the air. The magic treasures on the lotus leaves bloomed with a dark green lotus. It absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and spun rapidly. It produced a sharp sound of wind as it rushed toward Xiaohua's head. If a normal cultivator was hit by that lotus, even if their physical body wasn't destroyed, the light protecting their body would definitely be broken. The four people were obviously in perfect coordination. The dark green watermelon magic tool produced ripples of water from all directions, and there was almost a hua-hua sound of water as it pounced toward Xiaohua's legs. The water bottle magic tool poured out a bluish-green misty true water that rushed toward Xiaohua's chest. And that bamboo pole transformed into a row of bluish-green waves that attacked Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua's fingers continuously pointed, and he quickly laid down the simple rabbit formation. He also took the time to raise his hand, and the Samadhi True Fire's wall of fire expanded with a pooh sound. Unfortunately, although the Samadhi True Fire's killing power was formidable, under the fierce attacks of the 4 Dharma artifacts and Dharma artifacts, it was broken one by one. The Misty Clouds sect can be considered to have some foundation. Seeing the Samadhi True Fire's wall of fire being broken, Xiaohua was not surprised. He waved his hand and took out the Tengjiao shears. "I'll let you all see this Xiao's methods." Xiaohua sneered. He activated his magic power, and a golden light flashed above the entire main hall. Yun Tingyu and the others only felt a cold air flash before their eyes. The golden light, in an inconceivably short amount of time, swept past the 4 Dharma artifacts. Yun Qinglian was the first to cry out in alarm. The bluish-green waves formed by his bamboo pole magic tool were instantly cut into 2 rows by the golden light. Immediately after, the brilliance disappeared, and the bamboo pole revealed its original form in the air. Not only that, but when the bamboo pole fell into the air, it actually staggered slightly. The Tengjiao shears actually cut the bamboo pole in half. Pooh shua, sounds came one after another. The other 2 Dharma artifacts also revealed their original forms in the air. At the mouth of the water bottle and halfway through the watermelon, deep cracks appeared respectively. Only Yun Tingyu's lotus leaf magic tool was in a slightly better state. The lotus leaf was shattered by the Tengjiao shears. The lotus leaf trembled and was only pushed back a few feet in the air. Yun Tingyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The shock in his eyes appeared once again. He looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. He really couldn't imagine how this foundation establishment middle stage cultivator could have such astonishing strength. "Give me your life." Xiaohua sneered. He waved his hand again. Where his magic power surged, the Tengjiao shears once again flashed with golden light and pounced towards Yun Tingyu. Yun Tingyu hurriedly pointed his finger at the Dharma artifact. At the same time, lotus flowers appeared one after another from the Dharma artifact. He hurriedly opened his hand slightly and took out a Dharma artifact from his storage bag. His other hand hurriedly formed a Dharma artifact and pointed at the center of the Dharma artifact. Shua shua, king. With a roar, the Tengjiao shears actually cut all the lotus flowers in half. Moreover, it directly hit the body of the Dharma artifact. Pooh, as cracks appeared on the Dharma artifact, Yun Tingyu also suffered a backlash from the Dharma artifact and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gggg. Yun Tingyu's mouthful of blood was spat on the Dharma artifact. The Dharma artifact that had already bloomed with green threads instantly changed again. The green threads gathered together and condensed into green beads. Like tadpoles, they actually made a sound and hit the air around Xiaohua. Hua hua hua. Within 1 zhang of Xiaohua, a ripple appeared in the air. Countless fist-sized raindrops trembled rapidly and flashed with inexplicable spiritual energy fluctuations, rushing toward Xiaohua. The raindrops were extremely powerful. The Samadhi True Fire actually couldn't burn them. The entire wall of fire was like a layer of nothingness as it was broken by the raindrops. Xiaohua couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Since you've entered my Misty Clouds sect's true water array, I'd like to see what kind of ability you have. Yun Tingyu saw that the Dharma artifact was effective and couldn't help but sneer again. You think there won't be a Dharma artifact in a different place? I'm just setting up a Dharma artifact. Is that so? Xiaohua exclaimed at first, but he didn't panic. While sneering, he slightly grasped with his left hand. The Dharma artifact gushed out from his 5 fingers and the Dharma artifact was activated. Following that, a burst of white brilliance appeared and enveloped Xiaohua. The raindrops formed by the true water hit the brilliance. Peng ping peng. With a series of sounds, the brilliance of the Dharma artifact flashed one after another. But flashing was flashing, The brilliance was actually incomparably tough. It was simply impossible to break through. Do you think that this young master moved just to hide? Xiaohua mocked. Chapter 2088. So what? Yun Tingyu pointed at the disc array, and the pale light appeared again. The raindrops that hit the light shield immediately turned into a layer of water, covering the rabbit array. Moreover, the water quickly condensed into ice, isolating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Is that possible? Xiaohua slightly raised the corner of his mouth and once again urged the soaring dragon scissors. Wang, wang, wang. The soaring dragon scissors made a sound again. A golden light flashed, and with a kacha sound, the layer of ice condensed by the soaring dragon scissors was cut open without any resistance. Which senior of my Meng country are you? Yun Tingyu's face turned ashen. How could he not know that Xiaohua's strength was far beyond his? Senior, don't mention it. Xiaohua pointed his finger, and the soaring dragon scissors flew out of the array and pointed at Yun Tingyu. If you want to live, take out the method of making the condensing rain talisman. Well said, well said. Yun Tingyu hurriedly waved his hand and said, Junior knows his mistake. Junior will take out the jade slip now. Yun Qinglian and the others at the side were even more ashen. They looked at Xiaohua, who was about to kill them with fear. Yes, Xiaohua came to kill the Misty Cloud sect master. On one hand, he was really angry that the Misty Cloud sect's cultivators did not help and killed Yun Tingyu to vent his anger. On the other hand, he wanted to check his own cultivation to see if he could kill his way into Hundred Grass sect with his current cultivation and take revenge for Shang Huaming. It's useless to look for I. Xiaohua laughed. You should look for Fan Zhuang's father who starved to death. With that, the soaring dragon scissors cut through the air and chopped at Yun Tingyu, but at this moment, a strange scene appeared. However, when Yun Tingyu patted his storage bag as if he was going to take out a jade slip, there was no jade slip in his hand. Instead, a ghastly white palm bone appeared. Pung! The lotus leaf magic treasure flew in front of the soaring dragon scissors and blocked it. However, the magic treasure was once again cut by the soaring dragon scissors. You forced this old man to do this. I'll take you down with me. Yun Tingyu sneered and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the white bones. Immediately after, a green light appeared in his eyes, and an extremely awkward and inexplicable voice came out of his mouth. As the voice came out, Yun Tingyu's face, which was originally like a full moon, rapidly shrank and withered. Green seal text. Xiaohua saw a faint green halo appear on the white bone. Circles of green seal text flew out from the halo and hit the high platform. He immediately had a bad feeling and didn't dare to be slow. He didn't even care about the rabbit spirit talisman and the soaring dragon shears. He immediately jumped up and used the bright thunder escape to fly away from the high platform. Xiaohua's flying speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown several feet away, leaving that strange high platform. But just as Xiaohua's heart relaxed, the entire high platform was covered in a green mist. Woo! A roar that sounded like it came from the underworld was heard. The high platform actually turned into a huge python and pounced out. A huge suction force pulled Xiaohua out of the platform. Go! Xiaohua was shocked. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat out a scarlet spirit fire towards the huge python. Wang Wang, a scale several feet long, immediately flew out from the dark green python's body. It also seemed to be formed from green seal characters. The scale surrounded the spirit fire, and Xiaohua immediately lost control of the spirit fire. Bad! Xiaohua complained. His bones felt weak and his flesh went limp. His body gave birth to endless exhaustion, and even an incomparable sleepiness appeared in his mind. Xiaohua bit the tip of his tongue and a wave of pain appeared. Then, Xiaohua immediately used his soul cultivation method. A cool feeling came from his soul string and the sleepiness gradually disappeared. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiaohua only felt his vision turn black. He had fallen into the huge python's mouth. Go! In this critical moment, Xiaohua quickly took out the great wisdom sword and smashed it into the huge python's mouth without hesitation. Unfortunately, where the heavy sword passed, the green seal text dodged one after another. However, when the heavy sword passed, the green seal text closed again and covered Xiaohua. Following the huge suction, Xiaohua's figure sank into the layers of green seal text and disappeared into the huge python's mouth. Following Xiaohua's disappearance, the huge python once again turned into green seal text and laid flat on the high platform, gradually disappearing. When the green light disappeared, a few small green seal text flew up and landed on the white bone in Yun Tingyu's hand. Cough cough, the white bone in Yun Tingyu's hand disappeared again. Yun Tingyu couldn't help but cough. Sect Master? Yun Qinglian and the others witnessed this inconceivable scene. When they heard the cough, their gaze fell on Yun Tingyu's face and they were even more shocked. They saw that Yun Tingyu's face, which was still upright and proud just a moment ago, was now withered and shrunk. Wrinkles covered his face, and he seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. Yun Qinglian and the others knew that their sect master's senior brother, although his cultivation was at the late stage of foundation establishment and his age was close to 200 years old, because he had eaten a youth-retaining herb when he was middle-aged, his appearance had never changed. They didn't expect that he would change so much now. Congratulations to Sect Master Senior Brother for learning our Misty Clouds sect's ancient green python formation. Yun Qinglian suddenly woke up from her shock and hurriedly bowed to congratulate. Cough cough. Yun Tingyu coughed again. He clapped his hands and took out a jade bottle. He poured out 2 scarlet pills and swallowed them. After closing his eyes for a moment, he said weakly, "What's there to congratulate? The secret to controlling this green python is something that every sect master of my Misty Clouds sect must learn. I was just unlucky to be able to control this green python. Hee, if you congratulate me on this, it's still okay. This green python hasn't been activated for tens of thousands of years." Then he paused for a long time and sighed, "AI, are you all still envious of I's sect master position? I remember that year when you all congratulated I had unspeakable bitterness. Before I took over as sect master, I never thought that controlling the green python would actually require one's lifespan as the price. This Xiaohua, which sect's golden core senior is he?" Then Yun Tingyu flew into a rage. If he wasn't so weak that he couldn't move, he would have already jumped up. He can actually hide his cultivation and use the pressure of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator to deceive I. If it wasn't for him, how could I? This guy really, his heart is worthy of death. Sect Master, let's not investigate this. Yun Qinglian said pitifully, "The one you killed was a golden core cultivator. If his sect finds out, my Misty Clouds sect will be completely annihilated." That's right, if it wasn't for Sect Master's divine courage, we would have all died in Xiaohua's hands today. The other 2 whispered. And Yun Tingyu thought for a moment and nodded, "Inform the people on duty that today's matter must not be leaked." Yes, Yun Qinglian hurriedly responded, then frowned and said, "How should we deal with the people from Jinhua Mountain? Didn't Sect Master just give them the cold shoulder for a few days and have to explain it to them tomorrow?" "They'll just give them the cold shoulder for a few days." Yun Tingyu thought for a moment and said, "How can we not take spirit stones for 2 foundation establishment cultivators for them? I heard that Jinhua Mountain's yellow talismans are quite popular in Xi." That's right, what did they say about Meng country? That Fu Feng and Lu Yun are tight-lipped. This subordinate didn't find out anything. If we can take this opportunity to get some talisman-making techniques from Jinhua Mountain's Fu family, that would be good. Yun Tingyu said intentionally or unintentionally, then waved his hand and said, "You all can leave. This sect master will be in seclusion for a few days." Yun Qinglian and the others bowed and saluted. The shock on their faces hadn't faded, and they quietly walked down the high platform and out of the main hall. Sigh. Yun Tingyu let out an aged sigh. His eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at the high platform where Xiaohua had disappeared. "Since you forced this old man to shorten his lifespan, this old man will also make you suffer the pain of being cut into pieces and fall into the 9 underworlds. Unfortunately, This old man doesn't have the strength to open the forbidden spell and can't personally witness your tragedy to appease this old man's resentment. However, your spirit stones are this old man's. The storage pouch of a gold core cultivator, this old man has been dreaming of it. At the end of his words, Yun Tingyu's eyes turned into greed. With a wave of his hand, the soaring dragon shears and a dozen talismans that Xiaohua left on the high platform fell into his hand. Immediately, Yun Tingyu stood up from the stone chair and staggered into a quiet room behind it. Not to mention Yun Tingyu's seclusion, Xiaohua's figure fell into the green python formed by the green light on the high platform. The true essence around his body gradually stagnated, and in the end, it was like a rock that couldn't be mobilized in the slightest. How sad! Xiaohua's heart was filled with panic, and he hurriedly released his divine sense. He wanted to see what this place in front of him that seemed to be incomparably black, but also faintly emitting a faint green color, looked like. Unfortunately, he couldn't release his divine sense at all, and not even a trace of it could leave his body. The green seal text is actually so powerful. Xiaohua finally tasted the power of the green seal text. Immediately after, Xiaohua forced himself to raise the great wisdom sword in his hand. It was fine if he didn't move, but just as he moved, a huge pulling force appeared from all around him. Like a pair of huge hands, it pulled Xiaohua's body in all directions. Xiaohua's body was incomparably strong, but he still couldn't resist this pulling force. Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air from the pain. Just as he cried out in pain, the light around his body flashed, and Xiaohua's Daoist robe was torn to shreds. The spiritual armor protecting his body also emitted a weak light, as if it was trying its best to resist. However, this force was strange. It directly passed through the spiritual armor and acted on Xiaohua's body, making all of his defenses useless. Xiaohua cried out, struggling left and right. The pulling force became more and more vigorous, wanting to tear Xiaohua apart. Damn it, this young master was too careless. Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. This young master only wanted to rely on the rabbit array to resist the Misty Cloud's sex-forbidden technique, but I didn't expect them to have this green seal text. The rabbit array had no effect in the green seal text, and was instead broken into a mess. Although the soaring dragon shears were powerful, it didn't have any effect in the green seal text. However, that Yun Tingyu was also barely able to control the green python. Presumably, he might not be stronger than this young master. This tearing force, how could it be so strong? It's even more powerful than the hands of a nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 2089. With just a few thoughts flashing through Xiaohua's mind, the tearing force penetrated deep into Xiaohua's body. His flesh was torn open, and a pain worse than being cut into pieces drilled into Xiaohua's brain. Xiaohua couldn't help but groan. If he hadn't endured Huang Yi's pain for tens of thousands of years, he would have fainted long ago. What do I do? What do I do? Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly. I can't use the Dao sex techniques. I'm afraid I can only use the soul strands. Thinking of this, Xiaohua didn't hesitate. He hurriedly urged the soul strands out of the Dharma Eye imprint. Admittedly, it was like a dragon entering the sea. The soul strands were incomparably comfortable in the green seal text and extended rapidly. However, the tearing force around Xiaohua's body didn't lessen in the slightest because of this. Xiaohua couldn't help but roar. The pain had already penetrated deep into his brain. Right at this moment, a strange scene occurred. As the green seal text power penetrated deep into his brain, the green seal text in Xiaohua's mind that he had comprehended earlier drilled out along with the tearing force and danced around Xiaohua's body. As soon as these green seal text appeared, the tearing force was alleviated slightly. However, at this moment, Xiaohua's surroundings were already filled with soul strands. The green seal text easily touched the soul strands, just like what Xiaohua encountered when he was refining the shaman puppet. Occasionally, a feeling of comfort or shock would come from the soul strands. How could Xiaohua not know that this was the perfect opportunity for him to comprehend the green seal text? He even knew that if he could rearrange the green seal text, he might be able to break the tearing force of the green light. But the problem was that he didn't know how to rearrange the green seal text, and he didn't have the time to comprehend it one by one. Because the tearing force was only slightly alleviated, and there were no signs of it stopping, perhaps I should first see how the green seal text is arranged. Xiao Hua was like a drowning man who had encountered a straw. He immediately grasped the opportunity. Thus, he hurriedly opened his left hand and opened his Dharma eye to find the arrangement of the green seal text. It was fine if the delusion breaker Dharma eye didn't open, but as soon as it did, a huge force rushed toward Xiao Hua's left hand, as if the Dharma eye was a taboo of the green light. In his Dharma eye, Xiao Hua felt tiny green seal script characters spinning crazily, as if pulling on the power of heaven and earth. A green seal script character flew out from his Dharma eye like a flying sword. Xiao Hua panicked. All of a sudden, a powerful suction force emerged from the eye and pulled his divine sense into it. Immediately, his vision was filled with silver. A silver-gray beam of light shot out from the eye and shot straight at the green seal text. A strange sound rang out. It sounded like someone was chanting, but it also sounded like a ghost was chanting. When the light beam hit the green seal text, it instantly dissipated. The tearing force on Xiao Hua's body disappeared. Not only that, the silver light gradually melted away with the green seal text. The remaining green seal text fluttered in the air like headless flies. At first, it was disorderly, then it gradually became orderly, as if it was beginning to condense into the green light from before. Now is the time. Xiao Hua's mind was enlightened. With a slight thought, he immediately released his soul strands. Every strand of soul strands touched a tiny green seal text. The green seal text was very mysterious. Every time it touched a tiny green light, the entire sky flashed with green light. And Xiao Hua's soul strands didn't stop. Under Xiao Hua's control, the green seal text characters lined up one by one. Shua shua. For some unknown reason, many green seal text characters that touched each other mysteriously disappeared. And even more green seal text characters gradually shrank, gradually becoming the same size as the green seal text characters that flew out from Xiao Hua's mind. After an unknown amount of time, the green seal text characters that filled the sky disappeared. What surrounded Xiao Hua were only 36 tiny green seal text characters. Great! Xiao Hua was now able to stand freely in the air. How could he not know that he had turned misfortune into fortune? Xiao Hua closed his eyes and sent his soul thread into the 36 green seal script characters. An indescribable feeling came from his soul, and the 36 green seal script characters also fused with the soul thread. They flashed into the mysterious dark cloud in Xiao Hua's sea of consciousness and disappeared without a trace. However, Xiao Hua understood that of the 36 green seal text characters, plus the 3 that he had comprehended earlier, he had already learned 39 of them. Only, he knew a little about the usage of these green seal text characters, but he still didn't know how to use them like Yun Tingyu. The crisis had been resolved, and Xiao Hua finally had the time to look at his surroundings. It's actually another huge space. Xiao Hua's gaze swept around and saw that he was inside a huge cave. Looking at the size, it was several times bigger than the Misty Clouds sect's main hall. Moreover, the entire cave didn't have any pillars or the like. Everything could be seen at a glance. What is that? After looking at the general situation, Xiao Hua's gaze had already landed on a huge green seal text character in front of him. The green seal text was engraved on a stone wall. It was over 30 meters tall, and it seemed to support the entire cave. There was a huge stone chair in front of it, and it was exactly the same as the one Yun Tingyu was sitting on earlier. Rain. Xiao Hua carefully identified it. He could already see that it was the word rain, one of the 39 green seal text characters that he knew. Condensing rain talisman? Misty Cloud sect? Rain, green seal text. Xiao Hua flew to the front of the green seal text and stood on the stone chair. He pinched his chin and squinted his eyes to size it up. He was already deep in thought. Needless to say, the Misty Cloud sect was a branch of the ancient cultivation method. The green seal text characters were the foundation of the Misty Cloud's sex cultivation method. However, along with the evolution of the cultivation method, the seal text characters were gradually abandoned or lost. More seal-making techniques were separated from the seal text and formed the current Misty Cloud sect. Damn it, such a powerful seal text was actually lost. Xiaohua thought of the power of the green seal text and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Actually messing around with the yellow seal text, isn't this picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons? After lamenting for a moment, Xiaohua flew up again and prepared to find a way out. However, just as he flew up, he felt a sense of loss in his heart, as if he had lost something. Oh! Xiaohua had always thought that his senses were sharp. He unconsciously stopped in the air and looked around. When his gaze landed on the green seal text again, a flash of light appeared in his mind. Ah, this young master is stupid. In the face of such a treasure, I almost entered a treasure mountain and returned empty-handed. Xiaohua laughed loudly. His soul thread was pulled out from the Dharma eye imprint and touched the huge rain character like a tentacle. Just as Xiaohua had expected, something strange happened. Chapter 2090. Sure enough, as soon as the soul strands touched the green seal script, the green seal script rapidly flashed with green light in his transcendence vision. The entire script floated out from the stone wall and gradually turned into a large character formed by many green seal script characters. Immediately after, these green seal script characters flashed one after another. Xiaohua's soul strands also trembled along with these flashes. Suddenly, cryptic and strange syllables rang out from the dark clouds in Xiaohua's mind. These syllables seemed to have great power. After each syllable, the mysterious dark clouds would churn once. When the entire green seal script flickered once, the syllables also rang out once. Suddenly, layers of dark rain flashed out from the dark clouds and fell down like raindrops, cloud summoning rain technique. Xiaohua suddenly realized. Wasn't this a mystical technique that he couldn't even imagine in his dreams? Moving mountains and overturning seas, cloud summoning rain is indeed not a legend. Xiaohua was wild with joy. The ancient celestials relied on the power of this talisman to actually be able to affect the heaven and earth. The legends of almighty beings are no exaggeration. That's right, Xiaohua had comprehended the ghost cultivator's talisman Dao many times. However, perhaps because Xiaohua's cultivation was too shallow, far inferior to Huang Yi's tens of thousands of years of cultivation, or perhaps because Xiaohua was a cultivator and not a ghost, there was always a barrier between him and the ghost cultivator's talisman Dao, and he didn't know how to cultivate it. Now that he saw the green seal script characters for the first time, he suddenly realized that the cultivator's talisman Dao and ghost cultivator's talisman Dao all originated from the ancient green seal script characters. It's just that the path they took was different and the power they used was different. Yun Tingyu, as a cultivator, recklessly used the green seal script characters in an inappropriate way. The price he paid was his lifespan. Ghosts are souls. Just like the mysterious dark clouds connected to the soul strands, they can release the green seal script characters' talisman syllables. I am a cultivator, how can I release such syllables? Xiaohua immediately frowned again. In this way, even if this young master knows how to use talisman Dao and how to summon rain, I still can't bring benefits to the villagers. While Xiaohua was pondering, the huge green seal script characters floating in the air had already gradually disappeared. On the stone wall, the rain character now became much dimmer. However, Xiaohua didn't notice it because at this moment, a wave of light noise came from the stone chair beneath his feet. Xiaohua hurriedly flew to the side. With a wave of his hand, he took out the invisibility talisman. He activated his magic power and pasted it on his body. His entire figure gradually disappeared from the spot. The stone chair gently rotated and a water blue halo flashed above the stone chair. When the halo shined brightly, space rippled and Yun Tingyu's figure appeared above the halo. Cough cough. Yun Tingyu's face was obviously a lot redder, but he was still very weak. He should have been in seclusion, but he was still thinking about Xiaohua's storage pouch. That was why he immediately activated the restriction to come over and take a look after a short rest. When Yun Tingyu's divine sense swept through the entire cave, he didn't see Xiaohua's corpse nor any storage pouch. He couldn't help but stare blankly. Immediately, he felt a warning in his heart. He hurriedly shook his hand, as if he wanted to escape. But it was exactly like the old saying, "What you fear will happen." Just as his whole body glowed, Xiaohua's figure appeared a few feet away from him. Since he was already close, even if it was a gold core cultivator, Xiaohua wasn't the slightest bit afraid, let alone Yun Tingyu, who was in the late stage of foundation establishment and was injured. Xiaohua's fist hit the halo around Yun Tingyu's body. With a burst of sound like glass breaking, Yun Tingyu didn't have time to do anything. Xiaohua's hand grabbed his neck. Senior, please spare my life." Yun Tingyu's hoarse voice struggled desperately. This junior is willing to give all the spirit stones of Misty Cloud's sect to Senior. This junior is willing to give all of Misty Cloud's sects, yes, and the condensing rain talisman Senior wants. This junior has the moving clouds and summoning rain talisman, which is a secret spiritual talisman of my Misty Cloud sect. This junior will give it all to Senior. He, Xiaohua sneered, "Why would this Xiao covet your spirit stones? If this young master knows about those spiritual talismans and kills you, won't they all fall into this young master's hands?" Senior. Yun Tingyu panicked. "Senior doesn't know, my Misty Cloud sect is an ancient orthodoxy, and this place is an ancient ruin. Is it that?" Xiaohua smiled and pointed his finger. "Yes, how did Senior know?" But Yun Tingyu was stunned. When he turned his head and saw that the green seal text had dimmed, he immediately turned pale with fright. However, before he could express his shock, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. The talismans protecting his body were all broken, and his vision turned black. Everything in the world was far away from him. Xiaohua never gave any explanation to the cultivators who tried to harm him, especially this Yun Tingyu who treated the lives of the people of the world as nothing. Xiaohua shook his hand and threw Yun Tingyu's corpse to the ground. He patted his forehead and the Buddha's Saraira flew into the air. Then he executed a Buddha skill and captured Yun Tingyu's soul. He waited for Xiaohua to ask him what he wanted to know before transferring the soul away. This seemed to be Xiaohua's first time trying out this particular Buddhist soul-searching technique. He felt very satisfied. With a wave of his hand, he picked up the storage pouch on Yun Tingyu's corpse and scanned it with his divine sense. He was stunned on the spot. Damn, this Yun Tingyu seems to be too stingy. This storage pouch is full of spirit stones, and there are also a lot of top-grade spirit stones. Why is Misty Cloud sect so poor? Since it's in this young master's hands, it's better not to waste it. Xiaohua took out half of the spirit stones from the storage pouch and left the rest inside. Then, Xiaohua spent a few hours copying the jade slips in the storage pouch one by one. Then, he took out a few seemingly old talismans and said with a smile, "This is the Cloud Travel and Rain Talisman? This Misty Cloud Sect Senior is indeed a capable person. Since talismans can't be easily used, they can be turned into talismans for both spirit and yellow talismans. It's just that yellow talismans are easy to refine, but the materials for these spirit talismans are difficult. Today's Dawn Rain continent is really hard to find." After taking half of the yellow talismans, spirit talismans, and his own soaring dragon scissors and rabbit spirit talismans, Xiaohua took out the palm leaf fan-like hand bone. A wisp of true samadhi fire burned on it, and a series of green seal characters flew out. Xiaohua used his soul strands to touch it, and 4 more green seal characters that Xiaohua didn't understand appeared. Great. Xiaohua was happy and threw the hand bone into the space. Sure enough, the hand bone automatically flew to the other white bones and landed on the left hand. A faint lightning bolt connected it to the other white bones. Then, Xiaohua cut off Yun Tingyu's Daoist robe and burned his corpse with a wisp of true samadhi fire. Finally, Xiaohua's figure changed and turned into Yun Tingyu's appearance. He put on the Daoist robe again and flew back to the stone chair. After thinking for a moment, he cast a few unfamiliar spells and a halo covered him. The halo spun rapidly, and Xiaohua's figure disappeared from the cave. When he opened his eyes, he already appeared in a quiet room. Xiaohua sat cross-legged and thought for a moment. Yun Tingyu was killed by me. But the Misty Clouds sect's orthodoxy is still here, so I don't need to destroy their inheritance. This Yun Tingyu just happened to be devoured by the talisman, so it's an excellent excuse. I can also do some good for this dead man and gather some good karma. Presumably, Xiaohua left the quiet room and landed on the main hall. He waved his hand and a messaging talisman flew out. Sect Master, Sect Master? Xiaohua's messaging talisman hadn't even flown out of the main hall when a burst of exclamations came. Yun Qinglian and the other Foundation establishment disciples recklessly rushed in from outside the main hall. You wait. Xiaohua sat on the stone chair and felt very strange. Sect Master? Seeing Xiaohua sitting on the stone chair perfectly fine, Yun Qinglian was also very surprised. She was extremely shocked and stuttered, Your life spirit tablet, I.O. Xiaohua's heart moved. He knew he was wrong again. He had forgotten about the life spirit tablet of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Cough cough. Xiaohua coughed a few times and said with a hoarse voice, Junior brother. The brother in front of you is already, not the original brother. The Sect Master? Sect Master's senior brother? Yun Qinglian cried. Junior brother knows, Junior brother knows. This is the body that Sect Master Senior Brother used my Misty Clouds sect's secret technique to maintain. Senior Brother used my Misty Clouds sect's secret technique just now. His lifespan has already been completely exhausted. All right, you are indeed Yun Tingyu's junior brother. This young master doesn't need to explain anymore. Xiaohua laughed secretly in his heart. Sigh, Qinglian, you still don't know. Forget it. This sect master doesn't have much time, so I can't explain too much to you. Wait until you understand the essence of my Misty Clouds sect, then you will naturally know what this brother is talking about. Xiaohua sighed again and patted his storage bag. With a wave of his hand, he took out half of the spirit stones and said, Don't blame this sect master for being stingy. Being in charge of a sect has never been as simple as you all think. This sect master has always been living frugally. These are the spirit stones that this sect master has recorded for 100 years. Now, I will give them all to you and let the disciples in the sect divide them. Count it as this sect master's final gift to them. Sect Master Senior Brother. Seeing that Xiaohua actually took out so many spirit stones, the hesitation of Yun Qinglian and the rest instantly disappeared. There was only one sentence in their hearts. When a person is about to die, his words are kind. All right, the second matter is the most important. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Qingyu, come over here. Yes, Qingyu greets the sect master. A middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator stepped forward and bowed. Yun Qingyu, this sect master will now pass on the position of sect master of my Misty Clouds sect to you. You must properly manage the Misty Clouds sect for this sect master. Xiaohua said seriously and handed over Yun Tingyu's storage bag to her. Sect Master? Yun Qingyu happily took the storage bag. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Xiaohua waved his hand and said, This sect master doesn't have much time. Everything will be simple. You will be in charge of the sect master ceremony. In the future, you can manage it yourself. Yes, thank you, sect master. Yun Qingyu's tears were about to fall. To be continued. Chapter 2091. The third thing. Yun Tingyu said again, Before I die, I will look back on the past. I don't regret wasting my time, nor do I feel ashamed for doing nothing. However, I regret that I didn't use my cultivation to do more things for the common people. That Xiaohua who came from nowhere. What he said is quite reasonable. All of you, from today onwards, you should make condensing rain talismans and make rain for the common people in Yu City, and even Meng country. This is my last order, you must do it with all your heart. Yes, we will do our best to fulfill your last wish. Yun Qingyu and the others bowed with tears in their eyes. All right, this sect master is about to leave. Xiaohua stood up. This sect master has already left a quiet place for himself. Before Xiaohua could finish, Yun Qingyu hurriedly said, Senior brother sect leader, I have one last question. Oh, go ahead. Xiaohua stopped. His heart was beating fast. After all, he was asking Yun Qingyu's soul, and he didn't know much about Misty Cloud sect. How should we deal with the Fu family of Mount Jinhua in Shi country? Yun Qingyu said in a low voice. Senior brother sect leader seems to be dissatisfied with the spirit stones they took out. Also, after you leave, Misty Cloud sect will have nothing to do with the Fu family of Mount Jinhua. Should we let them go or help them? Please tell us, senior brother sect leader. Fu Feng? Xiaohua was stunned. He was a little surprised and a little embarrassed. He rolled his eyes and said, Qingyu is guarding Misty Cloud sect. Qinglian and Qingfeng, help them. After all, the Fu family of Mount Jinhua is my old friend. Yes, we understand. Yun Qingyu and the other two bowed. All right, all of you, follow me and wait at the entrance of the palace. Xiaohua's figure floated leisurely like a formless object. This old man will leave alone. Let this old man's primordial spirit, let this old man's ruined body, dissipate between heaven and earth. As Xiaohua spoke, he flew out of the main hall and landed in front of the stairs. He followed the long flight of stairs and slowly walked down. His figure was both imposing and seemed to be staggering. The entire Misty Cloud sect was immediately filled with a solemn atmosphere. Yun Qinglian, Yun Qingyu, Yun Qingfeng, and the other disciples couldn't help but kneel down and weep. Xiaohua's back became increasingly blurry in their eyes. Yes, this Yun Tingyu's character is not good, he is quite sinister and stingy, but the sect leader's prestige is still there. Xiaohua had already walked far away when he used his divine sense to scan the area. When he saw that the Misty Cloud sect's people did not follow him, he muttered in his heart. He took off Yun Tingyu's Daoist robe and casually threw it into a stream. Then, with a twist of his body, he entered the ground and headed in Fan Zhuang's direction. As for whether or not Yun Qinglian and the others had come out to find Yun Tingyu, and whether or not they had only seen Yun Tingyu's Daoist robes and were puzzled, that was not something Xiaohua had to consider. Outside of the Misty Cloud sect, Xiaohua really did not put the Misty Cloud sect's disciples in his eyes. When Xiaohua arrived at Fan Zhuang, he saw the Fan Zhuang's clan leader, Fan Yunxiao, organizing the young and strong people of the clan to plant rice seeds. It looked like it was in full swing, far from the cold and lifeless appearance of a few days ago. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over. Xue had already sensed it and flew out in joy. Everyone also knew that Xiaohua had returned, so they all looked up. Xiaohua whispered in Xue's ear for a moment, then stretched out his hand and took out a dozen condensing rain talismans. Under the urging of his magic power, they were all scattered. Sure enough, streaks of blue light flashed, and under each ray of light, a thin layer of water dozens of feet in size immediately formed, then condensed into rain and dripped down. Many thanks, Daoist Xiao. Everyone's face showed a pleasantly surprised expression. Regardless of the rain pouring on their bodies, and regardless of the mud gradually growing between the fields, they knelt on the ground. Seeing everyone so happy, his heart unconsciously felt at peace, and the corners of his mouth also carried a smile. It seemed that all the previous life and death hardships had been rewarded. Xiaohua suddenly felt that there was something strange in his body. He hurriedly examined it, but saw that within the Buddha fire, there were more and more invisible golden threads, becoming increasingly clear. Xiaohua looked at the extremely pious expressions of everyone under his feet, as well as their grateful eyes, and unconsciously thought of something. These golden threads of the Buddha fire are actually related to other people's gratitude? It seems that the first few golden threads appeared after this poor Daoist saved those martial artists. Immediately, Xiaohua put this matter to the back of his mind. He didn't think of anything in return for saving people, especially these secular people. He knew that they absolutely couldn't help him. These golden threads, it's better to have them, but it doesn't matter if they don't have them. Thank you, Daoist Xiao, for your great kindness. Fan Yunxiao trembled as he bowed, the snow-white beard on his mouth trembling. Old man, this is what we cultivators should do. Xiao Hua hurriedly supported him. If all the immortals were like Daoist Xiao, we secular people wouldn't be afraid of any disasters. Fan Yunxiao said as he wiped his tears. Xiao Hua knew that he didn't have the ability to guide the entire Dawn Rain continent, so he could only deal with it with a smile. I have already ordered all the Fan family disciples to pay respects to Daoist Xiao every day, and pass on Daoist Zhao's grace to the future generations of the Fan family. Fan Yunxiao said excitedly. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. We'll talk about this later. With this rain, the drought around Fan Manor should be solved. I still have to go to the other places to take a look. If there is a drought, it will also be solved. Yes, it should be like this. Fan Yunxiao smiled apologetically. However, I have a strange matter that I want to tell Daoist Xiao. Then please speak. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Fan Yunxiao pointed at the previously sowed field and said, Where did you get the rice that Daoist Xiao took out earlier? The Daoist Xiao still has some. Can you bestow some more? But Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over. At first, it was strange, but then he came to a realization and said curiously, But what's going on? Some of the rice already have some seedlings, some are still not? Oh, no, these seeds don't seem to have sprouted at all. Really? They haven't sprouted at all? Fan Yunxiao frowned and said, I thought it was still early, but it turns out that they haven't sprouted at all. It seems that my guess was right. What do you mean by that? Xiao Hua also frowned. The rice in his space grew with his own eyes, but he only had a vague impression of how the rice outside grew. All right, I'll let Daoist Xiao know. Fan Yunxiao didn't take advantage of his seniority just because he looked old. He said respectfully, This old man is 73 years old this year, and I've lived in Fan Manor all my life. The furthest I've gone is Yu City. This old man doesn't have much knowledge, but I do have some skills when it comes to taking care of crops. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded slightly. My Fan Manor's rice has always grown well since I was a child. For many years, the rice was planted at a fixed time, sprouted at a fixed time, headed at a fixed time, and ripened at a fixed time. My Fan Manor's farmers also harvested at a fixed time. Fan Yunxiao stroked his beard and sighed, but now, everything has changed. Chapter 2092. Since more than 10 years ago, it should be more than 20 or 30 years ago, the situation has gradually changed. At first, the time of germination of the rice seeds changed, then the time of heading changed, and then the time of ripening, harvesting, and sowing also changed. What worries this old man the most is that the harvest is slowly decreasing. Fan Yunxiao said with a pained expression. Ah? Xiao Hua almost cried out in surprise. He immediately thought of the changes in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. He heard from a foundation establishment cultivator at the auction in Haoming City. Daoist Xiao. Fan Yunxiao immediately stopped and looked at Xiao Hua in panic. It's okay. I seem to have thought of something. Senior, please continue. Xiao Hua nodded with a smile. Yes, the agriculture has been declining for more than 10 years, and the climate has also become worse. In this old man's humble opinion, even if this year's drought didn't happen, in a few years, the rice seeds will not be able to be used anymore. Fan Yunxiao said very sadly, I'm afraid that the people of the secular world will starve to death. I understand what Senior is saying. Xiao Hua nodded, then pointed his finger and said, How did Senior know that these rice seeds were taken by I? How could we dare to eat the life-saving food that Daoist Xiao gave us all at once? Farmers all know the principle of using grain as seeds. Without seeds, how can we survive in the coming year? Fan Yunxiao said with a smile. Seeds, survival. Fan Yunxiao's simple words immediately made Xiao Hua understand, as if the essence of the Tao of life and death was deeply contained in them. When Daoist Master Xiao brought food again, this old man asked them to plant the rice from before and some of the good seeds that were sent over. Fan Yunxiao explained, however, they have already been mixed together, and this old man knows how to distribute them. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and said, I will walk around first. The drought in the vicinity of your city is very serious. When I finish this matter, I will come back and discuss it with Senior. Yes, Daoist Xiao is truly compassionate. If an immortal like Daoist Xiao cannot live as long as the heavens, then the heavens must be blind. Fan Yunxiao said gratefully. Xiaohua smiled and pulled Shue's hand. The two of them flew into the air and gradually disappeared into the distance. Although the congealing rain talisman was an unremarkable yellow talisman, it was quite difficult to refine. Shui didn't know how to refine yellow talismans, so she couldn't help much. Therefore, along the way, Xiaohua refined the congealing rain talisman, and Shui displayed the congealing rain talisman. In just a few days, Xiaohua and Shui had taken control of the areas with the most severe drought before flying back to Fan Manor. Husband. Shui thought as she flew, and asked with some doubt, I didn't feel it before, but after doing so many things with my husband, I feel quite satisfied. It seems that this concubine hasn't cultivated for so many years in vain. This is something that this concubine has never felt before. I don't know why either, Xiaohua said with a smile. However, helping others is the foundation of happiness. Being able to help others and being able to be happy, why wouldn't you and I be happy? My husband is indeed different from the cultivators of my Xiaoyu continent. Shui's eyes were filled with love, and she said tenderly, it's exactly as Elder Fan said. If a cultivator like my husband can't become a great person, the heavens will really be speechless. Xiaohua hurriedly blocked Shui's lips with his index finger, and whispered, Elder Fan is a secular person, his words don't need to be taken seriously. We are cultivators, and our words must come true. You mustn't speak nonsense. Shui stuck out her tongue and licked Xiaohua's finger, and said with a smile, I understand. If I can help you become a great person, what's wrong with this concubine's body being crushed and my soul being scattered? Shui. Xiaohua was startled, and he had a bad feeling. He frowned and said, Why do you keep saying such things? Could it be that there's something wrong? Of course not. Shui's charming eyes were like silk, and she said with a smile, This concubine is just expressing her feelings. Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment, then nodded and warned, Wife, there are some things that can be said, and some things that absolutely cannot be said. If my wife has any warning signs, you must tell your husband as soon as possible. This concubine understands. Shui said indifferently, With my husband's cultivation, this concubine has always been by your side. What kind of warning signs can there be? Alright. Xiaohua knew that these things couldn't be explained clearly. Let's return to Fan Manor first. When they returned to Fan Manor, it was just as Fan Yunxiao said. Some of the rice seeds had already sprouted into thumb-sized seedlings, but the majority of the seeds still didn't have any movement. Xiaohua used his divine sense to check, and after a moment of contemplation he told Shui about it, and then went into seclusion. He still had to wait and see if the remaining seeds could germinate or not. In addition, he urgently wanted to know what kind of secret technique Misty Cloud's sex Yuntingyu used to produce the syllables of the green seal characters. Xiaohua went into seclusion for 14 days, and on the 15th day, he came out of seclusion with a disappointed face. Now, he knew the talisman of the cloud summoning rain technique, and also knew how ghost cultivators use these syllables, but what he lacked was how cultivators could produce these syllables. From Misty Cloud's sex ancient records, he indeed knew how Yuntingyu produced the syllables of the green seal characters, and it was indeed very strange. It was indeed something he couldn't even dream of. But the ancient records clearly said that this was the price of the cultivator's lifespan, and it absolutely couldn't be used unless it was an emergency. Xiaohua was so righteous that he would use his own lifespan to freely squander it. However, it wasn't like he didn't have any gains. He had already seen Misty Cloud's sex cloud summoning rain talisman clearly, and as long as he could find rare spirit beasts, he was confident that he could easily refine this talisman. As for the cloud summoning rain talisman recorded in Misty Cloud's sex records, Xiaohua looked at it again and again, carefully comprehending more than half of it. In addition, while he was cultivating, he also thought clearly that Xiaoyu continent should have encountered a situation where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth changed strangely. Fanzhuang's rice seeds should have been affected by this, and could no longer produce food for ordinary people to eat. And the seeds produced in his space, because of his space's spiritual light, or because the water of the two extreme yin and yang pools in his space had the effect of breeding all living things, were able to produce suitable seeds in this world where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had transformed. Husband, is there something wrong? Shui keenly saw Xiaohua's disappointment and hurriedly asked. It's nothing. Xiaohua said with a smile, maybe your husband's expectations were too high. How is Fanzhuang's situation? There are changes, but also no changes. Shui pursed her lips and said with a smile, just like before husband went into seclusion, those germinating seeds have already grown strong and healthy. According to the farmers of Fanzhuang, they are growing much faster than the rice they planted before. What about the changes? Fanzhuang has already completely restored to the vitality it had before husband arrived. Are you very happy to see them? Xiaohua said with a smile. Shui didn't conceal anything and nodded vigorously. That's right. Your husband has already found a way to solve the problem of the seeds. Once we finish dealing with the matter here, my wife will follow your husband to another place. Xiaohua replied with a smile. Husband is really amazing. Shui's face revealed a happy expression. This concubine has thought for a long time, but there is no way to solve it. I don't know how husband will solve it. It's too simple. Xiaohua laughed and said, your husband knows that it's enough to give them enough seeds, right? That's right, but... Shui heard this and was naturally shocked. This kind of solution was naturally a cure, but where did the seeds come from? Shui instantly thought of the seeds that Xiaohua took out from his storage bag. However, Xiaohua obviously didn't have any seeds in his storage bag, otherwise, Xiaohua wouldn't have asked her for some spirit jujube. Shui thought of this and very rationally stopped asking. She only smiled and didn't say anything else. Xiaohua brought Shui to see Fan Yunxiao and gave enough seeds to Fanzhuang. He didn't say anything else. After all, Fanzhuang was an expert in farming. Xiaohua only needed to provide good seeds and other things. Fanzhuang could do better than him. Seeing Xiaohua take out so many good seeds, Fan Yunxiao's eyes lit up. These days, he had been observing the seeds planted in the fields. He found that these seeds were not only resistant to drought, but also grew very fast. They were simply the legendary immortal seeds. The villagers of Fanzhuang knew that with these immortal seeds, even if the drought came again, they would still be able to survive. Spiritual Master Zhao's great kindness, this old man, will be unable to repay you even if his bones are crushed. Fan Yunxiao began to sing praises. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, there's no need to be like this. Elder Fan, these good seeds are for Fanzhuang. However, it's more than 10 times what Fanzhuang wanted. I also hope that if possible, while Fanzhuang is farming, he can also distribute these good seeds to other places in Fanzhuang so that they can all benefit from it. But if Elder Fan... Xiaohua's tone suddenly became cold. Rest assured, Spiritual Master Xiao. This old man understands that Spiritual Master Xiao has the hearts of all living beings. This old man has also suffered the pain of starvation. I will not watch others starve to death because of my selfish desires. Fan Yunxiao heard this and immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing in panic as he answered. But all people have selfish desires and greed. I hope that Elder Fan will do as you say. Xiaohua glanced at Shui, and the two flew up at the same time. Spiritual Master Xiao, Fairy Shui, is leaving. Fan Yunxiao reluctantly shouted, children of Fanzhuang, quickly kowtow and respectfully send Spiritual Master Xiao off. Thank you, Spiritual Master Xiao. Respectfully send Spiritual Master Xiao off. Hearing this, everyone immediately dropped what they were doing and knelt on the ground. Respectfully sending Xiaohua and Shui off. AI, what good farmers! Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He waved his hand and flew even further away. husband, you are really amazing." After flying far away, Shui gave him a thumbs up and smiled. Xiaohua smiled and squinted his eyes as he looked into the distance. He smiled and said, "Solving the problems of the secular world is really not easy. However, when it comes to solving the disputes between cultivators, your husband is much more amazing." Chapter 2093. Husband, what's the matter now? Shui pursed her lips and smiled. "I've been waiting for you for a long time to see you rescue Yun Duan, Fu Ho, and Fu Zhu. You've been delayed for so long. I'm afraid that the three of them have already been killed by the Fu clan of Mount Jinhua, right?" Xiaohua knew that Yun Tingyu's funeral and Yun Qingyu's taking over of the Misty Clouds sect required time and ceremony. Even if the Fu clan of Mount Jinhua didn't want the Misty Clouds sect's help, they couldn't leave. Not to mention that Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng still had to follow them to White Bamboo Mountain. Fu Feng and the others could only wait until everything was over before they could leave. This was also the reason why Xiaohua had been staying at Fanzhuang all this time. "Let's go. We should be able to catch up." Xiaohua pointed to the distance. He had already scouted out the location of White Bamboo Mountain in Yu City. He held Shui's hand and flew towards White Bamboo Mountain. White Bamboo Mountain was a small remote mountain range. It was even more barren than the Misty Cloud sect. The thin heaven-earth spiritual qi was only enough to satisfy the cultivation needs of cultivators. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they definitely wouldn't stay for long. At this moment, within the White Bamboo Mountain, there was an emerald green bamboo forest. The bamboo roots were sparkling and translucent like jade. Moreover, from time to time, there would be the crisp chirping of birds rising from the bamboo forest. Although the birds could not be seen, combined with the sound of the gurgling stream, it was indeed a place that led to a secluded place. In this beautiful bamboo forest, there was a bamboo house built with bamboo. On top of a few thin bamboos, an extremely handsome middle-aged cultivator was frowning. In the air in front of him, there was a blood-red beast's skin floating. The middle-aged cultivator was holding a red brush in his hand. There was a faint light on the brush, and the heaven-earth spiritual qi in the surroundings slightly flowed along with the strokes of the brush. Ka! A strange sound was heard. It was as if the red brush had hit a solid stone and stopped. The heaven-earth spiritual qi that was flowing rhythmically in the surroundings immediately stopped. However, in just an instant, the heaven-earth spiritual qi suddenly exploded and rushed towards the beast's skin in front of the cultivator. Boom! A flame rose from the beast's skin with a soft sound. Sigh! The cultivator sighed and hurriedly waved his hand. A yellow talisman fell on the beast's skin, and a cool mist appeared and extinguished the flame. "Husband, did you fail again?" Two crisp voices sounded at the same time. Behind the cultivator, two extremely beautiful female cultivators who looked exactly the same flew down from the bamboo house. Their figures were graceful, like fairies flying in the air. Needless to say, these three cultivators were none other than Zhao Feng, Fu Zhu, and Fu Ho. A wry smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and the damaged beast's skin fell into his hand. He said, "Yes, your husband has tried countless times. Your husband clearly has this memory, but when I draw here, the brush gives off a cryptic feeling and my magic power can't flow smoothly. Perhaps my husband remembered wrongly?" Fu Zhu said cautiously. The Fu puppet giggled and said, "My husband's cultivation is still shallow. You'll naturally be fine after you reach the foundation establishment stage." Alas, what the two of you said is reasonable. Looking at the two of them, happiness appeared on his face. This husband is a little too impatient for success. This invisibility talisman can only be drawn after foundation establishment with true essence. As for true qi, it's beyond my power. You can't blame my husband. Fu Zhu said considerately, "Foundation establishment requires luck. We've worked hard. My sister and I have already reached the 11th layer of qi refining, and my husband is already at the peak of the 12th layer. You're much stronger than the disciples of Mount Jinhua. As long as your luck is right, You'll be able to reach the foundation establishment stage and successfully refine this invisibility talisman. That's right. The Fu puppet stomped her foot and said angrily, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have given Xiao Hua the method to refine the yellow talisman. That guy must have been captured by Fu Yunhua and his storage bag must have been left behind in Mount Jinhua. Alas, my wife. Song Ying sighed, don't say such words again in the future. Junior brother Xiao has been extremely benevolent to us. He took the item for himself, and at that time, he removed all suspicions on us. Only then could we calmly escape. He completely replaced us in Mount Jinhua. Your husband couldn't obtain the method to refine the yellow talisman, it's fate. There's no need to blame junior brother Xiao. My husband is right. Fu Zhu held the Fu puppet's hand and said with a smile, we can only be grateful to Xiao Hua and not resent him. And I understand. The Fu puppet pouted and agreed. Her pretty appearance was extremely similar to when she was young. That's right. When Xiao Hua separated from Zhao Feng and the others, the battle formation was incomparably sensational. 4 foundation establishment cultivators joined forces to find him. With Xiao Hua's qi refining cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to escape. This was also the reason why Zhao Feng never thought about it. My wife, why did you come to the back mountain instead of teaching the disciples how to refine yellow talismans in the front mountain? Zhao Feng asked with a smile. What's there to teach? They're just a bunch of kids. The Fu puppet said disdainfully, those third-layer disciples are really too stupid. I told them several times, but they didn't understand the main points. I was really angry. I just let them cultivate on their own. Hee. Zhao Feng looked at the Fu puppet lovingly, then looked at Fu Zhu's smiling face. He reached out and held the Fu puppet's hand, saying, my wife has worked hard. Your husband is very grateful. The Fu puppet felt sweet inside, but also a little embarrassed. She looked at Fu Zhu and lowered her head, saying, my husband, I know I'm a little impatient. Our heavenly talisman sect has only been established for a few years. These disciples will be the future pillars of the sect's development. When we return, I'll definitely focus on teaching them. As long as my wife understands. Zhao Feng held the two's hands, saying, come, let's sit down. I've been busy cultivating, and you two have been busy teaching the disciples. We haven't had a good chat in a long time. Fu Zhu and Fu puppet smiled. The 3 of them walked to the front of the bamboo hut and sat on the bamboo planks that had been set up. They each leaned on Zhao Feng's side, leaning their heads on his shoulders. Their faces were full of happiness as they looked at the blazing sun hanging in the sky to the west of White Bamboo Mountain. The 3 of them were silent for a long time before Fu Zhu said faintly, husband, sometimes this concubine really has doubts. Today, this concubine feels like she's dreaming. This concubine and my sister are really together with husband. Look at what you're saying, sister. It's been decades, and you still think you're a girl in your teens? The Fu puppet smiled, and then her face was full of joy. But then again, Fu Yunhua, that old bastard, really doesn't have good intentions. He knew that we were husband-sisters, but he still arranged for us to be together. His intentions are really terrible. When I heard this, I felt that the whole world was dark. But I didn't expect that husband's background was a little special. Sister and I really aren't husband-sisters. If Uncle Xiang didn't tell us, how would we know? I really want to thank Fu Yunhua and my wife. Just as the Fu puppet smiled and was about to say another name, Zhao Feng scolded, some things are enough for you to know. Why say it out loud? Then he sighed, it's a pity for Uncle Xiang. He worked hard for my husband all his life, but only lived quietly on this White Bamboo Mountain for a few years before he passed away. Fu Huang pursed her lips and giggled. Fu Zhu consoled, husband, don't be sad. Uncle Xiang is already smiling in the underworld when he sees your achievements, and you have my little sister and I to accompany you. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 2094. Husband. Fu Zhu said with infatuation, Wouldn't it be great if the three of us could enjoy such beautiful scenery together? Wouldn't it be great if we could cultivate together and enjoy the scenery when we're free? Why? To create a heavenly talisman sect. That's right. Once Big Sister and I reach the foundation establishment stage, it would be best for us 3 foundation establishment cultivators to take charge of a sect. It's a bit too early for that. Fu Xiao looked at her sister and probed. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked left and right at his 2 equally beautiful wives. My 2 wives are absolutely right. However, your husband has his own plans. I'm going to explain it to my 2 wives. We'll listen to your explanation, Fu Zhu and Fu Xiao said with a smile. From their tone, even if Tsongde explained it casually, they wouldn't pursue the matter. If the 3 of us were to cultivate by ourselves, we would be able to relax. But don't you think that the 3 of us are too weak? Even if the 3 of us reach foundation establishment, I'm afraid we won't be a match for Mount Jinhua. Your husband created the Heavenly Talisman sect and all the disciples are your husband's helpers. If they can cultivate to a high level of qi refining, they'll be your support. Even if we face Mount Jinhua that day, our Heavenly Talisman sect won't be at a disadvantage. Songde said with a smile, moreover, our strength is in yellow talismans. We can cultivate while refining yellow talismans. Since we can cultivate and refine yellow talismans at the same time, why can't we teach our disciples while refining yellow talismans? This is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Yes, you're right. Fu Zhu and Fu Xiao agreed as expected. Moreover, your husband, how can a small sect in a corner of the Meng kingdom be my goal? Songde's eyes lit up. Your husband wants to make this Heavenly Talisman sect one of the top sects in the Dawn Rain continent. What Xianghua sect? What Changbai sect? Mount Jinhua isn't even worthy of carrying my Heavenly Talisman sect's shoes. Hee, your husband has even thought of a title for your baby. Ah? Is that so? Husband, please tell us. Fu Zhu's and Fu Ai's faces lit up. I like cultivators with lofty ambitions like you, husband. Husband will definitely dominate the Dawn Rain continent in the future. He proudly said, after I become pregnant, I will be called Daoist Heavenly Talisman. What do you all think? Awesome. A look of longing appeared on the Fu puppet's face. My husband's title is truly resounding. In the future, my Heavenly Talisman sect will definitely follow Daoist Heavenly Talisman's name throughout the entire Dawn Rain continent. Husband is truly a genius. Fu Zhu also praised. Mistress. Just as Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet were intoxicated, a panicked voice came from behind them. Displeased, he turned his head around and saw a 3rd-layer qi refining disciple flying unsteadily towards him from the mountain behind the bamboo hut. Li Su Kuan, why are you in such a sorry state? The talisman puppet flew up and scolded, didn't I teach you? You are a disciple of my Heavenly Talisman sect, and also a disciple of a cultivation sect. You should have the temperament of not being frightened by a mountain. Yes, disciple understands. Li Su Kuan was a child of about 10 years old. Panting heavily, he replied, disciple has an urgent matter to report to sect master. Can't you just send a message, talisman? Why are you so panicked? Song Luan said in a very imposing manner. He had the bearing of a sect master. Disciple is slow-witted. Disciple panicked and forgot. Li Su Kuan scratched his head in embarrassment. Yes, I will remember this matter for now. There will be no next time. Song Luan nodded. What's the urgent matter? All right, sect master understands. Li Su Kuan bowed and said that Su Zhiqing secretly escaped from the mountain. Su Zhiqing, why did he escape from the mountain? The Fu puppet was stunned. Su Zhiqing had the best aptitude among all the disciples, and was also a disciple she taught with great care. Did he do something wrong? All right, mistress understands. Li Su Kuan said anxiously, this Su Zhiqing is not an ordinary disciple. He is a disciple of the Su family in Xian City. Ah? Xian City's Su family. How is this possible? Song Lun was stunned and his face turned pale. How did you know? Sect Master, Li Shukuan said with a sad face. Last night, this disciple and the others drank some fruit wine and were a little drunk. That Su Zhiqing accidentally let slip and talked about the Su family. At that time, this disciple and the others didn't care. Even now, this disciple still thinks that he was bragging. But Su Zhiqing's behavior today was a little strange. He often looked absent-minded. Just now, Lu Xian jokingly said a few words to him, and he immediately became angry. He knocked Lu Xian to the ground and rushed out of the mountain gate. Seeing this, I felt that what Su Zhiqing said last night must be true. I see. The Fu puppet gnashed her teeth and said, "No wonder that guy kept making mistakes and made me angry. It turns out that he was afraid that I would kill him with one palm. Husband, just you wait. I will chase after him and kill him. We must not let the Su family, who also refine yellow talismans, know that our heavenly talisman sect has the means to refine talismans." What? You told Su Zhiqing that our husband can refine talismans? Not only was Song Lun shocked, but Fu Zhu also blamed her. I saw that guy looking down on our heavenly talisman sect and couldn't help but tell him. The Fu puppet said shamefully, "I will go now." The Fu puppet knew the danger of this matter and hurriedly flew away. Fu Zhu, you also accompany the Fu puppet. You must not let the Su family know about this. Song Lun was also anxious and ordered. Yes, rest assured, husband. Fu Zhu nodded. Just as she was about to fly away, another panicked voice came from Li Su Kuan. Master's wife, it's bad, it's bad. Lu Xian, why are you panicking? Did someone barge into White Bamboo Mountain? Song Lun looked at the disciple with a bruised nose and purple eyes. His face showed a trace of panic, but he still asked calmly. How did Sect Master know? Lu Xian's injured face showed a trace of surprise. I didn't expect the Su family to come so early. The Fu puppet said hatefully, it seems like they planned this from the start. No, it's not the Su family. Lu Xian argued. At this moment, two divine senses swept over and a voice laughed. Is this Xiao Hua of the Heavenly Talisman sect? Please come to the front mountain to meet us. Foundation Establishment Cultivator? Song Luan's face changed greatly. He barely cultivated his divine senses and could not reach far. How could he not know when two divine senses swept over? Lu Xian, you said it's not the Su family, then who is it? Fu Zhu asked anxiously. Lu Xian said loudly, I heard that it's the Fu family of Jinhua Mountain. Ah? Fu Zhu and the Fu puppet were shocked and their faces turned pale. Since the Fu family of Jinhua Mountain came, the divine senses must belong to Fu Yunhua. With Fu Yunhua's hatred for Song Lun and his desire to eliminate them, how could the three of them survive? Husband, we will hold them back for you. You should leave. The Fu puppet's face showed determination. Only when you are alive can our heavenly talisman sect have any value. You still want to leave? Fu Feng had already flown up to White Bamboo Mountain. There were no formations or restrictions on White Bamboo Mountain, so how could it stop these people? Elder Fu? The Fu puppet's beautiful eyes swept across and saw that most of the people were familiar. There were only two Foundation Establishment cultivators that she did not recognize. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes and she hurriedly went up to greet them. Puppet was wondering who it was. Elder, you are here? Cough, cough, Fu puppet. You are no longer a disciple of the Fu family, so don't call me that. Fu Feng coughed a few times, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. He had watched the Fu puppets and Fu Zhu grow up, especially the Fu puppets. Since they were young, they were very clever and lively, and were doted on by some elders. Fu Feng was one of them. Elder. The Fu puppet's mouth flattened and her eyes turned red. She was about to cry. You are already a cultivator in the 11th layer of Qi refining. Do you still think you are a teenager? Do you still think you are in Jinhua Mountain? Lu Yun sneered and glanced at Fu Feng. Lu Yun was a guest elder and was not very close to the disciples of the Fu family. This was one of the reasons why Fu Yunbo sent her here. Yes, Fu Zhu, Fu puppet, do you know your crime? Fu Feng understood Lu Yun's meaning and nodded. Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet have long regretted it. It is just that I have restricted their freedom and they are unable to leave. Fu Feng rushed to say, "Husband." Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet shouted, "We are one with our husband. How can you say that we are forced?" "Shut up." Yun Qingfeng sneered, "It is not up to you to say what is true." Then Yun Qingfeng turned his head and said, "Fu Feng, we have accompanied you to White Bamboo Mountain. The Foundation establishment cultivator you mentioned did not appear. The Misty Clouds sect has done what we promised you. Moreover, the Misty Clouds sect has undergone a great change. We need to hurry back to the sect. We cannot stay here any longer." "Yes, thank you for your help, seniors." Fu Feng said goodbye to Yun Qingfeng. He knew that they had done what they promised. Yun Tingyu was dead and the only connection between the Misty Clouds sect and the Golden Mount Hua had been lost. He could no longer keep them here. "Goodbye, seniors." "Yes." Yun Qingfeng waved his sleeves and prepared to leave. Fu Feng's eyes flashed and he was happy. He was now at the peak of Qi refining level 12, which was the same as Fu Feng and the others. He was most afraid of these two Foundation establishment cultivators. Once Yun Qingfeng and Yun Qinglai left, he might be able to resist. However, just as Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng flew up, another two spiritual senses swept in from outside. A cold voice sounded, "Humph, which fellow cultivator has also come to White Bamboo Mountain? Could it be that you want to make trouble with the Su family of Xian City?" Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng were stunned. Their faces became alert. They clapped their hands and took out two magic weapons. They stopped in midair. Oh no! Fu Feng knew that Su Zhiqing's clansmen had come. They probably had no chance to escape. Chapter 2095. Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng looked up and saw two early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators flying towards them. One of them was a fat man with big ears and a big body. His Daoist robe was rolled up, revealing his hairy arms. The other was a female cultivator. She was about 40 years old and her skin was pale. Although she was not as beautiful as a painting, her small nose and delicate eyebrows made her look comfortable. "Su family of Xian City? How should I address you?" Yun Qingfeng frowned and cupped his hands. "I am Yun Qingfeng from Misty Cloud sect. This is I's junior brother, Yun Qinglai." So they are disciples of Misty Cloud sect. No wonder. The plump cultivator's eyes flashed with understanding. He nodded and said, "This humble Daoist is Su Hong." Then he looked at the female cultivator beside him and said, "This is Zhong Yejing from Zhong family of Yun City, Fairy Zhong. I greet the two of you." Zhong Yejing followed behind Su Hong. The two of them stopped a few feet away from Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng and greeted them. After the two sides greeted each other, there was a moment of silence. They seemed to be thinking about how to phrase their greetings. Yun Qinglai looked at Yun Qingfeng and said loudly, "Both of you are cultivators from Meng country. Why are you here at White Bamboo Mountain?" "That's strange. Fellow Yun, White Bamboo Mountain is Meng country's spiritual mountain. Why can't we come here?" Su Hongyi raised his eyebrows and asked, "Since you two fellow Daoists are here, I have the same purpose as you." Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng looked at each other, a hint of understanding flashing in their eyes. They knew that their purpose was different from the other parties. In other words, Fu Feng was hiding some of the truth. They did not come to the White Bamboo Mountain to capture the 3 Fu family members who had betrayed the Golden Mount Hua and brought them back to the country of Xi. Yun Qingfeng glanced at the confused Fu Feng and then looked at the calm Su Hong. He smiled and said to Su Hong, "Since fellow Daoist Su knows that we have the same goal, then junior brother and I are one step ahead of you. Fellow Daoist Su, shouldn't you turn back?" "How could it be that simple?" Su Hong sneered. "Although I'm late, I've sent a Su clan disciple to spy in the Heavenly Talisman sect many years ago. Otherwise, how could I have known that there was an invisibility talisman here? Fellow Daoist Yun, your Misty Cloud sect is also a talisman crafting sect. I'm sure you know the importance of these invisibility talismans, right? Do you think I can turn back? Ah? Invisibility talisman? Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng's faces lit up. They looked at each other and then at Fu Feng. Fu Feng's face was pale, and Lu Yun's mouth was bitter. They clearly understood. The Misty Cloud sect and this Su family were both talisman-crafting aristocratic families. Their objective of this trip, to bring the talisman-crafting method back to Mount Jinhua, was most likely impossible to achieve. Sure enough, when Su Hong saw that Yun Qinglia's expression wasn't right, he immediately came to a realization and felt some regret in his heart. Could it be that they didn't do it for the invisibility talisman? Fellow Daoist Fu. Yun Qingfeng sneered. So this is the reason why fellow Daoist Fu came to White Bamboo Mountain. No wonder you wanted to invite us over. You wanted me to be your shield. Arresting the defectors is just a cover. I'll let the two seniors know. Fu Feng was a little flustered. Junior's main objective is to arrest these three disciples. The invisibility talisman isn't the main point. If the four seniors are willing, I'll make the decision. You can copy the crafting method of the invisibility talisman and take it away. When Yun Qinglai heard this, he was even more delighted. Without having to fight, he could obtain the crafting method of the invisibility talisman. Why not? Then he looked at Su Hong and Zhong Yejing. I was invited by fellow Daoist Su. I'll listen to your orders. Zhong Yejing said with a smile, of course, if fellow Daoist Su is willing to give it to I will accept it. Okay, we'll do as you say. Su Hong thought for a while and beamed with joy. Hearing this, Fu Feng's heart finally settled down. But at this moment, Su Hong spoke again. Other than the invisibility talisman, I also have the Qingyun talisman. It's used by disciples at the peak of Qi refining stage 12. I wonder if the four seniors are interested? You have the Qingyun talisman? Yun Qinglai and the others were even more perceptive. They knew that the Qingyun talisman was a spirit talisman. It was a necessity for disciples in the cultivation sections. It was also one of the methods to nurture outstanding disciples in the foundation establishment stage. If Yun Qinglai had the Qingyun talisman, his magic power would be more than 30% stronger. The invisibility talisman and the Qingyun talisman are both with me. Su Hong said with a smile, if the four seniors want it, I can take it out from my hiding place at any time and let you copy it. However, I have a condition. Is it to kill these Qi refining cultivators? Or to drive them away? Su Hong was the first to speak. His gaze had already landed on Lu Yun and Fu Feng. Of course it's to kill them. Leave no one alive. Su Hong said coldly. Husband. Fu Zhao and Fu Zhu were shocked. My two wives, if you let them go, your husband's life will be in danger. Su Hong explained. Although Fu Feng will let you go and perhaps bring your husband back to the Golden Mount Hua, will Fu Yunbo let your husband live? My wives, don't blame your husband for being ruthless. There are no cultivators in the Dawn Rain continent who are not ruthless. Fu Zhu and Fu Zhao were silent. They knew that Su Hong was telling the truth. All right. Su Hong laughed and clapped his hands. Just as he was about to take out his magic weapon, Fu Feng, Lu Yun, and the others were scared out of their wits. Fellow Daoist Su. Yun Qingfeng frowned and said, please wait for a moment. What? Fellow Daoist Yun, do you have something else to say? Su Hong said coldly. Zhong Yejing, who was beside him, followed Su Hong's gaze and pressed her hand on her storage bag. Yes, I have received the sect master's dying order to send Fu Feng and the others safely to the White Bamboo Mountain. Although I have already completed the sect master's task, but if I take their lives now, wouldn't it be a disgrace to my sect master in the afterlife? Yun Qingfeng said, in my opinion, why don't we drive Fu Feng and the others away and make them swear a heart oath that they will never come to the White Bamboo Mountain to look for Su Hong? Wouldn't that be perfect? Sect Master Yun's dying order? Su Hong rolled his eyes, feeling a little troubled. If it weren't for some dying order, he would have just fought with Yun Qinglai and the others. However, the sect master's dying order was a great honor for a sect. If Su Hong forced himself to fight with Yun Qinglai and the others, it would mean that he was going against the entire Misty Cloud sect. The Misty Cloud sect was nothing, but if the entire sect went against the Su family, it would be really troublesome. He wouldn't be able to explain it to his family. Sect Master Fu, what do you think? Su Hong looked at him with a smile. This old man can make a decision for you. These aura refining cultivators absolutely won't cause you any trouble in the future. Furthermore, if you manage to avoid today's matter, you can very well move your sect to another place. How could these cultivators possibly find you? Actually, let me tell you, you should cultivate secretly. Why are you dreaming about becoming a sect master? This isn't a heavy burden that an aura refining cultivator can undertake. Chapter 2096. This. Songda hesitated. What? You don't want to listen to me? Su Hong's face turned cold. Then I'll leave right now. I don't want the Qingyun talisman or the invisibility talisman. I'd like to see if you can keep those two talismans. Can you keep your life? Fine. Songda gritted his teeth. I'll listen to you, Senior Su. Please help me. A wise man submits to circumstances. According to Zhiqing, sect leader Fu also wants to achieve something big. There's no need to be so calculative over such a small matter. Su Hong smiled. Then he looked at Fu Feng and asked, What about you? Do you want to make things difficult for me, or do you want to obediently swear an oath? We're willing to swear an oath. Fu Feng and Lu Yun looked at each other and smiled bitterly. What could they do? These were foundation establishment cultivators. Even the Fu family master couldn't defeat them. Therefore, they smiled apologetically and said, We won't come to White Bamboo Mountain again, and we won't look for Tsongda and the others. And we won't let them have any ideas about the Qingyun talisman and invisibility talisman of our heavenly talisman sect. Tsongda added. Good. Fu Feng nodded and swore an oath. Not bad. These little guys are sensible. Zhong Yejing nodded. Otherwise, I would be in a difficult position. Then, can we leave now? Fu Feng and Lu Yun looked at each other bitterly. In front of 4 foundation establishment cultivators, they were indeed little guys. This trip to the Meng Kingdom was really fruitless. However, being able to see Fu Zhu and Fu Ao alive and well, and their cultivation improved greatly, wasn't it a gain for Fu Feng? Go. Su Hong waved his hand. Go back directly. Don't make any other plans. Yes, we don't dare. Fu Feng and the others were overjoyed. They looked at Fu Zhu and the others and were about to fly away. At this time, a lazy voice sounded. What's wrong? You're leaving now? Why do I feel that it's inappropriate? Who is it? When Su Hong saw that there were more cultivators approaching, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. When he looked up, he saw a young man and a young woman gradually appear on the foothills about 100 feet away from them. Weren't they Xiaohua and Shueshui? Xiaohua. Yun Qinglian and Yun Qingfeng's faces revealed extremely shocked expressions. It was as if they'd seen a ghost. They practically didn't dare believe that Xiaohua, who'd been killed by Yun Tingyu, would actually make an appearance here. Xiaohua. An early-stage foundation establishment cultivator? Fu Feng and Lu Yun naturally recognized Xiaohua. Their expressions were complicated. Other than shock, there was also envy, jealousy, and uneasiness. When Xiaohua escaped from Jinhua Mountain, Fu Feng was present. He didn't think that Xiaohua could escape from the hands of 4 foundation establishment cultivators. He didn't even think that Xiaohua would appear in the distant Meng country with an early foundation establishment cultivator. After all, Xiaohua was only at the 5th or 6th level of qi refining. Xiaohua. You actually... Song Guang found it even more inconceivable. As he made all sorts of guesses, the panic on his face turned into realization. Fu Zhu and Fu Ai covered their mouths in shock, their eyes wide open. Invisibility talisman? When Su Hong saw Xiaohua, who was also in the early stage of the foundation building realm, and Shueshui, who was at the peak of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm, he didn't pay them any mind. He glanced at Yun Qinglian, frowned, and sneered, Fellow Daoist, Which sect or family are you from? Why are you sneaking around here with invisibility talismans? You talk too much. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to this Xiao like this? Xiaohua's face revealed a layer of killing intent. He waved his Daoist robe, and a fierce force came out of it. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Su Hong was confined. Su Hong was shocked. He felt as if he was completely surrounded by a layer of solid rock. He couldn't even move his limbs. Moreover, the true essence around his body was also confined. He couldn't use even a trace of magic power. He was very clear in his heart that Xiaohua's magic power was higher than his by more than a level. Not only that, Xiaohua's figure immediately flew to Su Hong's side with an inconceivable speed in the blink of an eye. Raising his hand, "Papa," he slapped Su Hong's face twice. When the first slap landed, Su Hong's body flashed with brilliance. It seemed that the defensive yellow talisman was broken by Xiaohua's hand. Zhong Yejing was shocked. She clapped her hands and a strange magic tool appeared in her hands. If it was me, I would just quietly watch. I wouldn't invite trouble to myself. Xiaohua didn't even look at her and said coldly. Then he raised his foot again. With a bang, he kicked Su Hong to a corner of the foothill. Blood immediately flowed out from the corner of Su Hong's mouth. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Su Hong struggled to stand up. He bowed very respectfully. Junior was wrong. Please give me pointers, Senior Xiao. This Xiao isn't your senior. Xiaohua's gaze swept over Su Hong and said coldly, this Xiao doesn't want to see someone bullying the weak and forcefully snatching other people's things. Especially since this thing is what this Xiao owes others. Saying this, Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a few jade slips from his storage pouch. He threw them to Su Hong and said, Su Hong, these are the jade slips I gave you that day. I'll return them to you now. Take good care of them and properly teach the disciples. Properly support the Heavenly Talisman sect. Don't worry, if any news is leaked out and someone with a higher cultivation than this Xiao comes to find you, this Xiao will first exterminate the Su family, Zhong family, and Misty Cloud sect. Yes, this junior understands. Su Hong was overjoyed. He received the divine accumulation talisman and the jade slips and bowed in thanks. Yes, this junior understands. Su Hong bitterly smiled and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled apologetically and said, this junior will definitely keep this matter a secret. If anything happens to the Heavenly Talisman sect, please send a message to this Su. If it is within my power, this Su will definitely not refuse. In the future, this Fu will definitely pay a visit to Senior Su. Su Hong was very good at currying favor. Then Xiaohua looked at Zhong Yejing. Zhong Yejing bitterly smiled and hurriedly said, this junior only wanted to exchange for a small piece of Qian Mo's secret stone from fellow Daoist Su. That's why I was invited to help. This junior swears that this junior will definitely not leak it. And Xiaohua's heart moved. He immediately nodded and no longer paid attention to Zhong Yejing. Senior, Yun Qinglian and Yun Qingfeng's expressions were complicated. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said coldly, this Xiao and your Misty Cloud sect can be considered as having a grudge. Originally, this Xiao wanted to wait until this matter was over before going to look for Yun Tingyu. However, I just heard that your sect leader has already passed away. This Xiao is a bit puzzled. That day, Yun Tingyu was full of vitality. Why did he suddenly pass away? Isn't this because of Senior? Yun Qingfeng's eyes narrowed. However, when he thought about how Xiaohua was not at a disadvantage against the four of them, how could he have any thoughts of resistance? He then transmitted his voice and told Xiaohua what he had done. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua nodded, the expression on his face softening slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said, since Sect Master Yun had an epiphany before his death and actually had the thought of repentance, and even urged his sect to do more good deeds, then this Xiao will let you all go. Many thanks for Senior's mercy. Yun Qinglian and Yun Qingfeng's anxious hearts finally relaxed. With their strength, they really didn't have any thoughts of resistance. It was inevitable that they still had doubts in their hearts, but would they say it out loud? And you all? Xiaohua turned to look at Fu Feng and Lu Yun. Senior Xiao, if there's anything, please instruct us. Fu Feng and Lu Yun were scared witless. Even Su Hong, a foundation establishment senior, was sent flying by Xiaohua's kick. When he stood up, he didn't even dare to be angry and humiliated. He even wanted to thank Xiaohua for not killing him. How could they have the slightest intention to rebel? And this Xiao was originally a bit embarrassed. Xiaohua nodded. The matter between you all is an old grudge of the Fu clan. It's not about who is right and who is wrong. Everyone has their own reasons. However, since Elder Fu has already vowed not to cause any more trouble, this Xiao will have an easier time. However, Elder Fu, please go back and report to Fu Yunbua that this matter will end here. This Xiao will also not pursue the matters in Jinhua Mountain. Consider it a kind of exchange. Yes, this junior understands. This junior will pass on Senior Zhao's words to the clan leader. Fu Feng hurriedly bowed and said, "Good." Xiaohua nodded. After Xiaohua finished speaking, Fu Feng hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "This junior thanks Senior Xiao for his kindness. Since this matter has already reached a satisfactory conclusion under Senior Zhao's guidance, this Fu is untalented. Please come to my Heavenly Talisman Sect's guest hall and let this junior play the role of a host. Hee, there's no hurry." Xiaohua waved his hand and looked at another mountain. He smiled and said, "Fellow Daoists, isn't it too late to leave now?" There's someone else? Su Hong, Yun Qinglian, and the others were even more shocked. Fu Feng's eyes flashed with understanding. She looked at Xiaohua and then at the place Xiaohua was pointing at. Fellow Daoist Xiao is really amazing. A very abnormal voice sounded. Then, just like Xiaohua, two cultivators slowly appeared in a certain place. They were completely enthralled. The cultivator in front cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, we're just passing by. We definitely have no other intentions. We'll leave immediately and won't delay fellow Daoist matter." "Fellow Daoist, are you just passing by?" Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at that cultivator with confidence. He said coldly, "Fellow Daoist, if you don't take down the Mi Lu and make a heart oath, how can I let you go?" "Fellow Daoist Xiao, don't push us too far." That cultivator also said angrily, "Don't think that just because you have a bit of cultivation, you can be arrogant. If this old man takes down the Mi Lu, do you still want to live?" Xiaohua clapped his hands. The soaring dragon shears flashed with a golden light and flew into the air. Like lightning, it slashed towards the cultivator. This Xiao wants to see who will be able to kill who. That cultivator clapped his hands and took out a fan-like magic treasure. Under the urging of his magic power, a hurricane was born from the fan-like magic treasure. As the cultivator waved his hand, that hurricane actually turned into dozens of sword-like wind blades and stabbed toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua felt the sharp fluctuation of spiritual power on the wind blades and the astonishing magic power contained in the wind blades. He couldn't help but be a bit stunned. He thought, "Foundation establishment late-stage cultivation? Could it be that this young master guessed correctly? This guy really isn't Qiu Mingwei? If it's not him, then who is it?" However, if a mere foundation establishment late-stage cultivator wants to escape from this young master's hands, that's simply a dream. "Break," Xiaohua sneered. He pointed his hand and the soaring dragon shears flashed with a golden light. Like cutting silk, it easily cut the numerous wind blades in half. The golden light didn't even lose its momentum and slashed towards the fan-like magic treasure. Chapter 2097. Such a tyrannical magic treasure, such a strong magic power. That cultivator clearly understood Su Hong's situation and knew that he had underestimated Xiaohua. He was slightly surprised, but he still did not panic. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of life essence, sprinkling it on the palm leaf fan. The palm leaf fan shone brilliantly, and with a schwa sound, the brilliance collided with the soaring dragon scissors. The cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air, and with a wave of his hand, the palm leaf fan fell into his hand. However, there was already a faint crack on the palm leaf fan. It was actually a mark left by the soaring dragon scissors. Rise. Xiaohua simply didn't give the Mi Yao cultivators a chance to breathe. His hands continuously rubbed, and 2 Samadhi true fire walls appeared from his hands. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Mi Yao cultivators were surrounded. Samadhi true fire. The cultivator was stunned. His voice was concealed by the palm leaf fan, but it still revealed his panic. Fellow Daoist, do you really want me to kill you? Xiaohua's tone was cold, and it seemed to penetrate the cultivator's heart. Along with this voice, Xiaohua once again clapped his hands, and a rumbling sound like millions of bees was heard. It was also like a huge hill slowly rising. Xiaohua actually took out the second magic treasure, the cloud-suppressing seal. Above the cloud-suppressing seal, a bronze brilliance bloomed, and the surrounding spiritual energy quickly condensed, faintly forming a veil. Su Hong and the others were once again shocked in their hearts. Xiaohua really opened their eyes again and again. As long as it was a cultivator, even if it was a Jindan stage senior, being able to use 1 magic treasure and 1 magic tool at a time was already rare and commendable. Xiaohua actually took out 2 magic tools at once. It seemed that each magic treasure was more powerful than the previous one. Is this still the poor rogue cultivator from that year? Not only did the people who knew Xiaohua the earliest have such thoughts, but even Fu Feng, Lu Yun, and the others also had such thoughts. In just a few decades, Xiaohua was actually so powerful, so fierce. On the other hand, they themselves did not seem to have changed. In an instant, Fu Feng recalled in her heart. Fortunately, she didn't seem to have done anything to offend Xiaohua. Looking at the Mi Ho cultivator again, seeing Xiaohua use the cloud-suppressing seal, the face of the Mi Ho cultivator was a little pale, but at the same time, a kind of arrogance was aroused in his eyes. The cultivator stretched out his hand and patted on his own head. Woo! The roar of a beast was like an earthquake, and a faint shadow of a black bear about 5 feet tall flashed out from his back. It was actually the black bear Dharma body. As soon as the black bear Dharma body appeared, a fierce aura was released, as if the pressure of a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator directly rushed towards Xiaohua. Fellow Daoist, if you want to die, release this avatar. Xiaohua did not panic at all. He also did not release his pressure. Before the aura of the black bear celestial body could suppress him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He seemed to be mumbling something. The Mi Ho cultivator suddenly clutched his head and curled up as if someone had struck him hard in the head. He quickly withdrew the avatar he had just released, and his fierce aura was withdrawn as well. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please spare my life. I will get rid of this Mi Ho. The Mi Ho cultivator's voice was hoarse. He hurriedly waved his hand and begged for mercy, removing the Mi Ho from his body. It's actually Qiu Mingwei? Xiaohua widened his eyes and looked at this fat cultivator. Qiu Mingwei's black and fat body was definitely comparable to Su Hong's. Xiaohua was more curious about the other Mi Ho cultivator. However, when Liao Xianlan took the Mi Ho cultivator, Xiaohua's eyes fell even more. It really is the foundation establishment early stage Liao Xianlan. This is somewhat inconceivable. Xiaohua almost murmured, how did Liao Xianlan reach foundation establishment? Her previous cultivation. Qiu Mingwei, Liao Xianlan, Yun De, Fu Feng, and the others almost moaned as if this was not White Bamboo Mountain, but Golden Mount Hua. Several people of the Fu clan's grievances were actually gathered in the distant Meng country. Junior, greet Senior Xiao. Liao Xuanlan's face was somewhat pale and somewhat unwilling. She hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and bowed. Xiaohua flicked his sleeve, you and I are old acquaintances, don't be too polite. Greetings, fellow Daoist Xiao. Qiu Mingwei put away all the magic treasures, and Xiaohua also put away the Samadhi True Fire. He stepped forward and greeted, I really didn't expect that an unknown Qi refinement disciple from back then would have a cultivation far surpassing me. Yes, Golden Mount Hua's Xiaohua was simply an ant in Qiu Mingwei's eyes. He even joined hands with Fu Yunbua to help the 3 cultivation sects surround Xiaohua, but now, Xiaohua killed him without any effort at all. Especially Xiaohua's soul stab at the end, without anyone noticing, it suddenly poked his weak spot. He no longer dared to have any thoughts of resistance in his heart. He believed that if he really released his Dharma body, Xiaohua would definitely use an unimaginable method to kill him. You're just a little cultivator who was chased by others until you pissed your pants. Xiaohua said coldly. Hee, that day I felt that the 3 cultivation sects were too much of a bully, actually sending 4 foundation establishment cultivators. Qiu Mingwei smiled apologetically. However, since fellow Daoist Xiao is so talented, even if they send 10 more, I'm afraid it still won't work. Although Qiu Mingwei had some flattery in his words, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He really couldn't believe that Xiaohua actually had a cultivation comparable to a golden core cultivator in just a few decades. How could he endure this? Especially when he used a special method to forcibly enter the late stage of foundation establishment. So it's Senior Liao who came. Songde didn't miss the opportunity to bow and say, presumably Senior Liao still has some misunderstandings towards me. Since Senior Xiao is here, this junior will clearly explain the cause of this matter. Let Senior Xiao uphold justice for us. Uphold justice for what? Liao Xuanlan's heart was bitter as she thought to herself. Xiaohua said it clearly just now that he supports the Heavenly Talisman sect. With the support of this golden core cultivator, how many cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent will disturb the Heavenly Talisman sect? Without waiting for Liao Xianlan to speak, Songde raised his hand and said, this isn't the place to talk. This junior invites seniors to sit in the guest hall. Senior Xiao, we won't stay any longer. Senior already knows why we came. Moreover, there's still a drought around you city. It's better for us to go back and help. Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng bowed and said. Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded. That's good. This Xiao will remember what you did. If anything happens to the Misty Clouds sect, this Xiao will definitely help. Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng were overjoyed and bowed to express their thanks. All right, there's also some good seeds that this Xiao collected. Take them. If you see a place where the rice can't germinate, give these good seeds to them to cultivate. Remember. Xiaohua took out a small storage pouch from his bosom and handed it over. Chapter 2098. Yes, this junior understands. Senior Zhao's compassion truly makes this junior admire you. Yun Qingfeng took the storage pouch and left. As for how they would report to Misty Cloud's sect master when they return, that was not Xiaohua's concern. Junior and the others will not stay any longer. Su Hong and Zhong Yejing also bowed and said. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, fellow Daoist Su, please wait a moment. I heard from fellow Daoist Zhong that you have a small piece of Qian Mo's secret stone? Su Hong nodded and clapped his hand, taking out a fingernail-sized Qian Mo's secret stone and handed it over. He smiled apologetically and said, this junior only has this small piece. If senior needs it, please take it. Zhong Yejing at the side was speechless. She was careful, said endless good words, and even accompanied Su Hong to help out, just to exchange this Qian Mo's secret stone with him. But Xiaohua's one sentence and Su Hong immediately gave it to him. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Xiaohua took it and clapped his hand again, taking out many spirit stones and handing them to Su Hong. He smiled and said, how can I take fellow Daoist things for free? Are these spirit stones enough? Su Hong's divine sense swept over, his face already showing joy. Nowadays, spirit stones in Dawn Rain continent were gradually becoming scarce. Xiaohua's spirit stones were more than enough. Su Hong took the spirit stones, cupped his hands and flew up. At this time, Xiaohua spoke again. Fellow Daoist Zhong, please wait a moment. This Xiao has something to ask. Senior Xiao, please speak. Zhong Yejing was a bit surprised. She definitely had nothing to do with today's matter. She really could not think of what Xiaohua wanted to ask her. But after Xiaohua transmitted a few words, Zhong Yejing's face showed a serious expression, then a burst of ecstasy, nodding vigorously. Since that's the case, fellow Daoist Zhong, please stay. This Xiao will discuss this matter with fellow Daoist Zhong later. Xiaohua said without any doubt. Yes, Junior understands. Zhong Yejing smiled and said to Su Hong, fellow Daoist Su, please go first. Su Hong nodded, not daring to ask anything, and flew away. Let's go, we will go to the guest hall to see the recent situation of Heavenly Talisman sect. Xiaohua smiled and said, please lead the way. Yes, Senior Xiao, Senior Qiu, this way please. His face was full of joy. The grudges between Qiu Mingwei and the Fu family of Jinhua had come to an end today. With the support of his old friend Xiaohua, it was impossible for his Heavenly Talisman school not to prosper. The Heavenly Talisman sect's guest hall was actually very simple and crude. It was a hall that was made after the cave was tidied up. However, Xiaohua didn't mind at all. He looked around with interest, then smiled again. Sect Master Fu, your welcoming hall isn't small, but there aren't enough chairs inside. You're not qualified to be a sect master. Hee, Senior Xiao is right. With a big smile on his face, Song Ying called out to Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet to prepare tea and other things. He said, Junior Heavenly Talisman sect is just a cover. Junior Heavenly Talisman sect is only a small success in qi refining. Everyone else is at the 11th layer of qi refining. The only disciples we have are either children or low-level cultivators with poor aptitudes. This junior had never thought that so many seniors would return at once. Today's grand occasion is something that this junior has dreamt of even in his dreams. This junior has prepared for 50 years before it can appear. Senior Zhao's arrival has made this junior's dream come true. This junior is truly grateful. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, you don't need to trouble yourself. We'll just sit on the floor. It's no trouble, no trouble, Song Ying said anxiously. Fu Feng looked at Lu Yun and also said anxiously, there's no need, Senior Xiao. We'll send the Fu clan's disciples out to have a good chat with the Heavenly Talisman sect's disciples. We'll just talk. And this junior will also go out. Lu Yun smiled and waved her hand. Fu Shan and the other disciples followed her out of the welcoming hall. Senior Xiao, please take a seat. Song Ying arranged the seats and respectfully invited Xiaohua to take a seat. Xiaohua looked around. Song Ying actually only placed one jade chair in the center. The other chairs were placed on both sides of the chair. The flattery in his eyes was self-evident. Xiaohua nodded and said to Qiu Mingwei with a smile, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Of course. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please. Qiu Mingwei's face was a bit embarrassed. He was at the late stage of foundation establishment, and his cultivation was the highest among them. Xiaohua was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. However, Qiu Mingwei still understood that Xiaohua's appearance was somewhat discounted. Xiaohua took a seat first. Qiu Mingwei, Liao Xianlan, Zhong Yejing, and Fu Feng took the guest seats. Song Ying, Fu Zhu, and Fu Ai sat on the left side of the main seat. Shui was very curious and kept staring at Fu Zhu and Fu Ai. Xiaohua drank a mouthful of spirit tea and said with a smile, I'm quite familiar with the grudges between the two generations of the Fu clan. I was also involved in it a few decades ago. Elder Fu has already made a heart oath and explained it on behalf of Fu Yunhua. I won't say anything more. I only want to say one thing. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Senior Xiao, please enlighten us. Song Ying and Fu Feng hurriedly stood up and bowed. Both sides are from the Fu clan. No matter if it's Shi or Meng, the bloodline is the same. Xiaohua said after pondering for a while. If both sides fight, both sides will suffer. Actually, it's not that you haven't thought about it, but because of the hatred in your heart, you feel that the other side won't forgive you. That's why you're in a stalemate. Just now, this Xiao clearly saw that Elder Fu is very fond of Fu Zhu and Fu Ma. In the future, the direct disciples of Talisman Gate will also be the children of these two people. Elder Fu may not necessarily not cherish them. Therefore, this Xiao hopes that your two families will take a few steps back and consider this matter carefully. Song Ying glanced at Fu Feng and didn't say anything. After all, he was the weaker side. Junior will definitely pass on your words to the clan head. Fu Feng said with a smile, Junior is only an elder after all. I can't promise Senior anything. And this is just a small thought of mine. Xiaohua waved his hand. Then he looked at Liao Xianlan and said, Fellow Daoist Liao, I'm also clear about your grudges. It seems to be in the Fu clan of Jinhua Mountain, right? Yes. Liao Xianlan bit her lips and replied like a mosquito. Hee, I don't dare to talk about who is right and who is wrong. I'm sure fellow Daoist Chiu won't not talk about it with you. Xiaohua nodded and said, I just think that since you want to take revenge, you should clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Don't drag unrelated people into this. Moreover, I won't hide it from you fellow Daoists. What I hate the most is using grudges as a cover to do things that harm others for their own benefit. It's against reason and nature. Liao Xuanlan's face flushed red. She lowered her head deeply and didn't dare to say a word. Fellow Daoist Liao, you and I can be considered old friends. On Jinhua Mountain, we also look after each other. I won't say anything more today, and I don't want to pursue this matter anymore. Fellow Daoist is also a foundation establishment cultivator. The road to heaven is in front of fellow Daoist. I hope fellow Daoist Liao can take care of yourself. Xiaohua said with a gloomy and cold tone. Yes, Junior understands. For some reason, Liao Xuanlan's face turned pale. She murmured, even if Junior wants to improve her cultivation in the future, it will be extremely difficult. That's why Junior has evil thoughts. I want to obtain Fu clan head's yellow talisman technique. Xiaohua stared blankly. He glanced at Liao Xianlan and then looked at Chiu Mingwei. Cough cough, Chiu Mingwei's face showed a trace of embarrassment. He knew Xiaohua was going to ask, so he didn't hide it and told him the reason. It turned out that Chiu Mingwei had obtained a secret technique in his early years. It was the widely rumored human cauldron furnace technique of plucking yin to replenish yang. This human cauldron furnace technique was the same as dual cultivation. They both relied on the balance of yin and yang to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation. However, dual cultivation was based on the balance of yin and yang. It was beneficial for both men and women. However, the human cauldron furnace technique was different. The male cultivator was the main cultivator and the female cultivator was the auxiliary cultivator. The female cultivator could certainly benefit, but there were more injuries. Liao Xianlan was in such a situation. That day, Chiu Mingwei met Liao Xianlan and saw that her constitution was different. It was actually compatible with his human cauldron furnace technique. He wanted to make Liao Xianlan his human cauldron. However, the human cauldron furnace technique was also voluntary. Therefore, Liao Xianlan set revenge as her condition. Of course, Chiu Mingwei would not blindly compromise. He only agreed to help her once. After all, he had to deal with a cultivator family. But that day, Liao Xuanlan's revenge was blocked by Xiaohua. Chiu Mingwei saw that Jinhua Mountain was involved in the grievances of the three sects, so he did not dare to force Fu Yunbo too much. He only brought Liao Xianlan out from Jinhua Mountain. When Chiu Mingwei failed to break through to foundation establishment late stage, he had no choice but to copulate with Liao Xianlan. Using Liao Xianlan as his human cauldron, he forcibly broke through to foundation establishment late stage. Liao Xianlan also benefited from this and directly entered foundation establishment early stage. However, the consequence of this kind of forcible advancement was that Liao Xuanlan's cultivation could only remain at foundation establishment early stage for the rest of her life. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua suddenly understood. He secretly said, no wonder Liao Xianlan suddenly entered foundation establishment. This young master used this to guess these two people. It was impossible to guess correctly. Hee, fellow Xiao, this is my secret technique. I ask fellow Xiao to accept it. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Chiu Mingwei said. He stretched out his hand and took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiaohua. Ah. Xiao Hua stared blankly. He didn't have such thoughts. Knowing that Qiu Mingwei had misunderstood, he unconsciously turned his head to look at Xue Xue. Xue Xue was currently looking down and didn't even look at him. Hee, many thanks, fellow Daoist Qiu. Xiao Hua's eyes turned slightly, and he reached out to receive it. Qiu Mingwei was delighted in his heart when he saw Xiao Hua receive the jade slip, and he stood up and said, "Since the enmity between my wife and sect Master Fu has been exposed, then I won't stay here any longer. Farewell." "All right then." Xiao Hua stood up and returned the greeting. He casually said, "Actually, there's no harm in trying out Gung Mountain's Liao clan's pill refining technique." Even Head Fu was able to establish the Heavenly Talisman sect. Since fellow Daoist Liao has fellow Daoist Qiu's support, what's there to fear? Liao Xuanlan's face lit up with joy. She bowed toward Xiao Hua and said, "Senior Zhao's shout was like being enlightened." This junior was blindly thinking of inheriting Gung Mountain's Liao family's talisman crafting technique and neglected my husband's help. In the future, this junior will try to refine pills. If I succeed, I still have to thank Senior for his kindness today. Chapter 2099. "Ha, no problem, no problem." Xiao Hua laughed casually. He was just interested in the Liao family's alchemy technique, but he didn't know if it was complete or not. After Qiu Mingwei and Liao Xianlan left, only Zhong Yejing, an outsider, was left. The others were familiar with each other in Jinhua Mountain. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Zhong, please wait outside for a while. I have something to discuss with Master Fu and the others. I will go with you to the Zhong family immediately." "Yes, I understand," Zhong Yejing replied with a smile before walking out of the room. Seeing that there were no outsiders in the guest hall, Xiao Hua asked his last doubt. "Master Fu, I still have some doubts. Do I have to ask?" "Senior Xiao, what sect Master Fu?" "You can just call me Fu." Song De smiled and said, "My Heavenly Talisman sect's talisman technique and cultivation method are all from Senior Xiao. Why are you so polite?" "Ha," Xiao Hua shook his head, "those are all Master Fu's own. They have nothing to do with me. I have some doubts. Didn't Fu Yumbua say that Master Fu, Fu Zhu, and Fu Ho?" "Oh, so that's it." With a sudden realization, he looked at his two twin wives with a very sweet look in his eyes. He then transmitted a few words to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's face showed a look of realization. He nodded and said with a smile, "Since you're not directly related by blood, that's the best. This Xiao's wives have been thinking about this all the way, and have often sighed for you." "So the confused cultivator in the Black Forest is Senior Xiao?" Fu Feng had been suspicious and asked hurriedly. "Ha, yes." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "I met Song Da in Shi country and heard that he came to Meng country. Since Elder Fu also came, I naturally came too. I know how bad it is to owe someone something. That's because Senior Xiao has a noble character. If it was someone else, he would have taken it himself." Song Da smiled apologetically. "Well, Elder Fu, since the grudge has been revealed, the disciples of Jinhua Mountain will stay in White Bamboo Mountain for a few more days." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Now, I have a few words to say to Master Fu." "Yes, I'll go out now." Fu Feng said with a smile, "I also hope that the Fu clan can flourish and prosper." After everyone had left, Xiao Hua's expression turned serious as he said, "That's right. Listen carefully. The reason why I supported you earlier was to help you eliminate the enemies in front of you. It can be considered as giving your Heavenly Talisman sect a buffer. This Xiao has never thought of blocking your Heavenly Talisman sect." Although Song Cheng was depressed in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior understands Senior's painstaking efforts. For Senior to take care of Junior like this, Junior is already endlessly grateful. Yes, after all, you and I are fated to meet." Xiao Hua nodded. Sect Master Fu has used this Xiao's name to fend off strong enemies in the beginning. However, if Sect Master Fu does anything shameless, this Xiao will definitely not show mercy. "Thank you, Senior." An overjoyed expression appeared on Songda's face as he said, "Actually, if Senior Xiao is willing, this junior's heavenly talisman sect can let Senior become the sect master." "Ah, there's no need." Xiaohua flicked his sleeves. Why would he care about a small sect like this? Then he waved his hand and took out a storage pouch. He handed it to Songda and said, "This Xiao didn't know that sect master Fu had established a sect, so I don't have any gifts. Just take this as a token of my sincerity." There's no need, there's no need." Songda politely declined, but he still took the pouch. However, when he opened the storage pouch, he couldn't help but be stunned. He muttered, "Foundation establishment pills, spirit stones, spirit herbs, and some rice?" Songda raised his head. His eyes were filled with sincerity as he said, "Senior Xiao, this junior won't speak empty words. These things are too precious to Junior and the Heavenly Talisman sect. Moreover, they are too important. This Junior didn't expect Senior to give Junior so many things. This Junior really can't express the excitement in my heart right now." "Forget it. Since you don't speak empty words, this Xiao won't speak any empty words either." Xiaohua patted Songda's shoulder and said, "You and I are old acquaintances. In the past, you also took care of this Xiao. Since this Xiao can help you, why wouldn't I? This Xiao also knows that you have great talent and great ambitions. You want to achieve great things on Xiaoyu continent. Today, I've said many times that everything you do must be worthy of your conscience." "Yes, this junior will definitely remember." Songda said, "This junior will personally take the seeds in this storage pouch with my wife. This junior will definitely complete Senior's task properly." "Good. This Xiao will take his leave now." Xiaohua stared at Songda. He didn't know what to think. "I hope you can keep your words. Senior, you're leaving now." Songda said anxiously. "You won't stay for a few more days? This junior still wants to listen to Senior's teachings." Xiaohua understood Songda's thoughts. He muttered to himself for a moment and said, "Songda, it's not that this Xiao doesn't want to help you build your foundation. You also saw that my wife is also at the peak of the 12th layer of qi refining. She also hasn't built her foundation. However, building one's foundation is a fated chance. Everyone is different, so there's nothing special to learn from. And this Xiao's foundation building is also different from others, so there's nothing I can teach you." Songda's face was filled with disappointment, but he still had a smile on his face. This junior is already happy that Senior Xiao can think of this. As he said this, Songda clapped his hands and took out a worn-out silk cloth. He handed it over to Xiaohua and said, "Senior Xiao has done so much for this junior really has nothing to repay." This junior also guessed that although Senior's cultivation base is already at the core formation realm, this junior and the others can still sense that Senior's cultivation base is at the foundation establishment realm. I'm afraid this is the reason for this junior's so-called crossing the sea of deception cultivation technique. This is a record of the cultivation technique. It belongs to the senior who raised this junior, Uncle Xiang. This is the senior's legacy. This junior treasures this item very much. However, if this junior doesn't give this item to senior, this junior will feel apologetic. Is that so? Xiaohua knew that there were some flaws in this crossing the sea of deception, so he already had the idea to make up for it. After receiving the item, he carefully looked at it and nodded. "I know your intentions. I'll just make a copy of this cultivation technique. I'll leave this item to you. If it's the complete cultivation technique, Senior Xiao can just make a copy. This junior will definitely keep this item." Songda waved his hand and said, "But this silk cloth is damaged. If there's something wrong with the copy, I'm afraid it'll be detrimental to Senior's cultivation. Senior should just keep it." Hearing this, Xiaohua looked at Songda's sincere expression and made a decision in his heart. He nodded and said, "Since it's like this Xiao will accept it." Then, Xiaohua put away the silk cloth and walked out of the guest hall. He saw Shui whispering to Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet. They seemed to be very close. Shui heard Xiaohua coming out and hurriedly went over to greet him. "Let's go." Xiaohua said with a smile. Everything has been explained. The Heavenly Talisman sect and Jinhua Mountain's Fu clan can be considered to have a good start. In the future, everything will be under Fu clan's control. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for it. Chapter 2100. Yunda and Fu Feng tried their best to urge him to stay, but Xiaohua only smiled and didn't stop. Now that he had the status of a senior, everyone was respectful in front of him. He was far from being free and unfettered when he was with Shui, so Xiaohua didn't want to stay here any longer. Zhong Yejing naturally cupped her hands and bid farewell to Yunda and the others. To be honest, she wasn't interested in the Heavenly Talisman sect at all. This kind of cultivation sect that couldn't even be compared to an ordinary cultivation family, or a small sect that was created to satisfy the selfish desires of a sect master, there were many of them in Meng country. She didn't dare to say that she had seen 100 of them, but there were at least dozens of them. These sects were like morning dew, but they would disappear under the sun. Zhong Yejing didn't understand why Xiaohua said those words for the sake of the Heavenly Talisman sect's survival. After all, on the Dawn Rain continent, cultivators were as numerous as the hairs on an ox, and the karma between them was even more chaotic. Xiaohua would pay too much for what he said today. However, after waiting for more than half a day, under Zhong Yejing's lead, the three of them didn't fly too far. However, Xiaohua's actions made Zhong Yejing realize something. Xiaohua didn't fly by himself, but released his divine sense. Every time he flew for a while, he would stop and let Zhong Yejing and Shui wait while he flew away. Sometimes he was far away, and Zhong Yejing's divine sense couldn't reach him. Sometimes he was close, and Zhong Yejing could see clearly with her divine sense. Xiaohua sat there and actually did what he instructed Yunda to do, and gave some good seeds to the villagers who were farming. Is this still a cultivator? Zhong Yejing was enlightened, but she still couldn't understand. Since she was young, she knew that she was a cultivation disciple and had never heard of secular people. When she met these secular people during her travels, she was also instilled with the concept of ants by her clansmen. Therefore, not only did she not know that secular people had to rely on farming to make a living, she also didn't know that secular people needed to rely on mulberry and cotton to keep warm. There was no need to even mention the fact that the rice was extinct and the fine variety was extinct. Senior Xiao, this method of yours, can it increase cultivation? Zhong Yejing seemed to have caught onto something. She waited until Xiaohua came back in a hurry and asked, "Could it be that you have such a high cultivation, but you relied on this to benefit from it?" Ha! Xiaohua laughed heartily. He glanced at Shui and said, "If this can increase one's cultivation, then why would cultivators go back to cultivate? Do these secular people still need to farm? Then, why is Senior doing such a useless thing?" Zhong Yejing finally voiced out her doubts. The first thing that the head of the Zhong family told us after we became sensible was to improve our cultivation by any means necessary. As long as you have a superhuman cultivation, all your means will be legitimate. Xiaohua actually didn't want to explain too much to her. There were some things that if other people understood, they would understand even if you didn't say a word. But if there were some things that other people didn't understand, they wouldn't understand even if you were eloquent. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua stretched out his right hand and patted his chest. He said with a smile, "Nothing else but my conscience." Conscience? Zhong Yejing was even more puzzled. She secretly said, "Conscience, this thing, how many spirit stones is it worth?" Senior's wisdom really benefits this junior. Zhong Yejing didn't refute Xiaohua. She smiled apologetically and said, "Just now Senior said that you know Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoran from my Zhong family. What's going on? This junior hasn't seen them for a long time." Xiaohua was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he asked, "The 2 gold leaves that fellow Zhong mentioned, are they still in the Zhong family?" "They should be." Zhong Yejing nodded and said, "This thing was taken out by Junior's third uncle, Zhong Peiyuan, several times. First, he wanted to find out where this thing came from. Second, he wanted to use this thing to exchange for the Qianmo secret stone, but he failed several times. So, third uncle threw this thing in the ancestral hall and never took it again. If this junior remembers correctly, no one took it away. Very good. Xiao Hua nodded. This Xiao met your third uncle at the auction in Weeping Moon City. However, this Xiao didn't know that fellow Daoist was Zhong Peiyuan. I didn't even know that he was a disciple of Meng country's Zhong family. And Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoran were also met by this Xiao when this Xiao went to the netherworld to gain experience. If fellow Zhong didn't mention the Qianmo secret stone just now, this Xiao wouldn't have thought about asking fellow Daoist about the gold leaf. And this Xiao didn't expect that the gold leaf that this Xiao had been looking for a long time was actually in Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoran's home. Yeah, the matters of the world change unpredictably. How could it be something that we cultivators can rashly guess? Zhong Yejing sighed and said, I didn't expect that I would meet Senior Xiao when I just wanted to exchange for a small piece of Qianmo's secret stone from Su Hong. Not only do you have the Qianmo's secret stone, but you also have several other materials for refining weapons. Senior Xiao even knows how to refine weapons. Fellow Daoist Zhong, how long will it take from here to Yunqing? Xiaohua looked into the distance and smiled. Not too close, about 10 days of travel. Zhong Yejing said carefully. Okay, I don't need to be too anxious, Xiaohua said, but without waiting for him to finish, he immediately smiled and said, wait a moment, this Xiao will go again. Shue's eyes were filled with love, and she looked at Xiaohua hurriedly flying away with satisfaction. Zhong Yejing stood at the side, and her eyes were full of helplessness. Just like this, the three of them didn't fly fast. On the evening of the third day, Shue and Xiaohua were quietly cultivating. Xiaohua said in a low voice, Wife, this husband has some matters to attend to, and will be back at dawn. Husband, please go, this concubine will cultivate by herself. Shue didn't ask what Xiaohua had to do, and smiled very virtuously. Okay, Xiaohua laid down the rabbit formation, then used the earth escape technique to leave. Before the sun had even risen, he quietly returned and once again took out the concealment technique that was given to him, carefully studying and comprehending it. Shue didn't find it strange, but the heavenly talisman sect of White Bamboo Mountain was in chaos. Originally, after Xiaohua and the others left, Song, Fu Feng and the others became more and more harmonious. Fu Feng even taught Song how to make talismans, and Lu Yun also taught Fu Zhu and Fu Ba how to cultivate. It seemed that the disciples of Golden Mount Hua were going to stay in the Heavenly Talisman sect for a while. However, on the night of the third day after Xiaohua left, a short foundation establishment middle stage cultivator suddenly broke into White Bamboo Mountain. Not only did he want to take Song's life, he also wanted to capture Fu Zhu and Fu Ba as concubines. Naturally, Song, Fu Feng and Lu Yun resisted with all their strength, and planned to perish together. That short cultivator's methods were very powerful, and with just a few ordinary techniques, the three of them were forced to a dead end. Just when the three of them were in despair, that cultivator gave up on the technique, and took out a strange, pitch-black stick, wanting to beat the three of them to death. Strangely, when the three of them disregarded life and death and prepared to make a final resistance, the three of them discovered that their true qi, which had not changed for several years, or even several decades, suddenly showed signs of condensing, and the three of them simultaneously showed signs of building their foundation. The mood of the three of them could be imagined, both happy and sad, and half happy and half sad. What was even more strange was that at this time, that cultivator seemed to have realized something, and said, "Damn it, I made a mistake, I made a mistake." Immediately after, he threw down a few spiritual herbs and flew away. For the three of them, this was a great joy. The three of them did not have time to figure out that person's purpose, and each of them left White Bamboo Mountain to find a place to build their foundation, and quietly build their foundation. Not to mention the pleasant surprise of the others, Xiaohua's journey, which was supposed to take 10 days, took a full 15 days because of his delay. On this day, he saw a large city in front of him. There was a bustling crowd, towering city walls, and guards in bright armor. Xiaohua knew that this was Yun City. Sure enough, Zhong Yejing said with a smile. Senior Xiao, this is Cloud City, the foundation of my Zhong family. More than half of the industries in this city belong to my Zhong family. More than half of the people in this city belong to my Zhong family. Oh, are they all surnamed Zhong? Xiaohua asked curiously. I've been to Yu City before, but I didn't know much about it. Senior, please understand that I said, belong to, not, are. Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically. Most of the people in Cloud City are secular people, tenants, workers, or other identities of the big families surnamed Zhong in the city. These big families surnamed Zhong are the disciples of my Zhong family who have shallow aptitudes and can't cultivate, and they manage these secular industries. There are no cultivation families in Yu City, so there aren't many secular people. All the families and sects have disciples there. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Then, the Zhong family must not be in Cloud City, right? Yes, I'll send a message now, asking the family head to come and welcome me. Zhong Yejing said respectfully. All the disciples of my Zhong family are in Zhongling Mountain Village, south of Cloud City. With that, Zhong Yejing sent out a red messaging charm and asked again. Senior Xiao, do you want to wait in Cloud City? Once the family head receives the message, he will come and welcome you personally. No need. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, I'm not that arrogant, let's hurry. Don't make the Zhong family head too tired. Yes, I'll listen to Senior's instructions. Zhong Yejing had observed Xiaohua for the past 10 days and knew that he didn't have a strange temper. He was even very approachable, and his attitude was far from being proportional to his strength. However, after flying for a long time, not only did Zhong Yejing not see the family head coming to welcome her, but she also didn't receive a messaging charm. Her face became a little ugly. Senior Xiao, I'm afraid that the family head can't come out to welcome me because of some family matters. Please forgive me. Zhong Yejing said carefully. Well said, well said. Xiaohua waved his sleeves casually. Your Zhong family has a lot of mundane affairs. Your family head must be very busy every day and can't be compared to me. Even if he doesn't come out to welcome me, it's normal. Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically, but she was muttering in her heart. Although she didn't clearly explain what happened in the messaging charm, she did tell him that Xiaohua's strength was outstanding and that even a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator had to admit defeat. Finally, she especially said that Xiaohua had the Qian Mo's secret stone in his hands and asked the family head to come and welcome him. There was a patch of green grass, a small pond that rippled in the wind, and countless tall and sturdy trees that stood upright like guards. A villa with green bricks, green tiles, green grass, and white walls appeared in the midst of the green leaves that were like waves of the sea. Xiaohua knew that this must be the Zhong family's Zhongling Mountain Village. Chapter 2101. Because of politeness, Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense. He just looked from afar with a thoughtful expression. Senior. Zhong Yejing was too embarrassed to say anything. Junior will send another summoning talisman, no need. Xiaohua looked at Xue Xue and smiled. You really don't need to trouble yourself. The corner of Zhong Yejing's mouth twitched a few times. She smiled apologetically and said, Oh, okay. At this moment, a divine sense quickly swept over from the villa. When it passed by Xiaohua and the others, it swept over Xiaohua several times. However, Xiaohua's expression was the same as usual, as if he didn't notice it at all. Second uncle? Zhong Yejing's expression changed slightly. She looked at Xiaohua uneasily and whispered, Senior Xiao, this is Junior's second uncle, Zhong Peifu. Junior doesn't know why Master didn't come. Xiaohua was the same as before. He really was the same. He was far from what Zhong Yejing was worried about. A tall old cultivator flew over from the green leaves. He looked a little annoyed and impatient. He flew very fast. There seemed to be a few aura refining disciples following behind him. They had already been left far behind. Second uncle, Zhong Yejing saw that Zhong Peifu's expression wasn't right. She hurriedly flew over and bowed respectfully. Is there something urgent in the family? Why didn't Master come out? Zhong Peifu waved his hand and scolded, "What does a little girl like you know? Do you think that Master has to personally welcome any cultivator who comes to visit our Zhong family?" Second uncle. Zhong Yejing felt extremely wronged, but she didn't dare to say anything. She could only smile apologetically and say, "This is Xiao Hua, Senior Xiao. Jing already said clearly on the summoning talisman that Misty Cloud sects Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng, as well as Su family's Su Hong, suffered in front of Senior Xiao. Moreover, Jing personally saw a late Foundation establishment cultivator begging for mercy in front of Senior Xiao." Zhong Peifu waved his hand and coldly glanced at Xiao Hua. He said, "This old man will naturally judge." As he spoke, Zhong Peifu patted his forehead and released the pressure of a late Foundation establishment cultivator. "Second uncle, what are you doing?" Zhong Yejing was greatly shocked. She didn't expect that Zhong Peifu would actually release his pressure as soon as he came up. This was simply provoking Xiao Hua. But to Zhong Yejing's and Zhong Peifu's surprise, Xiao Hua didn't release any pressure at all, allowing Zhong Peifu to firmly suppress him. What? This cultivator didn't resist at all? Isn't this putting your life in the hands of others? Zhong Peifu didn't understand and felt even more uneasy. He looked at Xiao Hua's calm gaze as if he was nothing. "If I wanted to take his life now, it would be as easy as lifting a finger." Zhong Peifu said hesitantly, "But I have no enmity with him, and he was invited by little Jing. How can I do it?" Zhong Peifu was in a bit of a dilemma. His original intention was to probe Xiao Hua's cultivation level. He had also stopped Zhong Yejing's transmission. He knew that Xiao Hua's cultivation level was only at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. However, pressure couldn't be faked. As soon as Xiao Hua released his pressure, he would immediately know. But he didn't expect that Xiao Hua would ignore him. At this time, if Zhong Peifu withdrew his pressure, it would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Compared to Xiao Hua directly getting angry, or just defeating him, he would lose face. Xiao Hua's move was really sharp, like a needle hidden in silk floss. "Don't tell me. I have to make a move." Zhong Peifu's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. Xiao Hua clearly saw Zhong Peifu's fierceness. He knew that he couldn't tease this late-stage Foundation establishment realm old man anymore. Thus, Xiao Hua said indifferently, "Fellow Daoist Zhong, since you're probing, then stop before going too far. Don't do anything that would cause you to pull chestnuts out of the fire." "Xiao Hua." Imperial Thunder sects Xiao Hua? At this time, a voice sounded, "Second granduncle, this is Xiao Hua, fellow Daoist Xiao Hua, whom I met when I was traveling in the country of Xi. He is a good person. He gave me medicinal pills. Please show mercy." Xiao Hua smiled. Wasn't this the voice of the honest Zhong Haoren who was suppressed by Zhong Xiuhan? Imperial Thunder sect's disciple? Zhong Peifu was shocked. Previously, when he heard Xiao Hua's warning, he was hesitant to withdraw his pressure. Now, with Zhong Haoren's mediation, he immediately withdrew it. He even cupped his hands and said, "So it's a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. This Zhong didn't know, please forgive me." That's right, the Imperial Thunder sect was a big sect in the country of Xi. It wasn't something the Zhong family could afford to offend. Even if Xiao Hua was really only an early-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator. Well said, well said. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said calmly, Senior Xiao." Zhong Haoren also flew to Xiao Hua. He first greeted him very intimately, but when he saw that Xiao Hua was already in the Foundation establishment realm, he was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly changed his greeting. Xiao Hua had a very good impression of this little cultivator. He said with a smile, "Zhong Haoren, your progress is not small. Now you're already at the peak of the 12th layer of Qi refining. You'll be able to step into the Foundation establishment realm soon. Congratulations." A trace of pride flitted across Zhong Haoren's face, but it was immediately replaced by a slightly desolate expression. He smiled apologetically and said, "How can Junior compare to Senior Xiao?" Junior only advanced from the 10th layer of Qi refining to the 12th layer, but Senior immediately entered the Foundation establishment realm. This is what Junior yearned for day and night. Hee, everyone has their own destiny. You can't force it. Xiaohua smiled. He then looked behind him and saw several unfamiliar disciples. He asked again, what about Zhong Xiuhan? Has she already entered the Foundation establishment realm? No. The desolate expression on Zhong Haoren's face became even more pronounced. Senior sister hasn't entered the Foundation establishment realm yet. And then she must be at the peak of the 12th layer of Qi refining. Xiaohua nodded. Her aptitude seems to be better than yours. Yes, indeed, but... Zhong Haoren seemed to want to say something, but Zhong Peifu's gaze swept over him. He smiled and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, my Zhong family's patriarch couldn't come to welcome you because of some worldly affairs. I hope fellow Daoist can understand. Come, fellow Daoist, please. Patriarch is waiting for you in the reception hall. As he said that, Zhong Peifu gave a meaningful glance to a quick-witted disciple behind Zhong Haoren. That disciple hastily turned around and flew away. Xiaohua followed Zhong Peifu and flew up. Shui followed behind him. Zhong Haoren hesitated for a moment then stopped. He wanted to wait for Zhong Yejing to leave before following them. However, Xiaohua turned around and said, Zhong Haoren, your eyes old acquaintance. Come and accompany I. Zhong Haoren's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to fly up, Zhong Peifu gave him another order. Haoren, you're a junior. You can't accompany fellow Daoist Xiao. Follow behind your martial aunt Jing. Yes, grandson understands. Zhong Haoren was silent. He nodded very calmly and silently stopped in midair. He waited for the others to fly up, and he followed behind them. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please, Zhong Peifu pointed at the scenery on the side as he walked. He said something in a low voice, but there wasn't any respect in his tone. After all, Xiaohua was only in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. And he was at most a late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator. Even if he was a disciple of the lightning-controlling sect, he couldn't really be respected by a late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator. Chapter 2102. Zhong Yejing, who was behind Xiaohua, clearly understood what was going on. She couldn't help but feel somewhat anxious in her heart. This Xiaohua was truly somewhat mysterious. Not only did he use a divine ability, but his actions of helping the people of the secular world made Zhong Yejing feel that Xiaohua was absolutely not a simple late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Not long after, Xiaohua followed Zhong Peifu to the Zhongling mountain villa. It was a rather large gate, several times larger than the one Xiaohua had seen in the Kai family in Liang. Moreover, just like the Kai family, there was a vermilion gate in the middle. In fact, it was actually a plaque. The word Zhong on the plaque was extremely large. It also looked strange and different from the usual style. It actually looked somewhat like an armor inscription. On both sides of the main door were two side doors. Although they were also vermilion red, they were much smaller. At this moment, the side door on the left was already wide open. Several aura refining disciples were standing there, dressed in bright clothes. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Zhong Peifu pointed at the main door and smiled. My Zhong clan's clan head is a golden core cultivator. Therefore, the main door of my Zhong clan can only be opened by the clan head when a golden core cultivator or above comes to visit the Zhong clan. Fellow Daoist Xiao, although you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, you still have to go through this side door. And it's fine. Xiaohua seemed to have an extremely good temper. He didn't care about this kind of vulgar etiquette and nodded slightly. Please. Zhong Peifu gestured with his hand as he led Xiaohua through the side door. Welcome to our Zhong clan, Senior Xiao. Several aura refining disciples bowed together. Their loud and clear voices soared into the sky. Xiaohua slightly nodded. Fortunately, seeing that Xiaohua's face didn't have any particular displeasure, Zhong Yejing's heart calmed down a little. Among the cultivation aristocratic families, Xiaohua had been to Luyang's Kai family and Misty Mountain's Ling family. Obviously, the Zhong family's structure was similar to the Kai family's, but the Zhong family's manner was far from comparable to the Kai family's. Not to mention the area it occupied, and not to mention the pavilions, terraces, and pavilions, but from time to time, immortal birds would appear, and from time to time, there would be strange flowers and plants by the side of the lake. This made Xiaohua's eyes light up, and he knew that the Zhong family's foundation was also extraordinary. No matter what, the Zhong family's patriarch, Zhong Tianyao, was also a golden core cultivator. If the Zhong family did not have a solid foundation, it would be impossible for them to have such a patriarch. There was no need to elaborate on the scenery of the Zhong Ling mountain villa. Under Zhong Peifu's guidance, Xiaohua arrived at a unique courtyard. Seeing Zhong Peifu walk straight in, Zhong Yejing frowned slightly. She sighed in her heart and regained her composure. She had already done what she could and said what she needed to say. This was all arranged by the patriarch and she had nothing to say. Inside the courtyard was a quiet hall. It was also quite large. An old man with white hair sat in the middle of the hall. He was holding a book in his hand and his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. It was unknown whether he was reading or thinking. Beside the old man sat a skinny old man. He was in the late stage of foundation establishment. He had a bitter expression on his face, but it was impossible to tell what his expression was. Reporting to Patriarch, this is Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He is the cultivator that Jing brought here. Zhong Peifu bowed and said, "Oh, so you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect." Zhong Tianyao put down the book in his hand and swept his gaze over Xiaohua. At the same time, he also used a spell to sense Xiaohua's cultivation. He smiled and said, "No wonder he could scare off a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. This disciple of a large sect is indeed formidable." Junior Xiaohua greets Senior Zhong. Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect and bowed to greet Zhong Tianyao. "Sit down." Zhong Tianyao pointed at Xiaohua and said, "Thank you, Senior, for granting me a seat." Xiaohua modestly sat beside Xue Xue. Xue Xue lowered her head and didn't say a word. However, she was somewhat angry in her heart. She understood in her heart that even if she, an aura-refining cultivator, didn't reveal her identity, not to mention Xiaohua. Since she had already revealed her identity, she represented the Imperial Thunder Sect and the Zhong family to receive her in the real welcoming hall. Of course, the etiquette of an aura-refining cultivator towards a golden core cultivator was universal in the Xiaoyu continent, regardless of your identity. Zhong Tianyao receiving Xiaohua here was rude in terms of etiquette. In terms of attitude, he was looking down on Xiaohua. When the Zhong family disciples served the spirit tea, the cultivator at the side said, "Jing what you said in the summoning talisman was unclear. Now, explain the ins and outs of the matter in front of the master. Why are you with the disciples of Misty Cloud's sect and Su family?" "Yes, third uncle." Zhong Yejing glanced at Xiaohua and was slightly apologetic. It seemed that there were some problems because she said something without Xiaohua's consent. Zhong Yejing's expression naturally didn't escape Zhong Tianyao's eyes. Or perhaps Zhong Yejing wanted the clan head to see it. Following which, Zhong Yejing briefly recounted the matter of her looking for Su Hong, as well as the matter of White Bamboo Mountain. Of course, regarding the matter of the talisman, Zhong Yejing didn't mention it, only saying that Su Hong invited her to help. Zhong Peiyuan and the others heard clearly and knew that Zhong Yejing was hiding something in her words. However, they didn't ask too much. They only heard Zhong Peiyuan ask faintly, "So, Su Hong's Qian Mo secret stone has already fallen into Xiaohua's hands?" His gaze, however, drifted toward Xiaohua. "Yes." "Good, it's been hard on you. Jing, you can leave." Zhong Peiyuan nodded. "But, third uncle, Senior Xiao." Zhong Yejing didn't know what Xiaohua was thinking. She didn't dare to mention the matter of the gold leaf in advance. At this time, she was a little anxious. "It's fellow Daoist Xiao, not Senior Xiao." Zhong Peiyuan said faintly, "Although my Yunqing Zhong family can't be compared to a famous sect, It's still a famous cultivation family in Meng country. There's no need to lower your status. His third uncle. Zhong Yejing felt a little wronged, but she didn't dare to contradict. She bowed, looked at Xiaohua again and retreated. You all can leave too. Following the order, the other disciples also left. Xiaohua. Zhong Peiyuan stared at Xiaohua and asked, I don't want to know what you did at White Bamboo Mountain. Let me ask you, you took the Qian Mo's secret stone from Su Hong's hands. Do you want to exchange it with my Zhong family? How do you know that my Zhong family needs Qian Mo's secret stone? Do you want to use Qian Mo's secret stone to threaten my Zhong family? Xiaohua was very funny. Zhong Yejing could clearly explain the matter, but Zhong Peiyuan didn't let her finish. Moreover, without waiting for him to speak, Zhong Peiyuan self-righteously put the hat of threatening on his head. Could it be that he really thinks that because his cultivation is high, he can distinguish right from wrong and can see through things at a glance? Xiaohua couldn't help but criticize. However, Zhong Tianyao and Zhong Peifu both stared at Xiaohua without blinking. Their eyes were full of vigilance, as if what Zhong Peiyuan said was their inner thoughts. Xiaohua was very helpless. He cupped his hands and said, Fellow Daoist Zhong misunderstood. Then, Xiaohua told the matter of him meeting Zhong Peiyuan at the auction in Chiyue City. Finally, he smiled apologetically and said, I didn't know that Miyu was fellow Daoist Zhong. Just as fellow Daoist Zhong said, when I heard that she wanted to exchange Qian Mo's secret stone with Su Hong, my heart moved and I remembered this matter. How did you know Haoran? Zhong Peifu's eyes were still flickering as he asked in a low voice. This is even more of a coincidence. Xiaohua smiled and said, I met him when I went to the netherworld after leaving Chiyue City. And this old man knows. Zhong Peiyuan waved his hand and said, Seems to have mentioned this before, but this old man was in a bad mood at that time and didn't remember carefully. Then, Zhong Peiyuan looked at Xiaohua and asked, So, fellow Daoist Zhao's purpose is the 2 gold foil of my Zhong family? Yes, it's the 2 gold foil. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a few pieces of Qian Mo's secret stone. He smiled and said, This Xiao found a few pieces of Qian Mo's secret stone in the past few years to find the owner of the gold foil to exchange. Now is a coincidence, please take a look, Senior Zhong. Unexpectedly, Zhong Tianyao didn't seem to be interested in the Qian Mo's secret stone. He scanned it with his divine sense and said indifferently, Actually, the gold foil of my Zhong family is exchanged for the Qian Mo's secret stone. The main thing is that I want to know what this gold foil is and what it's used for. This. Xiaohua was startled. He looked at Zhong Tianyao a few times and shook his head. Sorry, this is this Xiao's business. Forgive this Xiao for not telling you. Oh. Zhong Tianyao narrowed his eyes and said, Since you can't tell this old man what the gold foil is used for, then this old man can't exchange with you with the gold foil. Senior Zhong, Xiaohua was anxious and said, The gold foil is just a dead thing in the Zhong family. The Zhong family doesn't need it at all. Why can't you exchange it? Could it be that the Zhong family doesn't want to use the Qian Mo's secret stone to repair magic tools? Repairing magic tools or not is my Zhong family's business. Zhong Peiyuan sneered and said, Could it be that fellow Daoist Xiao wants to forcefully exchange with my Zhong family? Why can't I? Aren't the so-called big cultivation sects all like this? Without resorting to trickery, how can they become a big sect? How can they dominate a region? Zhong Peifu said sarcastically, Although the Imperial Thunder sect is far away in the country of Xi, their fame is spread throughout the entire Xiaoyu continent. Their disciples can even be arrogant in Meng country. What do you 2 fellow Daoists mean? Xiaohua sneered. If you don't want to exchange, then don't exchange. Why do you have to speak so viciously? These words are related to this Xiao sect. Fellow Daoist, do you mind this Xiao bringing these words back? What? Did this Zhong offend the Imperial Thunder sect with just a few words? Zhong Peiyuan stood up and said angrily, Just based on these few words. Imperial Thunder sect dares to come to my Meng country and exterminate my Zhong family? Do you think you have this opportunity? Ha! Xiaohua stood up and laughed loudly. He really felt that it was funny. A late Foundation establishment cultivator, no matter what, had a lifespan of several hundred years. He had seen many more things than him, but why did he look like a loose cultivator at the early qi refining stage? He didn't know the gravity of his words. This Xiao wants to see what ability your Zhong clan has to keep this Xiao here, Xiaohua coldly said after he finished laughing. At White Bamboo Mountain, you injured Su Hong and intimidated a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Was it just for Jing to see? Zhong Tianyao said indifferently, even if you are a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, even if your cultivation is comparable to a late Foundation establishment cultivator, don't forget that this old man is a gold core cultivator. In this old man's eyes, you are just a child. Besides, without the clan head here, this old man and 2 late Foundation establishment cultivators can't kill a late Foundation establishment cultivator? Not to mention an qi refining cultivator? Zhong Peiyuan said even more arrogantly, even if the late Foundation establishment cultivator escapes, will this qi refining female cultivator still be alive? Chapter 2103. Hearing these words, Xiaohua's face instantly turned cold, truly cold. There was no longer a trace of indifference in his original tone. If fellow Daoist Zhong wants to try, then feel free to make a move. I don't have the confidence to protect my wife in front of a core formation cultivator. However, I am confident that I can escape from the hands of a golden core adept. As long as I leave, other than the golden core adepts of the Zhong family, I will not touch them. As for the other disciples, I will kill them all. Are you threatening me? Zhong Tianyao's face was even colder. If his gaze could kill, it would have poked many holes in Xiaohua's body. At this moment, the dignity of a core formation cultivator was facing the provocation of an initial stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Senior Zhong, can't you see that this junior is explaining the facts to fellow Daoist Zhong? Xiaohua said word by word. What this junior said is the truth. I didn't speak a word of nonsense. Good, good, good. Zhong Peiyuan laughed from extreme anger. He couldn't help but stand up. Why are all the disciples of cultivation sects so arrogant? I won't say anything about the core formation cultivator from before. He opened his mouth and said that he would destroy my Zhong clan. You, an insignificant initial stage Foundation establishment cultivator, actually dares to be arrogant in front of me. Today, I'm going to stake it all. Even if I have to destroy jade and common stone. So what? Xiaohua sneered. Although words can be said casually, your hands can't be stretched out carelessly. Once you make a move, the consequences will be very serious. Seeing that Xiaohua only spoke and didn't make any moves, he was terrifyingly calm. Sure enough, Zhong Peiyuan was somewhat hesitant. The thought of stretching out his hand to release pressure could only flash through his mind again and again. Since the words had already been said, if he made a move, there was no possibility of probing. Xiaohua would definitely go all out in a spurt of energy like a tiger. Seeing Zhong Peiyuan stand up, Zhong Peifu naturally couldn't help but stand up as well. His gaze actually wasn't looking at Xiaohua, but rather at Shui. Old second, old third. Zhong Tianyao seemed to be doing his utmost to restrain himself. His grizzled hair and beard were trembling. At this moment, he slapped his hand on the chair and said angrily, "You too, shut up. You nearly caused trouble before, and now you still want to talk. Didn't you hear that the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples want to challenge my Zhong clan? Could it be that you're waiting for me to make a move?" Hearing this, Zhong Peiyuan was pleasantly surprised. He slapped his forehead and released the pressure of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, then this old man will teach this arrogant disciple a lesson on behalf of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Let him know the principle of respecting high-level cultivators." At the same time, Zhong Peifu wasn't slow either. He had already prepared his aura and slammed it toward Shui. Seeing that the Zhong clan's people were really going to make a move, Xiaohua was furious. He reached out and pulled Shui's little hand that was stretched out to the side. he transmitted his voice. Don't use your transcendence energy. Shui originally wanted to use the flight technique, but after hearing Xiaohua's words, she immediately stopped the flow of true qi. However, Xiaohua's figure flew up, and all of a sudden, he pulled Shui into his arms. His other hand clapped, and the pressure of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator was similarly released. With a boom, the pressure of two late-stage foundation establishment cultivators collided with Xiaohua's pressure, setting off a burst of qi waves. You're actually in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. You've concealed it well. Zhong Tianyao sat steadily on the seat of honor and released his divine sense. There wasn't any surprise on his face, and he only coldly snorted. However, what happened next shocked him. In his opinion, under the pressure of two late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, wouldn't Xiaohua be helpless? Because pressure was something that couldn't be faked. However, Xiaohua's figure only trembled slightly, and then he swam like a fish. His figure slid slightly, and he flew towards the entrance of the hall. If it was a month ago, Xiaohua definitely wouldn't have such a method. He would definitely have released his Phoenix Dharma body and resisted. In other words, Xiaohua had some subtle understanding of the nameless secret art that matched his comprehension in the past 10 days. Although he couldn't further improve in concealing his cultivation level, he had a remarkable ability in evading pressure that others couldn't think of. After coming to my Zhong clan, you still want to leave? Zhong Tianyao waved his hand, but light flew out. It wasn't Xiaohua, but the four walls of the hall. Magic power rippled on the four walls, and a jade-green brilliance emerged from the center of the four walls. It was divided into two layers, one facing upwards and the other facing downwards, rapidly surging. Seeing that the pressure was ineffective, Zhong Peiyuan rubbed his hands, and several rays of brilliance flew out from his hands. Countless sparks were produced, and they flew towards Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua knew that Zhong Tianyao wouldn't directly make a move because of his status. He clapped his hands, and the soaring dragon scissors flew out of the space. A golden light flashed, and the soaring dragon scissors directly chopped towards the hall's entrance that was close at hand. With a rumbling sound, the jade-green brilliance that had already flooded the hall's entrance was split apart like a jade wave, and it rolled backwards. Not only that, the sharpness of the soaring dragon scissors also split open the entire hall's entrance. Amidst the sound, the hall's entrance and part of the hard stones were split open by the huge force, as if they were blown apart by a fireball talisman. Three shameless old things. Xiaohua's figure swayed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he already arrived at the hall's entrance. Quick, Zhong Tianyao also couldn't help but be greatly alarmed. He reprimanded in a low voice, and just as he was about to cast a spell, he saw Xiaohua fling his hand without even turning his head. Hundreds of fireball talismans flew out, precisely blocking Zhong Peiyuan's cluster of sparks. Moreover, within those fireball talismans, there was also a wall of true samadhi fire that Xiaohua cast. With a rumbling sound, it was as if the mountains were shaking and the earth was quaking. It was as if the entire hall was going to be overturned by the explosion. This explosion and wall of fire just happened to block Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu. Zhong Tianyao's face slightly changed. He swung his sleeve, covering the entire fireball talisman and wall of fire. Like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds, all the fireballs and wall of fire disappeared. But it was also in this blink of an eye that Xiaohua and Shui's figures had already rushed out of the hall. By the time Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu flew out of the hall, Xiaohua and Shui's figures had already faded. In the sky above the entire Zhongling mountain villa, Xiaohua's cold and eerie words floated. Since your Zhong family dares to make a move, then this young master won't be polite. Zhong Tianyao, just wait for this young master to kill your Zhong family's disciples one by one. Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu's noses were crooked from anger. If you say you want to escape, then escape. You actually let out such big words, and let the entire Zhongling mountain villa hear it. This was really a naked slap to their own face. How dare you? Zhong Peiyuan shouted. He simply didn't think and didn't even look at Zhong Peifu. His figure swayed, and he was about to fly out of the villa. On the other hand, Zhong Peifu's eyes turned, and he shouted, "Patriarch, quickly open the villa's restrictive spell. All of you come back." Zhong Tianyao voice sounded, and his tone was also filled with shame and anger. Chapter 2104. Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu looked at each other helplessly. Gritting their teeth, they floated down and landed in front of the hall that no longer had a door. At this time, several Zhong family disciples sneakily poked their heads out and looked over, not knowing what happened. "What are you looking at? Why aren't you cleaning this place up?" Zhong Peifu glared at them, an indescribable feeling in his heart. When they stood in front of Zhong Tianyao, they stole a glance at Zhong Tianyao's gloomy face. "You talk too much. Will you die if you speak less?" Zhong Tianyao shouted at Zhong Peiyuan. "If you didn't stir up trouble, would this old man be so passive? It was like this before and it was like this just now." Family head, Zhong Peiyuan felt extremely wronged. Boy was also unwilling. Who knows where he leaked the news and let that guy know? And this Imperial Thunder Sect brat is even more arrogant than that guy. Cultivation sects are all sanctimonious things. Zhong Tianyao snorted coldly, but they are powerful, not something our cultivation sects can compare to. We can't afford to offend them, but can't we hide? Which cultivator would be able to tolerate such words from you? Moreover, Imperial Thunder Sect is famous for their flying techniques. You also saw it just now. Xiaohua is only a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. His flying speed far surpasses yours. If this old man doesn't use his divine ability, I'm afraid I can't catch up to him. Zhong Tianyao didn't say anything. With a wave of his sleeve, he flew out of the hall. "Second brother, you say, what's all this about?" Zhong Peiyuan waved his hand, and the chairs beside him were destroyed. He sat down, picked up the teacup beside him, and drank the spiritual tea in one breath. "Who knows?" Zhong Peifu also gritted his teeth and sat down. "We can't afford to offend that guy from before." A middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator came. We thought he could blow the sky apart. But who would have thought that not only was this guy's cultivation not bad, his magic treasure was also extremely powerful. Moreover, his ability to escape was even comparable to a Jindan. No wonder we brothers were defeated. Speaking up to here, Zhong Peifu pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Third brother, Xiaohua just said some ruthless words. Of course, we aren't afraid, but are Zhong family's disciples number in the thousands? None of them are Xiaohua's match. Shouldn't we make some preparations?" Zhong Peiyuan frowned for a moment before he smiled. "There's no need for that. After all, we didn't hurt his lover. He didn't have any reason to lower himself and hurt a disciple of our Zhong family. I think he's just saying it casually. He's also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He wouldn't be so shameless." That's true. Since the Patriarch didn't order us to do anything about it, we don't have to worry about it. Zhong Peifu nodded. "We'd better think of another way." "Damn it, that's right. How can we not think of a way?" Zhong Peiyuan naturally knew what Zhong Peifu was talking about. He said fiercely, "My Zhong family has been accumulating things for decades, or even hundreds of years, and they were taken away by that bastard in an instant. How can we not be angry? That artifact was passed down from my ancestors and is related to the bloodline of my Zhong family. If it can be repaired successfully, it will be able to awaken the true spirit bloodline of my clansmen. It's extremely important to my Zhong family. We can't not repair it. If that Xiaohua had come a few years earlier, my Zhong family would have been able to obtain the last Qian Mo secret stone. We would have already started to repair the artifact." Zhong Peifu sighed. "AI, it's really fate that makes fools of people. It's too late to say anything now." Zhong Peiyuan waved his hand. "We'll rest for a while and continue to collect." "How could it be so simple?" Zhong Peifu curled his lips. "The most difficult Qian Mo secret stone? What? Is Xiaohua the only one in the Xiaoyu continent who has the Qian Mo's secret stone? Zhong Peiyuan said angrily. Even you want to blame this old man? No, how could it be? Zhong Peifu smiled apologetically. Third brother has worked hard and taken many risks. He's the one who has contributed the most to my Zhong family. Let's go, let's go. Zhong Peiyuan was a little dispirited. He waved his hand and walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. After the two of them left, the disciples of the Zhong family naturally rushed over to repair the hall that was destroyed by Xiaohua. Seeing how badly damaged the hall was, the disciples of the Zhong family were all dumbfounded. Of course, they knew how powerful the restrictive spell in the hall was. While they were guessing in a low voice, Xiaohua's fame quickly spread throughout the Zhongling mountain villa. Xue only knew that Xiaohua's flying speed was extremely fast. However, when she truly experienced the speed, she realized that she had underestimated Xiaohua's flying speed. She only felt the scenery in front of her fly away at an extremely fast speed. Her vision blurred for a moment. Her figure had already flown out of the Zhongling mountain villa while Xiaohua slowly stopped in midair. Husband? Xiaohua's hand was still around Xue's waist. His brows were slightly wrinkled as he looked at the Zhongling mountain villa in the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Xue asked in a low voice, "Husband won't really kill the disciples of the Zhong family, right?" He of course not. Xiaohua withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "When have you seen your husband kill people indiscriminately? Your husband is just angry that Zhong Peiyuan actually used my wife's safety to threaten your husband and randomly scared them." Exactly. That Zhong family's patriarch is really rude. He himself doesn't know the use of the gold leaf and instead forced my husband to say it. If he knew the use of the gold leaf, why would he still exchange it? Xue also echoed. Even if they knew the use of the gold leaf, they wouldn't be able to use it. Xiaohua coldly snorted. However, your husband feels that he won't leak the use of the gold leaf. Then what do we do now? Xue slightly wrinkled her brows. We've already fallen out with the Zhong family. Zhong Tianyao will definitely not exchange the gold leaf with my husband. If he doesn't want to exchange, then so be it. From his tone, I'm afraid that he was forced to do something he didn't want to do. He didn't have the ability to get back at them and instead wanted to vent his anger on this young master. How can this young master let them have their way? Xiaohua curled his lips and said, "Since they did it, then they can't blame this young master for doing it 15 times. Husband, what do you think?" Xue somewhat strangely asked. In her heart, Xiaohua had always advocated being straightforward and upright. She couldn't think of any reason that Xiaohua had to persuade Zhong Tianyao to exchange with him. What do I think? No idea. Xiaohua spread out his hands with a helpless look. Wouldn't it be fine if your husband went over and snatched the gold leaf? Xue covered her mouth. What Xiaohua said was indeed a common method used by cultivators. However, this most common method coming from Xiaohua's mouth really made Xue feel strange. She couldn't help but ask, "Husband, this kind of action doesn't seem to be your usual behavior. What does your husband usually do?" Xiaohua said with a smile. Husband has always prioritized others. Husband has never used the strong to bully the weak. Husband has never done things that harm others for his own benefit. Xiaohua stuck out his chest, raised his head, and patted his chest. He laughed and said, "I didn't expect your husband to be so perfect in your eyes." Of course, Xue said proudly, "Husband is the most perfect male cultivator in Xiaoyu continent. How could other cultivators work for people in the secular world who starve to death? Just based on this, husband can make all the female cultivators have a whole new level of respect for you. So that's how it is. I was wondering why my wife would say such a thing." Xiaohua suddenly said, "Your husband isn't a stickler for rules. For the sake of other people's opinions, I don't care about my own benefits. This is a completely different matter from caring for the common people." But Xue was somewhat puzzled. Xiaohua pointed his finger and said, "That gold leaf obviously has no use in the Zhong family. They just treated it as an ordinary thing and threw it in the ancestral hall. Your husband didn't harm their benefits by taking it, so why can't I? Besides, this gold leaf is extremely important to your husband's cultivation. Even if it harms the Zhong family's benefits, it can still be exchanged for the benefits of more people. Your husband naturally has to take it. Husband's reason seems to be what every cultivator thinks when they do this. Shui said with a smile. However, she didn't go into detail. She knew that Xiaohua had a sense of propriety, so she was somewhat worried. If there were only 2 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, I wouldn't be worried. However, the Zhong family's patriarch is a golden core cultivator. Husband must be careful. Isn't it just a small Zhong family? Xiaohua swept a glance at the distant Zhongling mountain villa and thought with a sneer. This young master really isn't afraid. Besides, the Zhong family's disciples actually threaten my wife's life in front of me. If I don't teach them a lesson, how can I let them know how powerful your husband is? All right, Shui's eyes looked at Xiaohua. A strange expression flickered in her eyes. She seemed to have sensed that an incomparably sharp awl was gradually appearing. Anyone who ignored this sharp awl would most likely be injured by this awl. Immediately, Xiaohua smiled and said to Shui, "Let's go, my wife. We'll go further away from here. This place is really a dragon's pool and a tiger's den." Shui was originally somewhat depressed. She felt that she was holding Xiaohua back. At this moment, she smiled and said, "Since it's a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, you can even charge out. Your husband is a hero who punched the South Mountain sky-eyed tiger and stepped on the North Sea's tide dragon. How can I be afraid of these small shrimps?" Xiaohua pulled Shui and flew far away. He still didn't forget to tease the Zhong family. Shui originally thought that Xiaohua would find a place to stop around the Zhong family. However, she didn't expect that Xiaohua would fly for dozens of li without any intention of stopping. She couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "Husband, where are we going? Won't we be far away if we continue flying?" "Oh, your husband thought about it just now. We just finished threatening them. If we go to look for the gold leaf now, I'm afraid that they'll be on guard. Maybe the gold leaf is still on Zhong Tianyao. Your husband can only get the gold leaf if I kill Zhong Tianyao." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Rather than that, it's better to wait for them to forget about this matter. Your husband can secretly come back and take it away. Then, we'll find a place to meditate? My wife, you should meditate first. Familiarize yourself with the cultivation method again so that you can find an opportunity to consume the Ling Lei pill. Your husband will go take a look around and send some good seeds to the secular people near Yun City." Xiaohua said, "If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian." Chapter 2105. Shui thought for a moment and nodded. "Husband, go ahead. I fly slowly and my cultivation base is also shallow. I can only be your stumbling block. Don't worry about it. After you build your foundation, you'll be powerful." Xiaohua comforted her. "Just based on the medicinal power of the Ling Lei pill, your husband can guess a thing or two." "I hope so." Shui smiled sweetly. "I want to lend my husband a hand." Thus, Xiaohua found a secret place and set up the rabbit formation. He let Shui go into seclusion inside while he flew out and went to the surroundings of Yun City. There, he distributed the good seeds that had been piled up like a mountain to the many secular people. To the north of the country of Xi, there were endless hills. The hills were high and low, undulating continuously. Low thorny vegetation covered the hills, piercing sharply into the air in the cold wind. Somewhere, where the sun was shining brightly, a thick fog suddenly rose up. That thick fog quickly dispersed with the cold wind. Wherever the fog passed, the thorns on the hills were dyed with a layer of light brown. That brown color was similar to the color of the thorns. Not to mention the naked eye, even if one's divine sense swept over, it would be impossible to see clearly if one didn't examine it carefully. Immediately after, 1,000 feet away, Another thick fog rose up, still floating in the surrounding area of several hundred feet. This process was repeated over and over again. Waves of thick fog rose up and slowly pushed forward. After an unknown period of time, the last wave of fog fell and a hazy figure appeared from the fog. It was the mysterious black-cloaked fellow Daoist from the Eastern Mountain. Fellow Daoist from East Mountain's gaze swept past the thorns and let out a satisfied laugh. Then, he carefully bent down and looked at the thorns and the hills again. With a wave of his hand, he took out a dark green object. That object was more than 3 inches long, sparkling and translucent, faintly emitting a luster. Fellow Daoist from East Mountain touched that object to the thorns, but the brown color on the thorns changed slightly, as if it was transferred to the dark green object. The entire object turned completely brown, its brilliance faded, and the luster also disappeared, turning into a withered branch. Fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain didn't wait for the object's brilliance to fade. He immediately flicked his hand, and the object fell to the ground with a bang. It was extremely hard. Fellow Daoist East Mountain was very pleased with the result. He leaped up, and as if he were climbing a flight of stairs, he took a few steps up into the air. Then, his body began to fade away as he flew toward the area surrounded by the black fog. Shockingly, the black fog covered an area of over 50 kilometers. However, even though it was hundreds of miles long, it seemed so insignificant in the face of this boundless hilly land. Fellow Daoist East Mountain? After flying for dozens of miles, Fairy Xianxia was frowning slightly as she stood in midair. Below her, there were thousands of Foundation Establishment stage disciples holding all kinds of strange materials in their hands. Their hands were forming strange seals, and from time to time, a faint green light flashed. As the green light bloomed, the materials disappeared on the ground or in midair. Fairy Xianxia seemed to have sensed something. She exclaimed softly and looked up. Fellow Daoist Xianxia's cultivation has indeed improved. Fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain's figure appeared in Fairy Xianxia's eyes. If it was 10 years ago, fellow Daoist definitely wouldn't be able to sense Ai's aura. That's right. Fairy Xianxia nodded slightly. Under fellow Daoist's guidance, my cultivation has really made some inconceivable progress. However, this progress seems to be somewhat unequal to my Xuanyan school's contribution. Fairy Xianxia's brows relaxed as she looked below her. All right, I'll let fellow Daoist Xianxia know. Fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain didn't seem to be angry. He smiled and said, I can clearly see fellow Daoist's contribution, and I also understand that I will definitely not go back on my words. I will definitely help fellow Daoist distract your attention. Furthermore, fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain glanced at the thousands of people below his feet and said, Fellow Daoist Xianxia, although you spent a lot of effort to collect these materials for setting up the formation, I completely handed over this 8 desolate spirit capture formation to fellow Daoist. Not only did fellow Daoist obtain this ancient formation for free, these thousands of Foundation Establishment disciples have also learned the Tao of formation from Ai's secret manual. For the development of Xuanyan School. Fellow Daoist Xianxia, don't say that you have no use at all. Fairy Xianxia smiled and nodded. It's precisely because of this that I will use the strength of the entire school to help fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain. It's just that. Fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain, I have some doubts. Fellow Daoist has to deal with, who is it? With fellow Daoist's magic power, don't tell me, you still have to go through so much trouble? Fairy Xianxia hesitated for a moment and asked via voice transmission. Fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain's face turned cold. Although his entire body was hidden in a cloak, Fairy Xianxia could clearly feel the surrounding temperature drop. She heard a faint voice. Fellow Daoist Xianxia, according to our agreement, you can't know about this matter. Furthermore, with your current cultivation, knowing about this matter will only bring you disadvantages and not benefits. Why do you have to be so nosy? Fairy Xianxia was a bit embarrassed, and the corner of her mouth curled up. I will use the strength of the entire school, so naturally I have to consider the situation of Xuanyan School. If there is something that harms the foundation of our humble school, I will have to consider it. Fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain seemed to be thinking, and after a moment, he said, "What I do, no one in the Xiaoyu continent will know. Don't worry, when you enter the deity transformation stage, perhaps you will have the qualifications to know some things. I also want to see the situation and tell you some things. Your school's disciples really have a foundation. This formation seems to be about to be completed." "Is that so?" When Fairy Yingjue heard this, her face lit up with joy. She used her divine sense and said, "This 8 Desolation Spirit Detention Formation has been set up for several years, and it is finally about to be completed. I also want to see the might of this ancient formation." "Ha, fellow Daoist Yingjue, I'm afraid you can't see it yet." Fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain laughed heartily, seeming to be in an extremely good mood. After this 8 Desolation Spirit Detention Formation is set up, it still needs to slowly absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, gradually smoothing out the formation's imperfections, and fusing the formation's traces with the heavens and earth. Only then can it be used. Otherwise, if even fellow Daoist can see the formation's traces, how can I's enemies fall into the trap? There's this kind of trouble? Fairy Yingjue was a bit flabbergasted. "I thought that it was rare to see a formation that could be set up for 100 miles. Who would have thought that this formation actually needs to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth? Of course. I see that the existing formations on your Xiaoyu continent are all formation tools like formation plates and formation flags. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth used by those formations is stored in the formation tools beforehand. The fluctuations of these spiritual qi of heaven and earth are different from the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It is extremely easy for others to see. I's formation emphasizes on fusion, using the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth as its foundation. Fellow Daoist can still see the formation's traces now, but after several months to half a year, you definitely won't be able to sense it with your divine sense." Fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain said proudly, "Otherwise, how could I let fellow Daoist collect so many rare materials?" Chapter 2106. Sigh, I can be considered ignorant in front of fellow Daoist East Mountain. Fairy Yingjue sighed. Fellow Daoist East Mountain flew to the center of the 8 Desolate Spirit Capture Formation and scanned the entire formation with his divine sense. He was very satisfied and transmitted his voice. "In half a day, this formation will take shape. At that time, fellow Daoist Yingjue will lead your sect's disciples according to the previous plan and withdraw from all directions. I will then use the final spell to activate the formation." "Oh? Is it the spell that consumes a lot of magic power and divine sense at the end of fellow Daoist East Mountain's formation?" Fairy Yingjue asked thoughtfully. "That's right. After using these spells, I will consume a lot of my own power. I have no choice but to find a place to meditate first." Fellow Daoist East Mountain nodded and said, "Fellow Daoist Yingjue, during this period, you still have to diligently inquire about that person's whereabouts." "Yes, I understand." When Fairy Yingjue said this, she looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. "What? Fellow Daoist Yingjue doesn't believe in I?" Fellow Daoist East Mountain was very sensitive and noticed this and asked curiously. "That's not it." Fairy Yingjue thought for a while and transmitted her voice. "I only received a tip from a disciple. Ever since we got a clue about that person, my Xuanyan sect has done its best to pay attention to that person's whereabouts. In order to not be discovered by that person, we used countless methods. It's really exhausting. Furthermore, I can't guarantee that I won't be discovered. This isn't what fellow Daoist should consider." Fellow Daoist East Mountain waved his hand and said, "That person's magic power is profound. Even if he was discovered, it wouldn't be surprising. What I want to say is that that person's whereabouts are uncertain, as if he's looking for something." Fairy Yingjue clenched her teeth and said, Fellow Daoist Yingjue also noticed?" Fellow Daoist East Mountain laughed and said, "I can't answer this question because I also don't know what that person is looking for. And it's precisely because I sensed that this person was looking for something that I had no choice but to make a move. If that person finds that thing, I'm afraid it would be an abnormal disaster. I had no choice but to make a move in advance. I see. Fairy Yingxuan nodded slightly, as if this was the first time she had heard such news from fellow Daoist East Mountain. About half a day later, the sun had already set in the western mountains. The gorgeous blood-red color burned through the western sky, casting a dusky light over the hills. Fairy Yingxua and the other Xuanyan disciples gradually flew away, like flies leaving their nest. They scattered in twos and threes in all directions. When everyone was far away and their divine senses could not reach, they saw fellow Daoist of Eastern Mountains' body tremble and quickly rush into the sky. When he reached a height of several hundred feet, his body suddenly stopped. His divine sense was like a torrential flood, covering an area of 100 miles, scanning inch by inch. Only after 2 hours did his divine sense stop. Fellow Daoist East Mountain then clapped his hands, and a green formation diagram several feet in size appeared in his hands. Fellow Daoist East Mountain shook his hand, and the formation diagram unfurled in the air. At this time, it could be seen clearly that the formation diagram was actually made up of pieces of green seal text. These green seal texts seemed to be separated from each other, but also seemed to have a mysterious connection, forming the entire formation diagram. Fellow Daoist East Mountain opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green blood on the formation diagram. The green brilliance on the formation diagram became brighter, and in the evening sky, it appeared extremely strange. The formation diagram appeared with the brilliance, and it became increasingly larger, gradually turning from several feet to several feet, and then gradually expanding again. At this time, fellow Daoist East Mountain's body began to tremble again, and a series of cryptic syllables came out from his cloak. As the syllables rushed into the formation diagram, the green seal text scattered in all directions like tadpoles leaving their nest, and the formation diagram was enlarged again. What was inconceivable was that as the green seal text swam in the air, many strange phenomena flashed in the air. Clusters of green light accompanied by wisps of black fog appeared in the void, entangling the green seal text. Sounds like the wailing of ghosts came from the void. A pitch-black color, darker than the night sky, first appeared, then condensed, forming thin threads, 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 and even thin threads. Rumble, the faint sound of thunder came from the sky above the formation diagram, which was already close to 100 miles in size. It seemed that many strange phenomena had attracted the might of the heavens, but the thunder and lightning were extremely weak, and only lit up this part of the sky a little. Seeing the green light mixed with the black mist and the green seal text, fellow Daoist East Mountain raised his head and let out a long howl. His body trembled violently again, and two identical fellow Daoists of East Mountain separated. This was clearly a spirit-severing cultivator's ability. However, to everyone's surprise, the two fellow Daoists of East Mountain swayed again, and actually split into four. The four cloaked fellow Daoists of East Mountain flew to the four corners of the formation diagram, and at the same time used the green seal text. At this time, along with four rhythmic syllables, four flame-like green lights flew out from the four corners of the formation diagram and clustered around the feet of the four fellow Daoists of East Mountain. The four fellow Daoists of East Mountain waved their hands, and there were also faint green seal text syllables. Along with the fellow Daoists of East Mountain's arms, the four green lights rushed to the center of the formation diagram. Pang! With an earth-shattering sound, the four green lights collided and instantly turned into countless dots of fluorescent light. The fluorescent light fell like raindrops and sprinkled over the entire array diagram. The green seal text and the dots of ink that had appeared before merged into the fluorescent light and fell with it. Thus, the entire formation diagram slowly fell, and gradually merged with the formation that had been set up before. Go! The 4 fellow Daoists of East Mountain shouted at the same time, and their 8 hands rubbed together. Large amounts of spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered together, and as the seals were cast, they scattered over the formation diagram. Rumble! The earth shook, and the entire ground shook. Endless dust rose into the sky, covering half of the sky within 100 miles. As the dust gradually settled, the jade-green brilliance and the pitch-black ink spots gradually disappeared. The entire array diagram had completely disappeared. Phew! The 4 fellow Daoists of East Mountain let out a sigh of relief at the same time, and then they raised their heads to the sky and laughed. Ha! Then, the 4 figures rushed to the center of the formation, and gradually merged into one person. The fellow Daoist of East Mountain, who had just turned into one person, swayed slightly, as if he had used up too much of his magic power. Fellow Daoist of East Mountain snorted coldly, and his figure flickered, like a ripple, and disappeared in midair. The entire night sky returned to its deathly stillness. Apart from the wind, there was only darkness. The moon had just risen, and the moonlight scattered down, dispelling the darkness. However, the hills within 100 miles were no different from the other hills. Even if one scanned it with their divine sense or looked with their naked eyes, they would absolutely not be able to find any clues. The hills in the north of the country of Xi regained its peace, which had not been there for several years. However, in the Meng Kingdom's Yun City, the Zhong family's Zhongling mountain villa could not calm down. A shocked cry rang out from a slope in the north of the villa. There were several rows of huts on this slope, and in front of the huts were patches of medicinal fields. In the darkness of the night, the spirit herbs shook their spirits, absorbing the moonlight and spiritual energy. What's going on? Who's making so much noise? Several patrolling disciples flying in midair heard the noise and flew over. Senior brother, senior brother? An anxious voice rang out, and a young disciple broke through the door of one of the huts. He almost rolled on the ground as he cried out, "Dead, dead, what are you shouting for?" One of the patrolling disciples scolded, "What dead?" "They're all dead, all dead." The young disciple pointed his finger incoherently and said with extreme fear. When the other disciples heard this, they frowned. The disciple at the front patted his hand warily and took out a yellow talisman. He said in a low voice, "Calm down. We've already passed by. You should explain the situation clearly." At this moment, the lights in the surrounding huts lit up. Several disciples had already poked their heads out of the huts, wanting to see what was going on. "All of you stay in the huts. Don't make a sound." The patrolling disciples shouted loudly, preventing everyone from coming out. Huff huff huff. The disciple who had screamed took a few deep breaths, and the horror on his face had not disappeared. He whispered incoherently, "The people in my hut are all dead." "What? All dead? There were 5 people in your hut." The patrolling disciple was shocked and turned to look at the hut. "Yes, 4 living senior brothers are all dead." The disciple came back to his senses and said in horror, "I was talking to them just now. Because I didn't eat well last night, I had a stomachache. When I returned to the hut, the 4 brothers in the hut were all dead. And they died in an extremely horrible way." Hiss! The patrolling disciple took a deep breath and looked at the hut in front of him. His mood was very complicated. Obviously, this disciple had said something that he had never encountered in the past 10 years of patrolling. Immediately, the patrolling disciple did not dare to be negligent. He ordered another disciple to go back and inform the others. He then activated the yellow talisman in his hand and walked steadily towards the hut where the light was coming from. With a sound of the door, the patrolling disciple pushed open the door that he had closed and looked around. He saw that it was a hut about 5 feet wide. 5 heatable beds were placed in the 4 corners of the hut, and a bean oil lamp swayed on the table in front of the window. The flickering shadow moved in the hut, and in the light and shadow, the corpses of 4 young disciples with ashen faces were reflected in the eyes of the patrolling disciple. "Ah, Although the patrolling disciple had made some preparations, he still could not help but exclaim softly when he saw the horrified and distorted faces of the 4 disciples. The hands of the 4 disciples were stretched out, as if they were trying to grab something. Their fingers were slightly curled, and their nails were black and tight. The eyes of the 4 disciples were staring straight at the door. Their eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief, as if they had seen something terrifying. Their lips were already dripping with blood, obviously bitten by the disciples' teeth. Chapter 2107. The 4 disciples who had died tragically were looking at the door. The disciples on duty who had just stepped into the room saw the 8 dead fishes' eyes and their hair stood on end. Fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. The disciple on duty was afraid, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He first scanned the entire room, and when he didn't find anything unusual, he walked to the disciple closest to the door. After a brief inspection, he frowned slightly, because he didn't see any injuries on the disciple's body. "How is it?" At this moment, a deep voice sounded, "Did you find any clues?" "Captain Zhongyu." The disciple on duty showed a relaxed expression and hurriedly turned around and bowed. A middle-aged cultivator in his 40s with thick eyebrows and big eyes steadily stepped into the room. This cultivator's cultivation was around the 11th layer of the qi refining realm. Zhongyu raised his hand and motioned for the disciples on duty to stand up. He asked, "Did you find anything unusual?" The disciple on duty shook his head slightly. This subordinate did a rough check and found that they might have been poisoned to death. "I didn't find any injuries." This subordinate can't say for sure. "Did anything happen tonight?" "No, it was the same as before. There was no movement at all." Hearing this, Zhongyu's frown deepened. He had been the captain of the Zhongling mountain villa for decades, but this was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing. It was also the first time he had encountered so many low-level disciples dying at once. "Let the coroner come and take a closer look." Zhongyu turned around and ordered. One of the disciples on duty quickly walked away. Zhongyu looked around the room again and asked, "Tell me the details of the situation." "Yes, Captain." The disciple on duty pointed outside and said in a low voice, "There is still a surviving disciple outside. This subordinate will let him speak." Let him in." Zhongyu nodded, but the disciple on duty had just taken 2 steps when Zhongyu shouted again, "No need, this old man will go and ask him myself." By the time Zhongyu arrived in front of the surviving disciple, he had already recovered some of his spirit, but his eyes were still a little dazed. Zhongyu looked at this disciple and muttered in his heart. He knew that although there were some disciples of the Zhong clan amongst these disciples, most of them were disciples of other surnames that were related to the Zhong clan. There were even some villagers with some natural endowments near Zhongling Mountain Villa. Their aptitudes weren't too good, but they could still cultivate. Most of them were around the 3rd layer of qi refining. Because they couldn't advance any further, they were assigned to the medicinal garden. Although these disciples would receive guidance from the Zhong family's disciples on their cultivation, their true purpose was to plant spirit herbs and do some chores in the Zhongling Mountain Villa. Although their status was higher than that of ordinary servants, they would never be noticed by others. Therefore, they would not be involved in anything that targeted the Zhong family. "Tell this old man the ins and outs of the matter in detail." Zhongyu looked at the disciple with clear eyes. The disciple licked his dry lips and repeated the story. This time, it was clearly more detailed than before, and his tone was much calmer. However, the matter was simple to begin with. No matter how detailed it was impossible to loosen Zhongyu's brows. "You're saying that you only went out for a short moment, and when you returned, the 4 of them were all dead? You didn't see anything out of the ordinary?" Zhongyu asked. "Yes, this disciple really didn't." The disciple was about to blurt out when he suddenly thought of something. He hesitated and said, "No, this disciple seems to have seen a black shadow. It was faster than a bird, but I couldn't see it clearly at night." This disciple doesn't know if this disciple saw wrongly. A black shadow? How big was it? Where did it fly to? Zhong Yu's face lit up with joy. The disciple stretched out his hand and gestured to the size of his palm. However, he seemed to feel that something was wrong, so he enlarged his hand again. Then, he felt that something was wrong again, so he enlarged his hand again. When he reached the size of a foot, he hesitated and said, "This big." This disciple was really sleepy and didn't see it clearly. Where did the black shadow fly to? It seemed to be over there. The disciple was still hesitant and pointed uncertainly at another row of small houses. This is bad. When Zhong Yu saw the disciple pointing at another house, his heart immediately sank. He said anxiously, "Zhong Huan, quickly go and gather all the disciples in the herb garden." "Captain, it's already late at night." The disciple on duty whispered, "Don't gather all the disciples." However, at this point, the disciple named Zhong Huan seemed to have realized something and exclaimed, "Captain, could it be, only now did you remember? How dare you rely on this old man's usual guidance?" Zhong Yu snorted coldly. Zhong Huan hurriedly waved his hand and asked the disciples on duty to wake up all the disciples who were resting in the herb garden and gather them. After a while, Zhong Huan walked over with a slightly dark face. "How is it?" Zhong Yu asked indifferently when he saw Zhong Huan's expression. "Captain, you know that the disciples in 3 houses are all dead," Zhong Huan said in a low voice. "They died in the same way as these 4. This subordinate also took a rough look and didn't find anything unusual." 15 disciples? Zhong Yu's expression changed drastically. "Yes, 15 disciples. Including these 4, there are 19 disciples." Zhong Huan nodded slightly. At this moment, a loud sound rang out in the air above the Zhongling mountain villa in the distance. It was as if millions of firecrackers had been lit up one after another. Following the sound, clusters of brilliance flashed in the night sky. Who touched the mountain villa's restriction? Zhong Yu was shocked. He didn't have time to ask his subordinate about the situation and activated the flying talisman to rush into the air. However, just as he flew up, he heard an extremely angry voice like rolling thunder. "Where did this evil creature come from? How dare you break into my Zhong family's ancestral hall?" Then, another burst of dazzling fire appeared, and a thunderous sound was heard. "A third granduncle's magic weapon?" Zhong Yu was shocked and his body paused in midair. He knew that Zhong Peiyuan's cultivation was in the late stage of foundation establishment. With him attacking, how could he stand by the side? Even if he went, he would only die. "Ah, old Zhong, of course it's me." Xiaohua's slightly exaggerated voice sounded at the same time. Then, Zhong Yu saw a golden light flash in front of his eyes. The golden light was so bright and sharp that it almost blinded his eyes. He couldn't help but close his eyes. Slash, a sound was heard. It was unpleasant to the ear, as if silk was being cut. Then he heard Zhong Peiyuan's angry roar. "Xiaohua! You are really bold." Chapter 2108. This young master said that if you make this young master angry, this young master will kill everyone in your Zhong family one by one. If you want this young master to calm down. Xiaohua's voice suddenly came closer. Zhong Yu was shocked and hurriedly landed. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, and then condensed together with that cold snort. Hee. A sneer flew over Zhong Yu's head. It was so fast that Zhong Yu had just opened his eyes and couldn't see it clearly. This. Zhong Yu was somewhat enlightened. Isn't this the black shadow that disciple mentioned just now? Moreover, didn't this black shadow say that he would kill everyone in the Zhong family one by one? Could it be, this is the Xiaohua that spread throughout the Zhong family a few days ago? Zhong Yu didn't have time to turn around and ask the surviving disciple when he saw 2 figures chasing after Xiaohua. Even in Zhong Yu's eyes, the speed of these 2 people was much slower than Xiaohua's. Patriarch? Third granduncle? Zhong Yu moaned sorrowfully. How could he investigate a person who could make a late-stage foundation establishment and an early-stage golden core cultivator join hands to chase after him? Finished thinking, Zhongyu swallowed his saliva and turned to ask the surviving disciple, "Did you see that black shadow just now? Was it the one you saw just now?" "I saw it." The fear on the disciple's face hadn't disappeared, and his fingers were trembling. "Yes, it looked like it, but what?" Zhongyu asked anxiously. "But it didn't look as fast as just now," the surviving disciple said with some hesitation. "Of course, just now he was killing someone, and now he's running for his life. Of course it's a lot faster," Zhongyu said without hesitation. "Look at that figure, is it the same? It's this size, it's this size." The surviving disciple raised his hands, and the gap between his hands was a bit wider. After about half a cup of tea's time, two figures flew over from a distance. Zhong Tianyao voice also came over in a low voice. "Old Third, how's your magic weapon?" This old man seems to have seen it being injured by that guy's magic weapon. "N." Zhong Peiyuan's voice was somewhat distressed. "Good, Patriarch knows that Guy Xiaohua's magic weapon is extremely powerful. Boy's magic weapon wasn't his match, and it was broken just now. If the boy wants to repair it, I'm afraid it will take a long time. Damn it! Xiaohua, this bastard!" Zhong Tianyao's voice was also angry. This bastard's cultivation is indeed not bad. Jing Er's message is also not a false report. Relying on this magic treasure, he can resist a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator with a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Moreover, his thunder-controlling sex disciples are proficient in flying techniques, and this brat's technique, even this old man can't catch up. If he goes against my Zhong family, it will be really troublesome. The most hateful thing is that Xiaohua was actually able to touch the ancestral hall and break through several defensive array formations. If not for the last array formation, wouldn't he have entered the ancestral hall? Zhong Peiyuan also felt some lingering fear at this time. "And, since I've already fallen out with Xiaohua, I have to be tough to the end," Zhong Tianyao sneered. "Even if we have to reconcile in the end, we have to let him know that this is Meng country, and he's just a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. My Zhong family isn't a place where he can behave atrociously. You still want to kill my Zhong family's disciples one by one. Give him more guts. Give him 10 times his cultivation," Zhong Peiyuan said angrily. "Who's this?" As Zhong Tianyao spoke, he saw a figure in front of him flying over in a somewhat cowering manner. "Oh, it's my Zhong Ling Mountain Villa's disciple on duty." Zhong Peiyuan seemed to have some impression of Zhongyu. He raised his voice and said, "Zhongyu, go back to your duty. This is not a place where you can meddle." "Yes, disciple understands." Zhongyu bowed and said, "However, the disciple has something to ask third granduncle to go over and take a look." "What matter do you need this old man to go over?" Zhong Peiyuan was stunned for a moment. His divine sense swept towards Zhongyu's back and those low-level disciples gathered together. Zhong Peiyuan was stunned. His face also changed greatly as he turned his head to look at Zhong Tianyao. "Patriarch, this old man has already seen it." Zhong Tianyao's face had never been as gloomy as this 2 times. His eyes flashed as he stared at Zhongyu. "You said that this was done by that bastard Xiaohua?" Zhongyu trembled. Zhong Tianyao's gaze was really too sharp. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes, Patriarch knows. This subordinate has already asked the surviving disciple, although I'm not completely sure. However, that figure, that speed, and the time when the disciple was killed. Also, that bastard's arrogant words." When Xiaohua's arrogant words were mentioned, Zhong Tianyao was so angry that he flung his sleeves and said, "Old Third, you take a look. Was it done by Xiaohua? If that's the case, you send out disciples. And you and second brother personally go out and see where that bastard is hiding. Even if you can't find him, you have to find that female disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. This old man wants to see who is more powerful in my Meng country and my Zhongling mountain villa." "Yes, disciple understands." Zhong Peiyuan hurriedly bowed and saluted. At this moment, Zhong Peifu and the others also rushed over. Zhong Tianyao didn't even look at them and coldly left. Third brother, what's going on? Zhong Peifu naturally also saw the abnormality in the medicinal garden. He secretly glanced at Zhong Tianyao's back and asked. Zhong Peiyuan rolled his eyes a few times and ordered, "Call Zhong Yejing over. This old man has something to ask her." A disciple on duty complied and activated a flying talisman and left. Zhong Peiyuan transmitted a few words to Zhong Peifu. Zhong Peifu's face showed anger and his figure descended. He and Zhong Peiyuan looked around and asked the coroner, the surviving disciple, and the disciple on duty a few questions. Other than knowing that the 19 disciples died from poison, they didn't find any other clues. Third great-uncle? Zhong Yejing quickly flew over. Obviously, she had already asked the disciple on duty on the way. When she saw the tragic deaths of the disciples, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. "Look at what you've done," Zhong Peiyuan said without any trace of politeness. "If you didn't bring Xiaohua here, how could my Zhong family lose so many people? These low-level disciples are also my Zhong family's disciples." Third great-uncle knows. Zhong Yejing frowned and said, "Junior feels that this is definitely not Xiaohua's doing. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? He just admitted it." Zhong Peifu sneered. Third great-uncle knows. Zhong Yejing shook her head. "Xiaohua did it for the 2 gold sheets. He probably went to the ancestral hall because he heard the news that Junior occasionally revealed. As for the words he said, they should be words of anger. Because in the 10 days that Junior traveled with him, his compassion for the state of the universe and the fate of mankind, as well as the realm where he places the lives of ordinary people in his eyes, is far from what we cultivators can compare to. How could such a benevolent cultivator casually kill people? The realm where he placed the lives of ordinary people in his eyes?" Zhong Peiyuan asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Zhong Yejing didn't hesitate to tell him what Xiaohua did, and finally said, "Third great-uncle, what kind of cultivator would do such a thing? Junior knows that I can't do it." "TSK, a person fishing for fame." Without waiting for Zhong Peiyuan to answer, Zhong Peifu mocked. "A group of ordinary people, ant-like existences, how could a cultivator care about them? That Xiaohua only told you about it and went by himself. You didn't follow him, so what did you do?" "Second great-uncle, Junior's divine sense has seen it before." Zhong Yejing retorted. I reckon it was for you to see." Zhong Peifu said without any trace of politeness. "Before he came here, he was already plotting against my Zhong family. He wanted to use such an illusion to confuse you so that he could obtain my Zhong family's gold leaf." "Second great-uncle," Zhong Yejing said anxiously, "if you don't believe me, you can send someone to investigate. Xiaohua hasn't shown up for more than 10 days, so he must be helping those ordinary people around my Zhongling mountain villa." Why should I care about this when I have nothing better to do?" Zhong Peifu said again. "Patriarch has already ordered me to capture the other disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. I don't have time. Besides, Jing, you're a disciple of the Zhong family. How can you help an outsider?" "Second great-uncle?" Zhong Yejing said anxiously. "Boy is afraid that second great-uncle will only pay attention to Xiaohua and let the real culprit go, harming the lives of my Zhong family's disciples. You can go now." Without waiting for Zhong Yejing to say anything, Zhong Peiyuan waved his hand and said, "Gather all the disciples in the Zhongling mountain villa who are at the foundation establishment stage and above. Those who are in closed-door cultivation should also come out. Before Xiaohua is captured, be on high alert. Don't let anything go wrong." "Yes, boy understands." Zhong Yejing nodded sadly and flew away. Zhong Peifu and Zhong Peiyuan checked for a while, but they couldn't find anything. They gave a few instructions to the disciples on duty and went back. Although the disciples in the herb garden had dispersed, everyone was anxious. A terrifying atmosphere spread throughout the herb garden, so much so that the entire Zhongling mountain villa began to tense up. Fortunately, after more than 10 days, there were no more movements from Xiaohua, and there were no abnormalities. Even the disciples of the Zhong family who went out to look for Xiaohua and Shui came up empty-handed. It seemed that Xiaohua and Shui had already left Yun City and went somewhere else. Therefore, the tense hearts of the people in the Zhongling mountain villa began to gradually relax. Then, it was another moonless night. The Zhongling mountain villa was shrouded in darkness. Occasionally, a few lights came from a few small houses, making the villa look even more desolate. Help! Suddenly, a mournful cry for help sounded from the south of the villa. And this cry for help came to an abrupt end, and there was no more sound. Let's go! Zhongyu, who was on duty and had his attention on the herb garden, heard the voice and immediately said in shock, "This is the place where the family members live. How could this guy rush into the inner residence?" Yes, Xiaohua was a foundation establishment cultivator. How could he go to the inner residence of the Zhong family to harass the family members? However, a strange thing happened again. Zhongyu had just flown for a few breaths with the disciples on duty when there was a rumbling sound of magic tools colliding with each other in the southwest of the Zhongling mountain villa. At the same time, Zhongyu's familiar voice echoed arrogantly in the air above the Zhongling mountain villa. "Ha, old Zhong, so your Zhongling mountain villa has a place to refine magic tools. You hid it so well, no wonder you were so confident in repairing your ancestral magic tools." If this young master hadn't stumbled upon it by accident, I wouldn't have been able to discover your Zhong family's secret. Chapter 2109. Xiaohua, you little bastard, you've gone too far. Zhong Piyun's voice naturally came over in a flustered and exasperated manner. Today, this young master has already enjoyed himself to the fullest. This is just a small punishment for your Zhong family. As Xiaohua spoke, he whistled and flew away from the side of Zhongling mountain villa. How did the patriarch provoke this god of plague? Zhongyu's heart was itching with hatred for Xiaohua. For the past month, he had been patrolling every night for fear that something might go wrong. However, in the end, a disaster still happened today. As for Xiaohua, he had gone to the west side of Yun City in the past 10 days and had seen everything within a radius of several hundred miles. He had also sent out a lot of fine seeds from his space and was very satisfied. Today, he just happened to pass by Zhongling Mountain Villa and used the Earth Escape technique to come to the Ancestral Hall to take a look. As a result, the Ancestral Hall's defense was very tight and even had Zhong Tianyao personally overseeing it. Xiaohua knew that the Zhong family's Ancestral Hall was definitely hiding something other than the gold leaf. Thus, Xiaohua looked elsewhere with interest, wanting to do something that would make Zhong Tianyao feel disgusted. However, the entire Zhongling Mountain Villa's defense was very tight and there seemed to be disciples patrolling everywhere. Xiaohua was also unwilling to make things difficult for these low-level disciples and thus headed towards the southwest direction. This southwest direction seemed to have few traces of people and the defense was also very loose. However, when Xiaohua looked carefully, he actually found that there was an extremely powerful restriction underground. When Xiaohua broke through the restriction and entered, he actually found that it was an extremely complete place for refining tools and Zhong Peiyuan was actually inside. Damn it, I just casually copied some of their refining materials. This can't be considered a lesson. Xiaohua was somewhat dissatisfied. This Zhong Peiyuan has learned to be careful now. If he doesn't release his magic treasure, this young master's soaring dragon shears can't ruthlessly cut them a few times. And it seems that Zhongling Mountain Villa is also somewhat troublesome. There are actually people screaming. This time, this old fool Zhong will be somewhat troublesome. However, speaking of which, with this soaring dragon shears, it seems to be more powerful than the flying swords in the past. No wonder my Dao sex cultivators, although they envy sword cultivators, if you really want them to nurture a sword, they won't really do it. Once this magic treasure reaches a certain level, it's indeed powerful. Xiaohua flew as he pondered. However, Reverend Brightsword's Dao Heart Sword Seed technique seems to be feasible. Although Dream has yet to awaken, this young master, this young master has already sensed the vigorous vitality within it, and a special feeling within the flying sword. I really don't know if the Dream Executor or the Soaring Dragon Scissors will be more powerful. Oh, what is that? Xiao Hua suddenly furrowed his brows. His divine sense swept towards the area behind him. However, when his divine sense swept out, he only saw a palm-sized black shadow flash before it suddenly disappeared. When he looked carefully, there was no trace of it at all. Strange. Xiao Hua was a little surprised. He stopped and flew back. After checking again, he still didn't find anything strange. He smacked his lips and flew up again. When he flew far away, on top of a rock under Xiao Hua, something that looked exactly like a rock moved. However, as soon as this rock left the rock, it immediately turned pitch black and flew in another direction like an arrow from a bow. Husband, why are you smiling so lewdly? Xue Xue opened her eyes and looked at Xiao Hua's lecherous smile. She unconsciously covered her mouth and laughed. Did you peek at some girl coming out of the bath? Or did you see some fairies' spring scenery? Xiao Hua raised his head and flung his seemingly elegant hair to the side. Is your husband that tasteless? Oh, that's... Xue Xue's eyes lit up. Could it be that husband got the gold leaf from the Zhong family? Speaking of the gold leaf, Xiao Hua was like a deflated balloon. He sighed and said, AI, how could that be? That old fool Zhong is very cautious. I reckon he already has the gold leaf with him. If husband wants it, I can exchange it. Then I can only capture Zhong Tianyao. Capture a golden core cultivator? Xue Xue shook her head and said very sympathetically, I'm afraid husband still has to cultivate for another 100 years. And Xiao Hua knew that he had the chance to kill Zhong Tianyao, but to capture him it wouldn't be easy. But if he killed a golden core cultivator for 2 gold leaf, Xiao Hua asked himself if he could do it for the time being. Then what are you so happy about? Xue Xue asked. Xiao Hua heard and couldn't help but laugh. He told her about the 2 times he harassed Zhongling Mountain Villa and explained, since husband can't get the gold leaf, then I'll keep harassing them and make them annoyed. In the worst case, they'll have no choice but to come find husband. Anyway, the gold leaf is useless to them. They should be happy to get rid of husband's harassment. Hee, that's a good idea. Xue Xue pursed her lips and laughed. She seemed to have the same childlike innocence as Xiao Hua. After laughing, Xue Xue said, actually, the Zhong clan is also overcompensating. From what they said, it seems that there's been some unforeseen event, so they don't want to exchange with husband. Wife is indeed smart. Xiao Hua praised. Before husband went to harass them for the first time, I've already investigated clearly. It turns out that before I arrived at Zhongling Mountain Villa, a golden core cultivator from Changbai sect visited Zhong Tianyao. As for what happened, husband couldn't find out. It seems that only Zhong Tianyao, Zhong Peiyuan, and a few others know. But from Zhong Tianyao's tone that day, it seems that he was threatened by this golden core cultivator. Moreover, it's very likely that the material he needed to repair his artifact was taken away by force. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Qianma dense stone behind. My husband is right. Xue Xue nodded. If husband knows what material Zhong Tianyao is lacking, if husband has it, you can take it out and exchange with him. Wife's words are reasonable. Xiao Hua disagreed. Although the gold leaf is important, if Zhong Tianyao asks for too much, husband doesn't want to be a sucker. In the end, it really won't work. At this point, a trace of ruthlessness appeared in Xiao Hua's eyes. After all, this gold leaf is related to a Buddhist cultivation method. Xiao Hua must get it. Zhong Tianyao's attitude really made him angry. And husband, let's try again. If it really doesn't work, then we'll make a move. Xue Xue, who was used to Xiaoyu Continent's methods, didn't think much of it. She was only worried that Xiao Hua couldn't defeat Zhong Tianyao. Husband knows. Xiao Hua smiled. Right, how's wife's cultivation? Hee, with husband in front, how bad can this concubine be? Xue Xue covered her mouth and said, I'm already familiar with the cultivation method. These few days, I'm expanding my meridians. If there's no accident, I should be able to meet the needs of Foundation establishment within a year. Great. Xiaohua clapped and smiled. He hugged Shui Shui gently and sweetly. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 2110. Not to mention the warmth of Xiaohua and Shui Shui, within the Zhongling mountain villa, the south side of the womenfolk was already in chaos. Zhong Peiyuan was standing in front of an embroidery building. His face was flickering with uncertainty. Around him, there were many crying sounds. In front of him stood Zhong Yu and Zhong Yejing, who had just walked over. Jing? Zhong Peiyuan opened his mouth. His tone seemed to be a little hesitant. He was actually afraid to hear Zhong Yejing's answer. Third granduncle? Zhong Yejing's face was also extremely ugly. She whispered, "He has already checked one by one. There are 34 womenfolk dead." What? This many? Zhong Yu's face turned green. Zhong Yejing said with a bitter face, "Among them were dying children and female cultivators at the 12th level of qi refinement. The way they died is the same as the tragic death of the nursery disciples a month ago." That damn Xiaohua. Zhong Peiyuan gritted his teeth and said, "He's obviously a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Where did he get such a ruthless and insidious method? He didn't even let go of a dying child. How can such behavior be worthy of the name of a famous sect?" Third granduncle? In this boy's opinion, we need Meng country's Taiqing sect, Changbai sect, and other cultivation sects to be witnesses and let them make the decision for our Zhong family. Zhong Yu thought for a moment and whispered, "After all, our Zhong family can't compare with the Imperial Thunder sect." It would be fine if she didn't mention Changbai sect, but when she heard Changbai sect, Zhong Peiyuan became angry and said fiercely, "Your fist is still harder than your own. If you want others to support you, you have to take out spirit stones." Seeing Zhong Peiyuan angry, Zhong Yu immediately realized something and hurriedly lowered her head. "What else do you have to say?" Zhong Peiyuan had nowhere to vent his anger, so he scolded Zhong Yejing. "The first time can be said to be a coincidence, but what about the second time? Are you going to say that Xiaohua is innocent? These 34 womenfolk's lives, was it someone else who took it? If it's not Xiaohua, then tell me, who is it?" Zhong Yejing was speechless. She wanted to argue, but she really didn't know what to say. After all, one may know a person's face but not his heart. She and Xiaohua had only met once. Seeing that Zhong Yejing was silent, Zhong Peiyuan continued, "You have committed a grave sin by bringing this devil to my Zhong family. In my opinion, you'll surely be heavily punished. But it's precisely because we need people now, so I'll give you a way out and allow you to redeem yourself through meritorious service. Once Xiaohua is killed, you can enter into closed-door cultivation in the Orchid of the Bells courtyard to reflect on your mistakes." "Yes, boy understands." Zhong Yejing bowed. At that moment, a young disciple of the 4th level of qi refining hurriedly flew over. Seeing Zhong Peiyuan throwing a tantrum, he hastily landed on the ground and cowered, not daring to approach. "What's the matter?" Zhong Peiyuan looked at the disciple and scolded. "Bad news, bad news." That disciple shouted in an exaggerated manner. "What's the big deal?" Zhong Peiyuan reprimanded. "Haven't you seen the world yet?" The disciple didn't know how to respond to Zhong Peiyuan's reprimand. "What's the matter?" Zhong Yu knew that this was his disciple on duty, so he scolded in a low voice. "If you have something to say it quickly. I'll let the old ancestor know." The disciple hurriedly said, "Several medicinal fields in the herb garden have been dug up. Not even the roots are left." "That's it?" Zhong Peiyuan said angrily. "Do you still need to report this?" He knew that the spirit herbs in the herb garden were common, not rare, and the spirit herbs in several medicinal fields were not worth many spirit stones. Yes, this disciple understands." The disciple nodded and hurriedly turned around. After the disciple left, Zhong Yejing was about to speak, but Zhong Peiyuan frowned and his expression tensed up. He stood there respectfully, and after a while, He bowed again and transmitted a few words. It seemed that Zhong Tenyao had something to tell him. After Zhong Peiyuan finished transmitting his voice, he turned to Zhong Yejing and said, Jing, go and call Zhong Dong over. The two of you go to the Zhong Ling Hall and wait for the patriarch's orders. Yes, Jing understands. Zhong Yejing hurriedly bowed and accepted the order. However, she was still a little surprised. Although Zhong Yedong's name was similar to hers, and he was also a direct descendant of the Zhong clan, he was her cousin. He was only born a little earlier than her, but their parents gave him a similar name. However, as his name suggested, Zhong Yedong's temper was quite irritable, which was the complete opposite of Zhong Yejing's gentle and quiet personality. After Zhong Yejing left, Zhong Peiyuan did not even look at her. He ordered Zhong Yu to send more people to pay attention to the movements in the village, and flew away himself. Seeing Zhong Peiyuan fly away, the tension in Zhong Yu's heart loosened a little. In fact, there were still some things that he didn't dare to say to Zhong Peiyuan face to face. Over the past month, because of the inexplicable deaths of the disciples in the medicinal garden, the hearts of the people in the manor had already wavered. Many of the tenant farmers who worked in the manor had quietly left, and even more people found excuses to not come over. Many of the chores in the manor were temporarily done by the disciples with cultivation. However, these things were managed by the housekeeper. Even if the housekeeper did not say anything, Zhong Yu had to consider whether it was appropriate for him to say it. The south side of the Zhongling mountain village was brightly lit, and cries of sorrow could be heard everywhere. After all, 34 lives were lost, and many relatives were involved. This night was destined to not be peaceful. However, unlike the chaos in the Zhongling mountain village, about 10 miles away from the Zhongling mountain village, a large number of willow trees surrounded a small lake. The lake water rippled in the night wind, and the willow branches danced on the shore like ghosts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. On the shore, there was a small courtyard. At this moment, it was boundlessly quiet, and there was not the slightest movement. Woo, the night wind grew stronger, and it actually blew a sound. Pai li pa la. It was unknown which room's window was blown open, but then there was the sound of a window being closed. It seemed that the owner of the room was sitting by the window. Zhong Haoren, a clear, somewhat helpless and somewhat agitated voice sounded, I don't want you to pity me here, I'd rather live like this. Hurry up and leave, don't bother me here. It's been more than a month, and you've been nagging in my ears during the day and guarding my window at night. You're more annoying than a woman with a loose tongue. This voice was actually Zhong Xiuhan's. Senior sister, you should listen to me. Zhong Haoren's lukewarm voice sounded at the same time. As long as you nod your head, I'll go and beg Marshal Aunt Yi Jing, beg her to come here, and let her bring you to find Xiao Hua. You also know how good the quality of the medicinal pill he gave you last time was. He's a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, and now he's at Foundation establishment. Even Marshal Aunt Yi Jing is extremely respectful to him, so it can be seen how deep his cultivation is. I'm sure he has even better medicinal pills on him, and will definitely be able to heal your injuries. Zhong Haoren, you dare to mention my injuries to Xiao Hua. Zhong Xiuhan was flustered and exasperated. Back then he was at Qi Refinement, and I was also at Qi Refinement. Now that he's at Foundation establishment, what about me? How can I even talk about cultivation now? You're showing off my pity in front of him for no reason. Is it because I'm not pitiful enough? Do you want me to lose face in front of Xiaohua? In front of the Imperial Thunder sect? In the country of Xi? It's not that serious. Zhong Haoren still said gently, I think Xiaohua is pretty good. Last time, he gave us the medicinal pill without a second word. This time, if he can help, he will definitely help. Zhong Haoren, you stupid pighead. Zhong Xiuhan scolded again. Do you know my current situation? Do you know what great-grandfather said? Do you know that I'm... At this point, Zhong Xiuhan seemed to have lost all the strength in her body. She collapsed on the floor in the room, sobbing softly. Senior apprentice sister, senior apprentice sister. Outside the room, Zhong Haoren panicked and shouted, Don't cry, don't cry. If you're annoying me, I'll leave right now, please don't cry. Zhong Haoren, you stupid pighead. Zhong Xiuhan cried as she said, if you dare to take a step out of this orchid of the valley, see if I don't ever see you again, not even a word about you. Yes, yes. Zhong Haoren immediately said, I'll stand right here, not even a step away, not even a step away. At the end of his sentence, Zhong Haoren hesitated again, but, Senior apprentice sister, you're so annoying. You're already crying. If I don't leave you, you're still crying. What should I do? Zhong Xiuhan was so angry that she laughed and scolded, You stupid person, when did I say I was annoying you? Didn't you just ask me to leave? Zhong Haoren scratched his head and asked curiously. That was just then, this is now. Zhong Xiuhan said. P.S. I know. Zhong Haoren nodded like a chick pecking at rice. After a while, Zhong Xiuhan's crying gradually subsided. She said softly, Haoren, you've been in the orchid of the valley for more than a month, and you've been delaying your cultivation. Moreover, it's hard to explain to the clan. You'd better leave quickly. Senior apprentice sister, are you talking to me? Zhong Haoren was obviously not used to the name Haoren and said nervously. Of course, if not you, who else? Zhong Xiuhan said anxiously. Everyone in the orchid of the valley is resting. Who else can I call? Yes, yes. Zhong Haoren panicked again. You don't have to rush back. Your matter is more important than anything else. As long as you can recover, I won't be afraid even if I don't cultivate in the future, even if the clan leader banishes me to the orchid of the valley to reflect on my mistakes. Bah, you wish. Zhong Xiuhan knew that Zhong Haoren had no other thoughts, but when she heard those words, her heart was filled with sweetness. It was far more sincere than I'll accompany you to the ends of the world, to the ends of the earth. Yes, yes. Zhong Haoren did not understand what he had said wrong, and quickly nodded. Looking at Zhong Haoren's panicked expression, Zhong Yuehan was worried for a while. After listening for a while, she said, Haoren, there are many beautiful female cultivators in the Zhong family. You just need to hurry up and cultivate. Even if you don't reach the foundation establishment stage, there will be many women who want to marry you. Why do you have to be like this? Chapter 2111. Me. Zhong Haoren's scalp was about to explode when he heard Zhong Xiuhan mention a marriage alliance. He was almost incoherent. I don't want to marry someone else. I just want to see senior sister every day. That's enough. Sigh. Zhong Xiuhan knew that it was impossible to get any sweet words out of Zhong Haoren's mouth. This sentence was the limit of what Zhong Haoren could say. Haoren, do you know that I've become a cripple now? Zhong Xiuhan clenched her teeth, and tears were about to fall. I know. Zhong Haoren immediately said. I know that senior sister couldn't reach foundation establishment that day and forcefully took the second foundation establishment pill. Because your meridians couldn't hold more true qi, they exploded. If your meridians can't be repaired, you won't be able to cultivate in the future. You'll be the same as immortal. Damn, Haoren, can't you be more tactful? Zhong Xiuhan said angrily again. Just these words of yours will anger me to death. Yes, yes, I won't say it, I won't say it. Zhong Haoren hurriedly replied. Sigh, since you know, you should know the pros and cons of this. Zhong Xiuhan said faintly. Even family head, a golden core cultivator, was helpless after seeing it. That Xiaohua just reached foundation establishment. What can he do? Senior sister, Zhong Haoren shook his head. You can't say that. Although Xiaohua's cultivation isn't as high as family heads, but he's a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. It's impossible that the Imperial Thunder Sect doesn't have a pill to repair meridians, right? Sigh, Haoren, my meridians aren't simply damaged. My entire body's meridians are broken. I heard that the Xiaoyu continent has the heaven-mending pill. Only that thing can reconnect my meridians. However, that's a legendary item. Moreover, even if they have it, what can I use to exchange for it? Zhong Xiuhan sighed. Don't forget, You and I are just two insignificant disciples of the Zhong family. Now that I'm a cripple, other than you, other than the widows and widows of the Lily of the Valley, who else would think of me? Senior Martial Sister, Zhong Haoren called out, don't be sad. We have to ask before we know, right? If Xiaohua really has that heavenly mending pill, it has to have a price. Even if I don't have spirit stones now, wait until I reach Foundation Establishment, wait until I reach Jindan, I will definitely return this favor to Xiaohua. Silly Haoren. Zhong Xiuhan sighed again. Just based on your simple words, how could Xiaohua give you the pill? What do you mean? Zhong Haoren seemed to wake up. Does senior sister mean that you agree to look for Xiaohua? Humph, your legs and mouth are on your body, why are you asking me? Zhong Yuehan scolded. But if you don't agree, I don't dare to go. Zhong Haoren was in a difficult position. What if I ask for the pill and you don't take it? I begged you for more than a month before you agreed. If I went without saying a word, wouldn't you be even angrier? Seeing your sincerity, I agree. Zhong Yuehan chuckled. That's great. Zhong Haoren was overjoyed, then smiled bitterly and said somewhat pitifully, Senior Martial Sister, can I take a step? Since you didn't let me move, I didn't dare to move at all. Now my feet are numb. You deadhead. Zhong Yuehan said angrily, can't you secretly move? Yes, I will secretly move now. Zhong Haoren said immediately. AI, it's been more than a month since you saw Xiaohua. He has already left. Where are you going to find him? Zhong Yuehan waited until Zhong Haoren stamped his feet, then said, besides, how can Xiaohua have the heavenly mending pill? Hearing Zhong Yuehan's words, Zhong Haoren comforted, even if Xiaohua left, Martial Uncle Yi Jing definitely has his communication talisman. I will ask Martial Uncle Yi Jing to come over first. As for whether Xiaohua has the heavenly mending pill or not, if he doesn't, Imperial Thunder Sect should have it, right? Haoren, you are too naive. Zhong Yuehan looked at Zhong Haoren with heartache. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the rays of light reflected on Zhong Haoren's extremely sincere face. The eyes on his face were so clear, and no words of praise could compare to a glance from his eyes. Zhong Yuehan couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. Why didn't she see it earlier? Or perhaps she shouldn't have been too reckless that day. If she didn't build her foundation, then so be it. If she could protect this sincere Zhong Haoren, it would be 100 times better than the current situation. Oh, it's daybreak again. Zhong Haoren looked at Zhong Yuehan's tearful face and said with a smile, Senior sister, wait for me. What are you going to do? Zhong Yuehan asked curiously, every morning you will immediately come here for an hour, what are you going to do? This. Zhong Haoren hesitated and said, I won't hide anything from you, but this matter, you can't know about it for the time being. You dare. Zhong Yuehan said angrily, you were fine just now, why are you not listening to me now? Do you think I can ignore you just because I can ignore you? Senior sister, Zhong Haoren's face was extremely red, and his eyes were wide open. He quickly waved his hand and said, Senior sister, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but once I tell you, it won't work. Go, don't force me. Hearing Zhong Haoren's words, Zhong Yuehan's eyes reddened again. She lowered her head and said, Go, I won't ask any more. You still want to talk to me? Zhong Haoren was a little troubled. If you want to go, go quickly. If you're too slow, I won't talk to you. Zhong Yuehan didn't forget to reprimand Zhong Haoren even though her eyes were red. Zhong Haoren was overjoyed. He quickly walked out and activated the flying talisman. He flew over the small lake beside the orchid of the valley and flew towards the mountain closest to the lake. That mountain wasn't high, but it was the highest mountain in the area. Zhong Haoren flew for a while before he reached the peak. At this time, the sun had already risen and shone on the mountain peak. The biting cold wind on the mountain peak was somewhat warm. Zhong Haoren walked familiarly to a stone slab on the mountain peak. The stone slab was unusually clean, completely different from the dust on the rocks nearby. Zhong Haoren's eyes looked at the bright red sun in the east. He knelt on the stone slab and kowtowed 9 times in a row. He said very sincerely, "Heavens above, I, Zhong Haoren, am truly an insignificant cultivator. I, Zhong Haoren, am now prostrating myself before the heavens. With my incomparably humble heart, I beg the heavens once again. My senior sister's meridians have been destroyed and she can no longer cultivate. I, Zhong Haoren, am willing to exchange my meridians for her so that she can continue cultivating. I don't know if my words will reach the heavens, but I am willing to use my heart's sincerity to believe that the heavens will open their eyes and hear my prayers." Chapter 21:12. If this request is too difficult, please give me the heaven-mending pill, so that I can heal senior sister's meridians. If my request is not successful, I hope that Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect can bring the pill with him to help this kid. As long as senior sister can be happy, this kid is willing to break my bones. Although Zhong Haoren was very clumsy in front of Zhong Yuehan, he was extremely skilled in saying these words. If he hadn't been thinking for a long time, then as he said, he had been praying for dozens of days, or even hundreds of days. After praying, Zhong Haoren stood up and prepared to leave the stone slab. However, at this moment, his heart moved, and a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He knelt down again and kowtowed 9 times. At this time, his forehead was already red. Zhong Haoren said, "This kid, Zhong Haoren, is here to worship Senior Xiao Hua. If you are still in Meng country, please hear this kid's heartfelt words, please come back quickly. This kid, Zhong Haoren, is begging Senior Xiao Hua. I hope that you have the heaven-mending pill in your storage bag. Even if you don't have the heaven-mending pill, the Imperial Thunder Sect also has the secret formula to repair the meridians of the whole body. I hope that the heavens can borrow Senior Xiao Hua's hand to fulfill this little request of mine. If Senior Xiao Hua can cure senior sister, this kid will definitely. Zhong Haoren said a few words, but he couldn't think of anything. After all, he also heard this method of praying from his grandmother. It was a helpless method when one's strength was exhausted. He was forced to kowtow and beg like this because he had no other choice. Moreover, when he saw Xiao Hua that day, he thought that Xiao Hua had kindly given them the pill before. That kind of desire, that kind of eagerness involuntarily grew. He was like a person who fell into the water and met a straw. He used all his strength to reach out and grab it, regardless of whether this straw could save him or not. He unilaterally believed that Xiao Hua could definitely bring about a turnaround for his senior sister. However, when he really wanted to make a promise to Xiao Hua, he couldn't find the right words. After all, Xiao Hua was not the heavens, and some words were not suitable. Zhong Haoren hesitated for a moment and finally said, "If Senior Xiao Hua Xiao is able to heal senior sister's meridians, then Junior Zhong Haoren will definitely kowtow to Senior Xiao Hua Xiao every morning and evening, kowtow to him for his great achievements, kowtow to him for his longevity." After saying all this, Zhong Haoren really couldn't think of anything else, so he stood up and went down the mountain. However, what no one expected was that in the distant cave, within the Buddha fire in Xiao Hua's Buddha heart that was cultivating with shui, a fine mark suddenly appeared. That fine mark was extremely fine and faint, and even Xiao Hua's Buddha sense couldn't see it. At this time, Xiao Hua was meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he sensed something and opened his eyes. He looked around strangely and thought, it seems like something happened, and it seems to be in the direction of Zhongling Mountain Village. It must be that old man Zhong who is scheming against this young master. Xiao Hua sneered, "This young master won't fall for it." However, when Xiao Hua closed his eyes again, he opened them again after a moment. He frowned and pondered, "No, this feeling is different from the feeling of danger in the past. It's an indescribable feeling. It seems to be coming from the Buddha Saraira, and not from the hands of karma in the space. Should I go or not?" Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. After all, he had just disturbed Zhongling Mountain Village last night, and Zhong Tianyao was definitely furious there. If he went now, he would be fighting with his life on the line. Husband, what are you doing? Shui was very sensitive and sensed it. This. Xiaohua didn't know how to explain it to Shui and smiled apologetically. Your husband's heart is a little uneasy, as if something happened at Zhongling Mountain Village? Ah? Sudden inspiration? Shui was stunned and said in astonishment, this seems to be a legendary great ability, right? What do you mean? Xiaohua was also astonished. When I was young, I heard from my uncle that when the ancient almighty cultivators cultivated to a very high level, they would have a kind of magical ability to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. As long as there was something related to them, they would be able to do it on a whim. They could even pinch their fingers to know what it was and choose the most beneficial thing for them. That's right. That's right. Isn't this the hands of karma? Xiaohua's eyes spun rapidly as he thought to himself. Husband, if you don't have a bad feeling, I suggest you go and take a look. Shui suggested. Who knows, there might be something related to you there. Maybe it's the gold leaf that you're thinking about. Hee, not bad, you have a point. Xiaohua thought about the gold leaf and the Buddha Saraira, and nodded. My wife, please cultivate in the formation. Your husband will be back soon. Xiaohua left the cave and changed his direction and slowly flew toward Zhongling Mountain Village. However, after flying for a while, Xiaohua gradually changed his direction. He was actually heading toward the peak of the Orchid of the Valley. Isn't this the brat called Zhong Haoren? Xiaohua's divine sense was searching, and he saw Zhong Haoren, who was heading to Zhongling Mountain Village to look for Zhong Yejing. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua returned to his original appearance and pretended not to know anything as he flew past Zhong Haoren. Senior Xiao? I didn't see wrongly, right? Zhong Haoren's expression definitely shocked Xiaohua. It was as if he saw an immortal descending from the heavens, and he was extremely surprised. Senior Xiao, you really heard this brat's prayer. You really can heal my senior sister's meridians. Zhong Haoren spoke incoherently, and he had completely lost his etiquette. He stepped forward and grabbed Xiaohua's robe as he spoke. Xiaohua was bewildered, and he frowned. Zhong Haoren, what do you mean by that? Can't you explain it clearly? Moreover, in the past month, weren't you at Zhongling Mountain Village? Didn't you hear the news at Zhongling Mountain Village? Zhong Haoren said excitedly, Senior Xiao, you don't know. Then, Zhong Haoren told Xiaohua about how he prayed to the heavens and Xiaohua, and he explained, when this brat saw Senior Xiao that day, he wanted to ask Senior Xiao for help. However, you also saw the situation that day. This brat didn't have a chance to speak, so this brat came from the village to Orchid of the Valley to discuss this matter with Senior Sister. Senior Sister didn't agree, so this brat went to the mountain peak to pray every day. Where did you pray? Can you bring this Xiao to see it? Xiaohua was even more puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of such a strange matter. Of course, Zhong Haoren was extremely surprised. Whatever Xiaohua wanted him to do now, he would agree without hesitation. When the two of them arrived at the mountain peak, Xiaohua looked at the stone slab that Zhong Haoren was kneeling on, and he fell into deep thought. His Buddhist heart should be here. In other words, he could actually sense the matter that Zhong Haoren prayed to him. This was something that he couldn't explain no matter how hard he racked his brains. Senior Xiao. Zhong Haoren waited for a long time, and without the slightest bit of impatience, he said in a low voice, Senior, do you have any other questions? Xiaohua shook his head blankly and said with a bitter smile, This Xiao wants to ask, but I don't know where to start. Then, does Senior Xiao have the heaven-mending pill in his storage bag? Zhong Haoren suddenly felt that his mouth was a little dry. Heaven-mending pill? Xiaohua smiled and shook his head. This Xiao has never heard of any heaven-mending pill? Then, does the Imperial Thunder sect have it? Zhong Haoren seemed to be unwilling to give up his evil intentions. This Xiao doesn't know. Xiaohua was clear that even if the Imperial Thunder sect had the heaven-mending pill, it was impossible for him to know. Then, Can Senior Xiao heal Senior Sister Xiaozi's meridians? Zhong Haoren felt that he was a little suffocated. Meridians? Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Even if he passed the dragon transformation art to Zhong Xiuhan, it didn't seem to be able to repair her meridians, right? Moreover, it was impossible for him to casually pass the dragon transformation art to Zhong Xiuhan. Senior Xiao. Zhong Haoren said with a sad face, Senior Xiao, this junior begged you. How can you not have a way? How about this? Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, you should bring me to see Zhong Xiuhan. This Xiao will take a look at the situation first. Perhaps there's a way? Yes, how could I forget? Zhong Haoren slapped his head and said dejectedly, this junior was completely flustered when he saw Senior Xiao. This junior was really disrespectful. Please. Obviously, Zhong Haoren had completely ignored that, perhaps. By the time they arrived at the Orchid of the Valley courtyard, the sky was already bright. In the courtyard and by the lake, there were already some old people walking around. Although there were many people, most of them were very low-level cultivators. They looked like they were already in their twilight years. Everyone looked at Xiaohua and Zhong Haoren, their listless eyes unable to stir up the slightest ripple. Xiaohua had already scanned this place with his divine perception, so he didn't find it strange. He followed Zhong Haoren to an exquisite little house. Haoren? You're back so soon? Zhong Xiuhan obviously heard Zhong Haoren's footsteps and said happily, Martial Uncle Jing, she didn't come? Hee, Zhong Haoren said with a smile. I didn't even see Martial Uncle Jing. Zhong Haoren said before entering the little house. Zhong Haoren, you pighead. I told you. That mysterious thing of yours is completely useless. Zhong Xiuhan scolded. However, just as she finished scolding, Zhong Xiuhan was stunned. Wasn't Xiaohua following behind Zhong Haoren? That Xiaohua whom she had met several decades ago and whose appearance hadn't changed in the slightest? Zhong Xiuhan couldn't sense Xiaohua's cultivation, but she didn't dare to be negligent. Just as she reached out to cover her mouth, she immediately bowed and greeted, Junior Zhong Xiuhan greets Senior Xiao. Hee. Seeing Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoren's deep affection, Xiaohua felt very comfortable in his heart. He thought about how the two of them were still bickering outside Mingxi even though they were already injured. And bickering wasn't right. It was Zhong Xiuhan who was bullying Zhong Haoren. And now, Zhong Xiuhan had already become a cripple, but Zhong Haoren still didn't abandon her and tried his best to think of a way. He really lived up to the name, Haoren. That you're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.